Chapter 456. Your grandmother sent you a letter. She wants you to go back. His father's voice rang in the night shift room. His familiar tone made him sit up straight. What? He asked instinctively. Even though he was gradually getting used to the weekly report, and was used to his father's businesslike tone, he could not help but be stunned when he heard his father say such unprofessional words after the routine report. The night shift room of the guards was located in a remote corner of Renaissance Palace. Compared to the noisy palace gate that faced King's Lane and the Hall of Stars that made people hold their breaths, this place was not noisy or quiet. The atmosphere was just right. His father spoke faintly and his voice was hoarse. Your cousin is not in good health. In truth, it is very bad. He is not doing well in managing his fiefdom, and he needs help. Grandmother. Cousin. These two names that he had not heard for a long time echoed in his mind, and he was dazed for a moment. It was as if he had returned to the distant past. Help. But he only instinctively thought about it before he spoke without hesitation. No, I'm not going back. When he heard his answer, his father crossed his arms behind the table. He leaned back in his chair while his armor clanked. His eyes burned, and he revealed the awe-inspiring aura that he had cultivated over the years. This made him feel a little uneasy. It had been a long time since he was alone with his father and talked about housework without a third person. But his father did not frown, and he did not show any hesitation. He seemed to have expected his answer. Your grandmother means that if anything happens to your cousin, someone needs to inherit the family's fiefdom and title, his father said softly. This made him frown. Fiefdom and title. Someone needs to inherit. He instinctively frowned, then snorted softly. He tried hard to suppress the disdain in his words. They won't be so kind. What are the conditions? His father's expression remained the same. He did not know whether it was because his many years of career made him unable to show his emotions, or because he knew too much about himself. His father said faintly, the condition is that after your cousin passes away, you have to marry your sister-in-law, who is your grandmother's grandniece. You have to give birth to an heir with her to maintain the relationship between the two families. Marry my cousin's widow? When he heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He was satisfied that he found a reason to be disdainful. As expected. I understand. He crossed his arms as well, and there was a hint of contempt in his nasal voice. Tell them I won't go back. Let them do as they please. His father nodded without any surprise at his refusal, as if he had not just refused the right to inherit a noble title, but merely said, I'm not going home for dinner tonight. His father's gaze shifted to his bandaged finger. This time, the former truly frowned. Are you still practicing that sword technique? He subconsciously put down his arms, but before he hid them behind his back, he changed his posture at the last minute. He naturally assumed a posture of supporting himself with the arms of the chair. He nodded and tried to answer in the most nonchalant tone. Yes. However, his father's brows did not relax. Instead, they furrowed even tighter. Do you think you have a chance to defeat him in the next night competition? Or at least be on par with him and not be at a disadvantage? These words made his heart clench. Defeat him. Defeat him. It was him. That's right, just like that, defeat him. Just like that Northlander, he wanted to say, in a confident, relaxed, steady tone. But for some reason, he changed his words at the last minute before he said them. His tone was a little deeper. We will know when the time comes. His father was silent for a while, but his eyes were still fixed on him. This made him very uncomfortable. I think you should know that skill is not the only criterion when it comes to the selection of the watchman, his father said slowly. His eyebrows were still furrowed. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. He unnaturally changed his sitting posture. I know. His father continued to stare at him. But even so, your chances of being a watchman are not optimistic. It was as if there was a string in his heart that was tightly pulled taut. Zakriel's martial arts are the best, and he is deeply trusted by His Majesty. Nolaner has the support of the entire Northern Territory, and a good relationship with others. Tony is someone Captain Cullen thinks highly of, and Cox's battlefield command and experience are highly praised and recommended by Prince Horace. They are all popular candidates. His father stared at him and said things that everyone knew clearly. It was like a seal that was deeply imprinted in his heart. But you only have me as your father. He did not know if it was an illusion, but when he said this, he seemed to hear his father exhale softly through his nose. He was a little annoyed. His father's gaze forced him to avert his gaze and look elsewhere. I know. But his father did not seem ready to let him go. In the guards, people from the same family usually do not hold important positions at the same time, especially positions like the vice captain and watchman. There was an imperceptible sadness in his father's tone. There is a high possibility that you will not be chosen. His breathing stopped for a moment, and he only managed to recover after a few seconds. I know, he said with some difficulty. His father finally averted his gaze and looked at the door of the night shift's room. But you still stubbornly want to try? For some reason, even though he frowned in the face of such a father, he felt an indescribable sense of relief. Yes. He put down his arm and was still for a few seconds. Finally, he inhaled and answered, I still have to give it a try. This time, his father was silent for a long time, and even the atmosphere in the night shift's room, which was not very relaxed to begin with, became solemn. It was so long that he frowned and wondered whether it was time for him to interrupt and bid farewell. You know, the royal guards are not just guards who guard the king. It is also a contract, an idea, and a tradition. His father exhaled slowly, but he did not look at him. Instead, he looked at the wall of the night shift's room. There was a schedule with the names of the guards members written on it. Cullen, Arund, Barney, Tardin, Garth, Talon, Dagistan, Norfolk, Godwin, Canny, Havia, Nalgi. He did not know why his father mentioned this, but his father's gaze seemed to be a little profound. Since the era of the King of Renaissance, the powerful noble families sent out their blood descendants. Regardless of whether it was the eldest son, the second son, or the main branch, they protected the king and cultivated a relationship with the royal family to win Renaissance palace's trust. The king also used this to maintain a tacit understanding with the vassal families and ensure his influence over the fiefs of his subordinates. His father sighed. His voice was a little different from usual. There was less toughness and more resignation. In a sense, for hundreds of years, the royal guards were a miniature version of the kingdom's territory. From the 6 great clans to the 13 distinguished families, from the 7 Jade-Star attendants to the new nobles, the rise and fall of many families of various sizes were reflected in it. He frowned fiercely. He had a premonition that his father was a little different today. His father had always been very serious since he was young. He's never been so earnest? Sir. He frowned and looked at his father. He instinctively called out the title he was most used to. What are you trying to say? His father seemed to have been called back by this, sir. His father paused for a moment. When he spoke again, he had already returned to being the tough commanding officer he was used to. I know that you don't have a good impression of your family, and you don't have a good relationship with your cousin. His father looked at him again and sat up straight. His tone was stern. But if you go home, get a promise from your grandmother and cousin, and let His Majesty know that you have a high possibility of inheriting the title and fief from your cousin. He felt a chill in his heart. This again? Inherit? His father continued to speak, and told him the whole story expressionlessly. Then, at least when considering the candidate for the watchman, His Majesty will look at you in a different light. I think he would prefer the person who is in charge of the kingdom for him to be a loyal guard close to him at all times. In fact, I can even resign and retire. This may increase your chances. Is that so? As long as I do this, as long as I accept it, my chances will increase greatly. He sighed silently. A faint sense of disappointment surged in his heart. After so many years, he and his father were certainly not the perfect example of a father being kind and filial. But at least he thought that his father's view of that land, those memories, and those people should be the same as his. But, do you really want me to go back and inherit the family so badly? He spoke quietly. His tone was filled with a sense of alienation and hostility that even he himself was surprised by. But he did not want to retract this emotion. Instead, he let it slowly ferment and turn into cold, bone-chilling words. Go back and inherit the so-called family that forced us to wander, caused my mother to fall ill, and caused my sister to die early because of lack of medicine? In his cold snort, it was as if someone had opened the cold window of winter. It made his father suddenly turn into a terrifying ice sculpture. Only a pair of eyes were left, and they were aggressive. After a long while his father answered stiffly, "This has nothing to do with them." "Then what is it for?" he retorted rudely. "If it has nothing to do with them, why do you have to involve me? Why don't you just go back yourself? Inherit that title yourself. Marry that young and beautiful wife yourself, and become a good son of grandmother and a good subject of His Majesty." Bang. There was a loud bang. He silently looked at his father's fist that hit the arm of the chair. The atmosphere became tense and oppressive. He realized that they were both panting slightly, and his father was like hundreds and thousands of times in the past. He used the gaze of an officer training new recruits to stare at him coldly, as if he was going to take out a whip the next moment. But this time he held his head high and puffed out his chest. He met the officer's gaze without flinching. After a while his father, whose cheeks were twitching, forced out a sentence from between his teeth. "Because you are of my blood." His father exhaled. For some reason, his father slowly relaxed his stiff expression, relaxed his tense tone, and even averted his gaze, which was a rare sight to him. "I think that you should be the one to choose." "My son," his father said stiffly. He shuddered slightly. "Son? How strange. This isn't him." He looked at his father in front of him and said quietly. For many years, regardless of whether it was in public or private matters, his father, who was tough and rigid, had always called him by his name or title. Ever since his mother passed away, he had not called him that for a long time. "My son?" This made him not know how to face it for a while. Just like in the past, he was filled with anger, but at that moment, he could not find an opponent to vent it on. In the end, he could only force himself to snort coldly and turn his head in disdain. "So we still can't escape, right? Even if we moved out of the family's fief, came to the capital, joined the royal guards, and relied on ourselves for so many years," he said scornfully as he glanced at the schedule on the wall. "But we are still like animals in the wild who seek shelter from the rain. No matter where we go, there is always a dark cloud above our heads." His father looked at him quietly and sighed. His tone was a little tired. "No, we can't escape." The father and son were silent for a long time. "You have two choices. Accept your grandmother and cousin's conditions, and you can win a respectable title and fief. You can even become the next watchman, or even the captain of the guards." Finally his father sighed and spoke again. Perhaps it was because he stayed up late, but there was fatigue in his voice that could not be dispelled. "Or you can refuse." He cut off his father's words. "I refuse. I don't care about the title and the title," he said resolutely and left no room for doubt. He stared at his father without showing any signs of weakness. "I won't go back. I don't even want to have anything to do with them. That so-called family with a black heart," he thought coldly. His father frowned. "Even if this means that you might lose the competition to become the watchman of the royal guards, and that you will only be a small—" "Yes," he answered without hesitation. This time his father stared at him for a long time. For a long time. During that time his father's gaze changed a few times. His emotions were unclear. But he also stared at him quietly without wavering. Finally his father averted his gaze. "Very good." His father snorted softly, and his voice became much lighter. "Then don't go back." This surprised him quite a bit. In his memories, his father had never given up so quickly when they were in a fight. He could only cross his arms again, and work hard to get rid of the anger that he had nowhere to vent. He felt that the air on that day was particularly unsuitable for him. The two of them seemed to be a little awkward. They were silent for a few seconds. "All right." His father cleared his throat. "Then today's report is over. You can leave." His father sat up straight and said faintly, "Vanguard Quill Barney." In an instant, his father's expression became cold again. It made him almost unable to believe that the tired father who called himself his son just now was the same person as the cold, indifferent, and stern officer now. He stood up stiffly and felt that the disdain and resentment that had not disappeared from his body had found an outlet again. "All right." He also returned to his most habitual tone. Before he left the night shift's room, he glanced at his father one last time and closed the door coldly. Sir, Vice Captain Quill Barney. Crack. The door to the night shift's room was closed with a bang, and Barney Jr. was jolted awake from his muddled memories. He gradually regained his senses and felt that he was moving. Thanks, Sunset, you're better now. I thought we were going to lose you. It was Nalji's voice. There was a faint joy in his voice. It was hazy, as if it came from afar. It did not sound real. Lose me? Am I still dreaming? Barney Jr. tried to open his eyes, but he groaned in pain. His eyes hurt, and when he opened them he cried. There was also a strange buzzing sound in his ears. What's going on? Nalji, put me down. He endured the pain and opened his eyes. He could only see a blurry light and shadows. He could vaguely see a small team formed by a few people fumbling about as they moved forward. He was among them. He was supported by Nalji as he staggered forward. No, I don't think you can stand steadily now, sir. Nalji sounded a little tired, and his footsteps were not very steady. Barney Jr. shook his head hard. Although the ringing in his ears did not subside and his eyes were still in pain, he had regained some of his consciousness. He could vaguely see Belden's back as he staggered in front of him. He remembered some things. The prison of bones, Zacriel, and the alchemy ball. Where are we? Hell's River? Barney Jr. accidentally stepped on a piece of gravel and staggered. A somewhat unfamiliar, but somewhat familiar voice of a teenager came from behind him weakly. Of course not. We need to take a boat to Hell's River. Barney Jr. furrowed his eyebrows. He extracted a name from his slowly recovering memories. It's him. Before he could turn around, the owner of the voice staggered towards him. It was a pathetic teenager. He was covered in blood, and there was a frighteningly red and swollen cheek. He had his left hand on the shoulder of an impatient red-haired young man, and in his right hand was a smooth long sword that shone with a silver light. He limped. Is he all right? When he heard the teenager's words, Nalji frowned and turned to Barney Jr. He extended his hand and shook it. Can you see me clearly, Barney? Barney Jr.? Barney Bunny? How many fingers do I have now? Damn it. This talkative guy. When I recover. Barney Jr. blinked furiously, but he still could not blink away the blurry double image in his eyes. But he did see Nalji. 4. He snorted softly and said in annoyance. But, do you mean the one on the left or the one on the right? Nalji raised his eyebrows and retracted 2 of his fingers. He hummed happily. He patted Barney Jr.'s arm and turned to the teenager. He flashed his teeth happily. It's okay. He's fine. The teenager also raised his eyebrows and turned his head around. What the F***ck do you mean by fine? At that moment, wow. In front of them, the person supported by Belden suddenly spoke loudly. He was surprised and delighted. I think I heard a voice. His voice was so loud that it reverberated through the tunnel and stimulated their eardrums. It shocked everyone. A huge commotion broke out in the tunnel. Most of them were complaining in dissatisfaction. For a period of time, the tunnel was filled with wails. Oh my God, make him shut up. Knock this bastard out. Boo-hoo. Chop him up. However, Tardin, who was supported by Belden, continued to shout happily. Hey Nalji, great poet, hurry up and say something. I think my hearing is recovering. His voice became louder and louder. The entire group swayed as if they had been hit by an earthquake. Beside Barney, Nalji shuddered violently. Damn it, lower your voice, Tardin. My ears hurt when you talk. But Tardin did not seem to have any self-awareness. Ha. He turned his head around with a puzzled expression and opened his mouth in an exaggerated manner. What did you say? What hurts? Can you speak louder? His voice lingered in the air, and it was deafening. The group wailed loudly again. Don't talk to me. Nalji covered his ears in pain. His voice also became louder. Even now, I still see double and I still bump into walls when I walk. The more Barney Jr. listened, the more agitated he became, but he slowly calmed down. They were all there. Quiet. Barney Jr. found that his sense of balance was recovering, so he slowly steadied his footsteps and removed some of his weight from Nalji's shoulders. What happened? Barney Jr. knew who he should ask. He turned to the teenager beside him. Your Highness, that alchemy ball. What's going on? Beside him was Thales Jadestar, whose eyes were also glazed over. He grimaced in pain and yawned. He exchanged glances with Wuxia beside him and smiled at him rather awkwardly. That's... Thales paused for a moment. You saw it. Thales shrugged. The sudden movement made Quick Rope and him sway. They clumsily held onto the wall so that they would not fall. That alchemy ball is a... Thales racked his brains and finally found a word that was easy to understand. What do you mean, flash bomb? Flash? Barney Jr. was silent. He mulled over the word for a while. Flash bomb. Thales frowned and looked at the royal guards who were shaking their heads like a group of drunkards as they supported each other to go home. It's not just a flash. There might be some sound effects from a stun grenade. I only regained my hearing after a few minutes. It's still buzzing. And that light. Thales closed his eyes in frustration. Even though I covered my eyes in advance, it still hurts. Barney Jr. was silent for a while before he asked the question he was most concerned about. What about him? The group fell silent. They knew what he was going to ask. Thales glanced at Barney Jr. and saw anxiety and longing on his face. Barney Jr. had a bad feeling. Tell me, what about him? The vanguard frowned. Did you kill him? Barney, about that, Nalji said in a troubled manner. Zacriel? Barney Jr. quickly asked. What happened to him? The group was silent for a while. In the end, Belden still spoke. Let's put it this way. The penal officer's calm voice rose. It sounded like he had not recovered from the shock of the alchemy ball. Zacriel's senses and attention were more sensitive than ours, and he was also more focused. After he lost his sight and hearing, he was more affected than anyone else. He roared at the air. Barney Jr. felt that something was amiss. He cast aside these details and asked directly, Did you kill him? The entire group froze because of his question. Samuel, who was at the forefront, coughed and said faintly, He went crazy. He's gone berserk. But his battle instincts are still there, and he's even more aggressive. Swinging his weapon madly, Samuel panted, as if he was relieving the pain in his eardrums. You should have seen how he was at that time. He searched for every living thing without a care for his life, and tried to cut everything within a 2-meter radius into pieces. Nalji tried to get close, and he almost got his head chopped off. As for me, Samuel patted the bloody bandage on his left arm and sighed. Barney Jr. paused for a while and gritted his teeth. Long-range attacks? Belden shook his head and said softly, We tried. I've tried. That guy is Tardan's fake nephew. Do you remember him? He tried to shoot an arrow from a distance, aiming for Zacriel's head. I don't know why, but he missed. He only shot his shoulder. Thales felt Barney Jr.'s gaze on him. Quick Rope, who helped him move forward, lowered his body and lowered his head in fear, as if he wanted to stuff his entire head into Thales' arms. Missed? Barney Jr. stared blankly at Quick Rope, who lowered his head in embarrassment. Belden sighed and said, Zacriel felt pain. Zacriel felt the pain, and felt the direction of the arrow. He ran into the darkness in the opposite direction. Barney Jr.'s expression froze. Tell me. After a while, Barney Jr. stared at the darkness under his feet and said in a daze, You killed him. No one spoke, and Thales subconsciously fell one step behind him. Many of the royal guards also lowered their heads. Barney Jr. exhaled heavily and gritted his teeth. Why? He stomped his foot so hard that Nalji, who was beside him, staggered. Why? Why didn't you chase after him and kill him? His tone was filled with hatred, and his voice was loud. It was so loud that everyone's fragile eardrums hurt again. Barney. Belden spoke calmly. The power of that alchemy ball was extraordinary. We were also affected by it quite a bit. Many people, including Quick Rope, instinctively stared at Thales. The prince could not help but raise his eyebrows. What does this have to do with me? For a few minutes, all of us were deaf. It was as if someone was blowing a conch in our heads. We had problems with our balance, and when we stood up and took 3 steps, our heads would sway. Belden sighed and said, Even if our situation was better than Zacriel's, it still took us quite some time to stand up and escape down here. Barney Jr. stared at Belden in disbelief, then at the others, but many of them turned their heads away from his gaze. "Don't worry," Samuel said softly. "Zacriel's senses are more sensitive than ours, and he was more affected. I guess he needs more time to recover compared to us. He might not be able to fully recover. At least we're still alive." Barney Jr. fell silent and lowered his head quietly. The entire team continued to move forward slowly. Then where did it come from? Just when Thales thought that everything was over, Barney Jr. suddenly spoke. "Alchemy ball?" Thales' eyelids twitched, and he exchanged glances with Quick Rope. What do I say? It's the Jade Star royal family. They always have some reserves," Thales said hesitantly. Barney Jr. frowned. "Why didn't you use it earlier? Or just give it to us?" Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Then he relaxed them and said confidently, "Isn't it the best time to release it when he's fully focused? If I waited until Zacriel saw it before I threw it, I don't think it would be so effective. Am I supposed to tell you that it's because I forgot to use it earlier?" Fortunately, Barney Jr. pondered for a while and stopped asking. Thales retracted his resentful gaze. Besides, everyone, including Zacriel and Quick Rope, thought that it was a powerful explosive alchemy ball, just like the one Raphael used in the secret tunnel in Dragon Cloud City. But in reality, "Hey, how do you know that this alchemy ball only has flashes and sounds?" As expected, Quick Rope poked his ribs restlessly and whispered. "When Stake took it out, he clearly said," Thales sighed in his heart. "See, this is my biggest concern. I just know." Thales smiled and shrugged with a look that said, "I'm very knowledgeable. I know that this thing is not fatal." Quick Rope frowned when he saw this. "But what if it's the kind that explodes? You must know that there are no obvious markings on alchemy balls. Only a few people." The rookie mercenary looked at him in dissatisfaction. "Many years ago, I saw one." Thales coughed softly and stopped the topic. "It's not. The Jade Star royal family has a long history, and they have a way to identify alchemy balls." He smiled mysteriously. "Just like how our blood is golden." Quick Rope put on a disgusted expression that said, "Forget it if you don't want to say it." He turned his head around in boredom. Thales sighed in relief. Indeed, when he faced this alchemy ball that Stake used to threaten him and Zacriel, he was also trembling in fear at first. But all the mysteries were revealed after he found the anchor point, and rationally entered a state of losing control. In that magical state, Thales saw the inner layer of the alchemy ball clearly. It was a ball of spinning energy, and at that time, he vaguely knew that the spinning energy inside was actually very empty. Even if all of it was released, it would at most send a few feet of dust flying away. More importantly, there are no obvious markings. In fact, when Thales' vision penetrated the inner layer of the metal shell, he found that there were a few words in the language of the modern empire that he was not familiar with engraved on the inner layer of the metal shell, that could not be seen from the mysterious alchemy ball. Blinding glare XX film plus XXXX film. Alchemy tower, Battle Wizard XX honorable product, XX no. E1109-8-17 creator. First class XX master D. Charlton. Used to suppress perception, XX suppression, XXXX, XX etc. Unified XX, limited to use in the tower, strictly prohibited from exporting XX. Prohibited areas include, but are not limited to Soul Tower, Bright God Church, XXX, The Third Ring, Hell's Gate, XXXX, Temple of Knights, The Empire and XXXXX. This strange line of words contained a lot of information, such as the creator's surname. There were also a lot of unfamiliar terms in it, but it was enough for Thales to understand its function. Hence, when he thought of what he could use to restrain Zacriel, who had outstanding perception, it came in handy. Quick Rope frowned and said thoughtfully, "That's right. So just now Stake threatened you with a fake bargaining chip and threw us around in circles?" "It seems so." When Thales thought of the cunning Stake, he shook his head in annoyance. "Actually, it's not wrong. I should have thought of it a long time ago. How could someone like him have the courage to die together with us?" At this moment, thud. Thales was the first to be shocked. Under the torment of that XX film, everyone's speed of recovery was different. They supported each other as they moved forward unsteadily. But at this moment, almost everyone tensed up. Asterisk thud thud, thud. Asterisk behind the team, in the dark tunnel, a series of undisguised footsteps suddenly sounded. Asterisk thud 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 star. Chapter 457. Asterisk thud thud, thud. Asterisk perhaps it was because his damaged hearing had just recovered not long ago. But the sudden footsteps in the dark dungeon were exceptionally frightening. The royal guards, who were not in good condition, reacted very quickly. All of them immediately extinguished their torches and held their breaths. Pursuers? So fast? This was the first thought that appeared in Thales's mind after he was chased continuously for half a month. Asterisk thud thud, thud. Asterisk Belden made a light gesture, and the entire royal guards quietly and swiftly spread out to both sides of the tunnel. They found a spot for an ambush, held their weapons in their hands, and were ready for battle. Thales was pressed behind Barney Jr., and even Quick Rope was pulled into a corner by Bruley. Asterisk thud thud, thud. Asterisk the footsteps drew closer, and the corner of the tunnel gradually lit up with torches. The prince did not need to listen to know that everyone's hearts were slowly racing. In the dark, Belden aimed his sword at the corner and prepared to strike suddenly. Then, the owner of the footsteps appeared from the corner with a torch in his hand. Cannon! Nalji was the first to shout in surprise. Stand down. When he saw who it was, Belden breathed a sigh of relief. He patted the nervous Barney Jr. behind him and said gently, "It's Cannon. Our scouting cavalier trailing behind us." The royal guards released a long sigh of relief, put away their weapons, and lit their torches. "It's Cannon." Thales also let go of his nervousness and anticipation. "It's not him." Cannon, one of the 7 royal guards who had just turned the corner with a torch in his hand, looked at everyone's expressions and understood something. "You know, you almost scared the sh*t out of us." Nalji shrugged. He looked as if he had just escaped from a difficult situation and punched Cannon's chest. Cannon shuddered a little and lowered his head. "I'm sorry, my ears haven't fully recovered." Cannon pointed at his left ear and winced a little. "I can only control my footsteps based on habit. And my scouting skills have also regressed." Barney Jr. patted his shoulder. He seemed to be very pleased. "No, you did very well, Cannon, as always." Barney Jr. forced himself to smile. "How are things at the back?" When they heard this, the royal guard's expressions froze slightly. Cannon handed the torch to Nalji. His expression was stern. He should have recovered some of his sight, and perhaps his hearing. He treated his wounds, lit a torch, and moved along the wall. He didn't move fast, but he paused for a moment and looked at the crowd. "He's chasing in the right direction. Am I on the right track?" Everyone's expression changed. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He knew who Cannon was talking about. "I left a few traps, but I don't think they can delay him for too long. Zakriel is familiar with all the tricks of the Vanguard Division." Cannon's voice became more dejected. The atmosphere became heavy and stiff. Barney Jr. was silent. He seemed to be thinking. "Can we ambush him?" Belden asked with a frown. "I don't think so." The second logistics officer, Heir, shook his head. "I don't need an assessment to know that this is not the best time for us to face the enemy. If we hope that Zakriel's condition is worse than ours, we will lose even more." Tardin ended the suggestion with a sigh. The guards' expressions became even gloomier, and this made Thales secretly realize that he was in trouble. Nalji observed everyone's expressions and coughed. "Everyone, I don't think the most important thing right now is to fight head-on against Zakriel. In fact, I think we should avoid him if we can." Thales noticed that even though Nalji was looking at everyone when he said this, his gaze always drifted to the quiet Barney Jr., as if he knew that this was the key. Everyone was smart enough not to say anything. They just waited for the Vanguard's decision. Finally, after a brief change between Barney Jr.'s eyebrows, he raised his head, exhaled, and said, "Nalji is right." Thales swore that he felt the crowd more or less heave a sigh of relief. "From now on, our first goal is no longer to kill Zakriel." Barney Jr. turned to Thales. His eyes shone with a strange light. "Instead, it is to protect His Highness." Thales' eyebrows twitched. He awkwardly returned a friendly smile to a few pairs of gazes that were directed at him. Perhaps you should be glad that they are still quite loyal? Quick Rope whispered to Thales. No, not completely loyal. Thales stared back at Barney Jr.'s expectant gaze and said in his heart. Then let us seize the moment. We will no longer rest and continue moving downwards. Samuel, the leader, walked forward and glanced at Barney Jr. Maybe we can find the exit before he catches up to us. Barney Jr. frowned. Wait, go downwards? He looked at his other colleagues in surprise. Aren't we going to the surface? After Belden sighed and Samuel explained the whole story in a cold tone, Barney Jr.'s face darkened. But when he saw the slightly troubled expressions on the others' faces, he did not say anything. He only clenched his fists and urged everyone to continue moving downwards. Hence, the royal guards and the two princes continued moving forward. But this time, their footsteps were much faster. You better find the so-called exit, Samuel. Barney Jr. walked to the front of the group and stood beside Samuel. He suppressed his emotions and spoke in a calm tone. But Thales could feel the vanguard's dissatisfaction. Otherwise, everything we do today will be meaningless. Surprisingly, Samuel did not refute him. He only cast a profound glance at Barney Jr. and continued moving forward. The group of people walked quietly in the deep darkness. They felt less relaxed and more solemn. Samuel led the way forward. While he recalled what Ricky told him, he discussed their route with Penal Officer Belden, who had some understanding of the prison of bones behind him. Barney Jr. occasionally joined the discussion, but his communication with Samuel was still stiff. Behind the vanguard were Thales and Quick Rope, who were trembling in fear. Nalji and Heir stood guard beside them. Bruley and Tardin, who could not speak, stood behind them like two iron walls, acting as a second barrier. Cannon was still at the back of the group, constantly paying attention to the movements behind him. In a few minutes, they walked down many stone steps and finally arrived at the empty hall on the last floor. The moment the torches illuminated their surroundings, everyone's expressions froze. Corpses. Corpses all over the floor. They were the Disaster Swords mercenaries. There were more than 20 of them, and they were scattered all over the floor. The blood that flowed out from the corner of the wall in the distance to the floor tiles under their feet was enough to soak the entire hall. These people died in different ways. Some died from decapitation, some had their throats slit, some had their necks broken in an irregular shape, some had their bodies pierced by crossbow bolts, and there were even some who had been nailed into the wall by a terrifyingly large axe. Without exception, their faces were still filled with terror before they died. When he saw the scene before him, Thales almost thought that the blood mystic had returned. This guy died from his companion's sword. This one has 7 or 8 wounds. He should have been held hostage and used as a human shield. As for the one on the wall, he should have been unlucky enough to bump into the axe beside him when he was attacking. Barney Jr. swept his gaze past the corpses with a stern expression. His expression was not very natural. It's Zacriel. It's his warm-up work when he was just released from prison. Samuel stared expressionlessly at the faces of the corpses that he was either familiar or unfamiliar with. He stepped over a corpse whose abdomen had been cut open. Nalji gulped softly. As the guards moved forward, the puddles of blood on the ground grew from sparse to dense. In the end they pointed to a tunnel. Thales stared at the dark tunnel that led to Zacriel's prison. He looked at the blood in front of him and frowned deeply. He remembered that he and Yodel had sneaked out of Zacriel's prison through that tunnel. And after they left, he remembered that Zacriel had said that the Disaster Swords ran away. Ran away? They must have thought that they had the advantage in numbers, and that there was only one of them, so they swarmed forward. Belden raised his torch and looked at the hellish scene. He shook his head slowly. But this time, they don't know what they're facing. 40 white blade guards. Arg. Quick Rope mumbled subconsciously with a ghastly pale face. He accidentally stepped on a blood clot that might have been an intestine or something else. Chaos of armies. Thales muttered the term in his heart. His nerves tensed up. He stepped over a mercenary who had a crossbow bolt stuck in his left eye socket. Nalji kicked away a corpse who had a short knife stabbed into his chest. He sighed and said, "I'm guessing. He's still considered polite to us, isn't he?" No one answered him. Samuel walked past the crimson tunnel that led to Zacriel's prison and lit up another fork in the road. Ricky said that this leads to the storage room. Thales turned around and tried his best not to look at the mess on the ground. He looked at the square tunnel that looked like it was left for the transportation of goods. Compared to the other two roads, it was inconspicuous. Ricky said that the Alchemy Tower has a secret tradition, to always be prepared for war. Samuel's expression was complicated, and the storage room is one of them. He raised his torch, strode forward, and took the lead to walk into the tunnel. The remaining guards looked at each other at a loss. Barney Jr. cast a glance behind him, sighed, and followed. The others shrugged in resignation and entered the tunnel in a single file. How did you know about this place? How did you know about the secret that even the kingdom has not discovered? Did you find a forbidden wizard's handbook? Barney Jr. pushed aside a thick spider web and carefully illuminated the area. The place where Ricky came from has some research on these things. Samuel did not even turn his head as he walked forward. Based on his hateful tone, they might have been wizards' enemies, or at least they used to study how to deal with wizards and magic. When he heard this, Thales frowned slightly. The place where Ricky came from. This means that the way the disaster swords organize themselves is not that pure. At least, many of them joined halfway. Then, how did the one you mentioned, Ricky, end up becoming a disaster sword? Barney Jr. asked. I don't know. Every scion from the outer tower has their own story, especially the leader. Most of them are filled with bitterness and difficulties. Samuel shook his head. Including you, right? Barney Jr. said with a profound meaning. In the face of the seemingly hostile prying, Samuel's footsteps paused for a moment. But he only hesitated for a fraction of a second. What about you? Samuel walked over a short flight of 3 steps and said airily. If you can get out, what will you do? Escort this prince to the capital, assist him, watch him ascend the throne, and fulfill your oath as a Praetorian guard? When they heard this, all the members of the royal guards froze for a moment. Thales endured the people's gazes that drifted towards him out of nowhere, and he suddenly felt awkward. Barney Jr. was silent for a few seconds. That's not all. Those brothers who died in vain. They must be held accountable. Barney Jr.'s words echoed in the dusty and cobweb-filled tunnel. There was an unshakable determination in them. The truth of that year must be revealed to the world. Thales shuddered slightly. The truth of that year. The guards were silent. Bruley snorted softly, but the meaning behind his words was unclear. Nalji immediately patted him. But Samuel responded to Barney with a sarcastic tone. The truth? Are you talking about what Zacriel said about the cooperation between the late king and the Calamities? He sneered at the front of the group. If that is true, based on my understanding of Kessel, he would never admit it, whether it is from the perspective of Constellation or the royal family. Samuel's words were very cold. He would rather all of you be buried in the grave forever, along with the secret and disgrace, never to be known, even if you saved his precious son. As soon as he said this, the royal guards became even more silent. For a moment, only hurried footsteps could be heard. Barney did not answer. Thales pursed his lips. He felt a little melancholy in his heart. He knew that what Samuel said was very likely to be the truth. He wanted to say something, or at least refute Samuel and motivate the others. But what could he say? When I return to the capital, I will work hard to vindicate all of you. Thales thought of King Kessel's cold face and the Black Prophet's gloomy gaze. He pursed his lips again. He felt that his tongue was heavy, and he felt sad. Quick Rope obviously understood the atmosphere very well. He hid behind Thales obediently and did not dare to breathe loudly. Nalji coughed. Heir Barney? His voice rang behind Thales, and it sounded a little shaky. I was thinking that maybe we need to hide part of the truth. At this moment, Barney Jr. suddenly spoke and interrupted Nalji. That's why we need this prince even more. Thales was stunned. He looked through the crowd and saw Barney Jr.'s back, but the latter did not turn around. He only stubbornly walked forward. Barney Jr. said airily, he is luckier than us. He is luckier than the former king and the former princes. He was born after the tragedy, and he is not shrouded in the shadows of the past. I believe that compared to the king on the throne and the princes in Renaissance Palace, he is more qualified to handle this matter properly and reveal the truth of the past. Just like just now, if he was unwilling to abandon his companions, then he would definitely understand us. He understands the souls of the deceased 18 years ago, and the grievances they suffered during these 18 years. The breathing of the guards became disorderly. During the arduous trek, some of their footsteps even strayed from their original rhythm. Thales listened to his words and endured the gazes that drifted to his front and back. He only felt that his shoulders were getting heavier. At least, I believe that he can find the best way to reveal the truth for us and preserve the reputation of the royal family. Barney Jr.'s voice was intermittent, and he sounded like he was having a hard time speaking. No matter how difficult it is and how long it takes. Many sighs came from the group. Thales lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking. Only Quickrope patted his back gently and sighed so softly that it was almost inaudible. "This is why you do your best to protect him," Samuel said airily. His tone seemed to be even more tired than before. "You see him as your savior? You see him as the savior of the royal guards?" Thales was dazed for a moment. Barney Jr. snorted, and there was a hint of loneliness in his voice. "At least," he said absent-mindedly, "I hope that the 45 royal guards who were imprisoned that year, including us, will no longer have to bear the shame of collaborating with the enemy and committing treason. The entire royal guards will no longer have to suffer torment and bear the brand of punishment for one person's heinous crime. They will not be able to die in peace even after 18 years. We will no longer have to cry at night, tremble in nightmares, and rot in guilt." Many of the guards turned their heads and looked at the two sides of the tunnel. It seemed like there was something worth observing there. There was a hint of relief in Barney Jr.'s voice. "That's enough." Samuel did not reply to him. Everyone's footsteps remained the same, but Thales felt that his footsteps had become heavier. Barney Jr. took a deep breath, as if he had recovered from his emotions just now. His tone became a little louder. "So yes, we will wash away the stain on us and return to Eternal Star City with dignity. At least, we will be able to see our families again." There was a hint of hope in his voice. "I remember that Heir had a daughter who was just born." Heir, who was walking behind him, sighed. At this moment, Barney Nalji suddenly spoke. His tone was very dejected and terrified, like a lost child. "Then, what about Zacriel?" When they heard this name, even the light around them seemed to have dimmed for a second. After a while, Barney Jr.'s tone became cold, as it should be. "Ah, that traitor," he snorted softly. His words were filled with strong disdain and hatred that could not be erased. "Zacriel's shameful deeds must and will definitely be made known to the public. All of Constellation and the entire world will know of his evil and shameless deeds. He will pay for his betrayal." The guards were once again immersed in the cold. It was as if Barney Jr.'s words through gritted teeth caused the temperature around them to drop. Regardless of whether he was alive or dead, he will forever bear the infamy and torment of a traitor. Thales sensed that Nalji wanted to say something but did not. Barney Jr. snorted coldly. "Instead we will eventually find him and find peace, be it ours or his." Nalji took a deep breath. "But Zacriel, after all, he was once one of us. He was also one of the royal guards." His tone was filled with hesitation and pain. Everyone was silent. Barney Jr. frowned. "What do you mean?" Thales saw Nalji lower his head. His entire body trembled. "I think, be it him or us, everyone has suffered enough injuries." He seemed to be enduring something. With great difficulty, he squeezed out a few emotional words. Chapter 458. Brothers killing each other? Barney Jr. paused for a moment. His gaze was unfocused. It was as if he was recalling the past. When they heard this, the expressions of the guards varied. Belden and Heir were silent. Tardin snorted coldly. Bruley squeaked anxiously. Cannon, who was walking at the back, even lost his composure and let out an ah. Nalji held the torch in pain. The light flickered. "Barney, please, after we go out, can we just forget about it?" Barney Jr.'s frown deepened. He seemed to be unable to understand. "Forget about it?" Nalji hummed in acknowledgement. His words traveled in the tunnel, and there was a vague emptiness in them. You know, find a place, live the rest of your life in peace, forget Zakriel, forget him. As he listened to their conversation, Thales suddenly felt that the atmosphere had become a little off. As expected, in the next moment, Barney Jr.'s voice suddenly rose. Forget him? His footsteps paused for a few seconds. The group behind him was also thrown into disarray. What about the 37 brothers who died in prison? Barney Jr. snorted hatefully. What about the people who died in Renaissance Palace? What about the old captain, Tony, and my father? He held his sword and shield tightly. There was indescribable misery and anger in his voice. What about His Majesty and the princes? What about the blood that flowed in the kingdom? Nalji fell silent for a moment after he was rebuked. Belden patted Barney Jr.'s shoulder worriedly. The latter shook his head to show that he was fine. He then continued walking and caught up with Samuel. However, just when the worried Thales thought that everything had returned to normal, Nalji's faint voice traveled into his ears again. But Barney, have you ever thought about those who died? Maybe they... Nalji paused for a moment before he said with great reluctance, maybe they don't want to see us take revenge on each other and kill each other. Maybe they just want to rest in peace. They just want us to live in peace. They just want everything to go with the wind. Thales frowned. The atmosphere was becoming more and more off. Nalji. Tardan could not help but say, stop talking. Nalji fell silent. Barney Jr. snorted softly. Gone with the wind. He stared at the torch beside him and slowly became perplexed. Then he became determined. When my father's arms were broken, his blood was drained, and his eyes were wide open in pain like a stray dog on the roadside. When he lay on the floor that was dyed red and buried under the piles of dead bodies, he did not look like he had gone with the wind. Barney Jr.'s words were filled with anger and pain. The breathing in the tunnel became erratic. There's also the torture that the 40-odd of us have gone through over a dozen years, the pain that we've faced. For more than a decade, the illusions you've seen, the past you've dreamed of, the future you've imagined. Think about it again. Zakriel is the culprit behind all of this, but he escaped punishment, deceived the world, and got away with it. Ask yourselves, Nalji, can you really make all of this go with the wind? Then, you can live the rest of your life in peace and confidence? His every word caused the guards to be slightly moved. No. At least I can't. And this is not a case of brothers killing each other. Barney Jr. said softly. When Zakriel, abandoned his oath, betrayed the late king, and raised his blade against us. Barney Jr. drew his sword and said coldly, as if he had thrown away his last shred of emotion, he will no longer be our brother. The coldness in and out of his words made Nalji tremble slightly. We will do everything in our power to find him, capture him, and kill him, no matter where we are, be it in the mountains, in the oceans, at the ends of the earth, or in hell on earth. As he walked forward, Barney Jr.'s sword sliced through the wall, and it brought with it a sound that was as terrifying as his tone. We will force Zakriel to give us an answer, and make him witness his own fate. We will see how his sins and debts in the past will be repaid one by one. At that moment, Barney Jr. gritted his teeth. The traitor must pay the price. Nalji's voice rose again. This time, there was a hint of anxiety and pleading in his voice. But Barney, be it your father or the old captain, they wouldn't want this kind of revenge. Nalji. Tardan seemed to be unable to stand Nalji's untimely advice anymore. Shut up. But Barney Jr.'s emotions seemed to have been stirred up by Nalji. He sneered and said, revenge? No, this is definitely not just revenge. Barney Jr. stared at the darkness in front of him with a frosty gaze. This is the responsibility of us survivors. It is our duty, our burden, and the meaning of our lives. Only by doing so can we face our hearts without shame or regret in the days and nights to come. Nalji no longer responded seriously. He only gulped and said in a downcast manner, is that so? There was a hint of confusion and sadness in his voice. At that moment, Samuel stopped moving. We found it, he said hoarsely. Thales was shocked. He quickly raised his head, and only then did he realize that they had arrived at a brand new room. The others also snapped out of the unpleasant conversation just now and looked around in surprise. Even as prisoners, they never had the chance to visit the bottom floor of the prison. Under the illumination of the firelight, the room seemed very empty. There was nothing on the ground except for collapsed wood and stones. However, there was an empty shelf standing diagonally in the corner of the wall. The material of the shelf was unknown. Obviously, there used to be countless shelves here, and they stored an abundance of resources. The storage room of the alchemy tower. But now, where's the exit? Barney Jr. asked in puzzlement as he looked at the empty walls. Samuel's expression was solemn. He walked straight to the wall opposite the passage. Do you see this wall? If Ricky is right, this is a door. Samuel exhaled. Excitement rose in his eyes. The exit is hidden here. When the entire underground fortress is unfortunately lost, the remaining wizards will retreat to the storage room, and they will still have a final way to escape. Everyone, including Thales, walked forward in amazement and touched the dusty wall. It was rough to the touch, and it had a long history. This huge, spacious wall that didn't even have any joints was actually a door? Oh. Now we only need to find that special, hidden keyhole. Samuel's tone was filled with hope. Open this door. He turned to Thales. Since you can let them out, Your Highness. I believe that the key is definitely on you. Everyone looked at Thales. Samuel's invasive gaze made Thales very uncomfortable. But with the urgent task at hand, the teenager only snorted softly before he took out the strange, long key from his bosom and handed it to Samuel. But an accident happened. The moment Thales extended his palm, another hand swiftly intercepted him from the side. Under the watchful eyes of the royal guards, that person snatched the key. The sudden change stunned everyone. Thud. The person who snatched the key moved without hesitation. He knocked Heir and Tardin away, widened the distance between them, turned around and raised his sword. He looked at the stunned crowd while he panted. What? Thales stared at that person in surprise. He believed that it was not that the guards could not react, but that they did not expect. Why is it him? But Barney Jr. was the first to react. He instinctively shouted the name of the robber. Nalji, what are you doing? Before Thales' eyes, he was incredibly shocked to see the chatterbox of the royal guards. Nalji, who had always seemed lively and interesting, was holding the key to the dungeon in one hand and the longsword in the other. He trembled as he stared at the other guards. It was as if he had drawn a line between them. Nalji. It's him. I'm sorry, Barney. Nalji shuddered. His face was full of pain and hesitation. There was also a complicated hatred in his eyes. He stared straight at Barney. But Nalji's breathing trembled. His eyes were empty. But I can't let you open this door. Thales noticed in surprise that Nalji was very abnormal at that moment. His humor and optimism when they first met were completely gone. His face was pale, and his gaze was dull. It was as if he had become a different person. Barney Jr. stared at him in disbelief. What? Nalji sucked in a deep breath with great force. His eyebrows twitched, and his cheeks twitched, as if he was fighting against something. The words he said were incoherent and illogical. I'm sorry, everyone. He shouted until his voice cracked. The tip of his sword trembled as he pointed at everyone. But I can't let you, especially not Barney, go up. This change of events caused the rest of the royal guards to be dumbfounded. Samuel's eyebrows were furrowed tightly. Tardin and Heir looked at each other worriedly. Brulee's whimpers became more agitated. Cannon looked as if he had seen a ghost. Belden clenched his teeth. Nalji, what's wrong with you? Are you sick again? Tardin tried his best to tone down the nervousness in his voice as he asked tentatively. Sick again? Thales' heart tensed. Nalji stared at the nervous Tardin. Pain and regret first appeared in his eyes. A second later, his twitching cheeks curved and he smiled strangely. Haha, maybe, but I think I can't take it anymore. Can't take it anymore? When they saw Nalji's abnormal behavior, the royal guards burst into an uproar. Belden wanted to approach him quietly, but he was forced back by Nalji's trembling sword tip. Nalji, what happened? Heir asked with a gloomy expression. Nalji shuddered again. He stared at the key in his hand before he looked at Barney. What happened? What happened? He raised his head and flashed an ugly and pained smile. I can't let that idiot Barney go out and mess up everything. Everything is going well. I can't let him go up just like that and do what he said. Whether it's for the living or the dead. When Barney Jr. heard this, he stared at Thales with a ghastly pale face. Thales still stared at Nalji in shock. This former member of the Royal Guards was the first to come to him during the rescue operation. He was clearly very normal just a moment ago, wasn't he? He was still arguing with Barney about whether he should take revenge or let go. But why now? Nalji. Based on his previous experience of comforting Zakriel, Thales handed the long sword to Quick Rope and carefully raised his hands to show that he was not hostile. He said gently, "Listen to me, calm down, okay? So what did you see?" But it would have been better if he did not speak. The moment he spoke, Nalji shuddered again and turned his head swiftly towards Thales. "Your Highness, why?" Nalji's face was contorted, and he sounded like he was about to cry. Thales was stunned. Before his eyes, Nalji was staring at him with an expression that he could not imagine. He looked like a believer who was begging for salvation. He also looked like a powerless mortal who was disappointed in life. His eyes were filled with despair and conflict. He could not understand it. "Why what?" Thales asked subconsciously. Nalji's face was full of despair, but he forced himself to laugh and said miserably, "We were already prepared to spend the rest of our lives in this hopeless hell and die in silence." His voice grew hoarser, and he sounded like he was about to tear his throat. "But why did you have to be cruel and indifferent here, in this hell? Your Highness, why did you come to us?" The more Nalji spoke, the more agitated he became. The tip of his sword trembled continuously, and Belden had to pull Thales back a little. "Why did you send us back to this unbearably ugly human world again?" Thales stared at him in a daze. "Why? What is he saying?" Nalji, Barney Jr., who had gone through shock and puzzlement, finally could not hold it in anymore. His impatience turned into anger. "Hand over the key. Don't forget, we are pressed for time, and we have a heavy responsibility." Barney Jr.'s eyes burned. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care what kind of madness you are going through. We did not stand here for 18 years just for ourselves. We did not live for our own feelings. If you still have a shred of respect for the deceased and your brothers and sisters, but against everyone's expectations, enough, cool son of *Th Barney." Nalji, who had always been fearful and submissive to Chief Vanguard Barney, exploded in the next moment. Nalji was agitated, and he roared hysterically, "You gutless bastard! Damn you, paranoid bastard! You are the most cruel and immoral murderer." Barney Jr. was instantly stunned. Murder? Murderer? In an instant, the resolute Vanguard felt his heart become a mess. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, Nalji's expression was ferocious, and he struggled. "It has been 18 years. He raised his sword, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a few words. "I've had enough of your self-righteousness and smart aleck." Nalji glared at the shocked Barney and pointed his sword at him. "I've had enough of your incessant preaching and declarations, day and night." Nalji sucked in a sharp breath, as if he wanted to vent all his discomfort and resentment. He roared loudly, "I've had enough of your resolute, unyielding, and exemplary demeanor." Nalji's eyes were red, and they were filled with tears. He breathed harshly. He seemed to be sobbing, but he also seemed to be angry. The Royal Guard seemed to have never seen Nalji like this before. All of them were caught off guard. But when he saw him like this, Thales felt puzzled from the bottom of his heart. That's not right. The sin of Hell's River surged into his brain. Thales began to force himself to recall. He recalled those abnormal things. From the moment he came to the prison of bones. All the factors, all the things, and all the logic. That's not right. From the moment he saw Zakriel, Nalji's attitude was very wrong. No, it's not just that place. Earlier. Nalji. At this moment, Thales spoke in a daze. That song. Nalji's pained and struggling expression froze. What? His shoulders trembled violently. His expression changed drastically, and his breathing became irregular. Thales remembered. He finally figured out what was wrong. In front of everyone, the teenager breathed absent-mindedly. He enunciated his speculations clearly. Just now, Zacriel said that he was the only one who knew the truth. And all the misfortune started when he failed to dissuade the old King Adi and stop him from marrying Queen Phiosa, a mystic who claimed to be his old friend. Nalji shuddered when he heard this. But Thales' voice also trembled slightly. He seemed to have thought of something terrifying. But that song. Thales stared at him in a daze. But when we met for the first time across the prison cell, that song you sang to appease Cannon. Barney Jr., Samuel Belden. The others frowned. That wasn't a coincidence, was it? At that moment, it was as if someone had pressed down on the air. Nalji's breathing instantly calmed down. In just a few seconds, Nalji's expression changed from despair and pain to sadness and relief. He closed his eyes and let his tears fall. In the next second, Nalji curled up the corners of his lips with great difficulty. "You are very sharp, Your Highness." Before everyone's incredulous gazes, Nalji let out a forlorn chuckle as tears rolled down his face. "No." Chapter 459. Thales fixed his gaze on Nalji and began to size up this person whom he had not paid much attention to previously. Nalji held the key to the prison of bones tightly. He looked panicked and miserable. In fact, when Ricky and his disaster swords found the prison cell, Nalji was the first one to speak. His voice always had a lazy, leisurely, and indolent tone, as if he had nothing to do with anything. But Thales did not remember when Nalji's voice began to lose its lazy tone. It became short, nervous, and uneasy. Now that he thought about it, it should have been when Zacriel appeared before them. But what made him react so strongly to the Night of Judgment's appearance? Was it pure fear and panic, or was it something else? The key Nalji? Barney Jr. only wavered for a second before he resolutely pulled his thoughts away from Nalji's seemingly profound words. He spoke in a commanding tone. Unfortunately, Nalji was no longer as obedient as before. "We have already escaped, the prince is safe, and Zacriel is free." Nalji moved the corners of his lips laboriously. The tip of the sword he pointed at the group trembled non-stop. It was as if he did not hear Barney Jr.'s orders. "Then, we just have to hide our identities and live the rest of our lives. Zacriel can do whatever he likes, and this young prince will return to Renaissance Palace to be the heir of the royal family. One day he will rule the world and become a hero of his generation. Isn't this good?" Nalji looked at Thales. His voice was pleading, which made the latter even more puzzled. "Isn't it a happy thing for everyone to bury the past that we cannot bear to look back on?" Right then, Nalji looked like a despairing wife questioning her heartless husband. In the end, he turned to Barney Jr. His eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. "But why are you so stubborn, Barney?" Nalji questioned Barney Jr. His abnormal behavior made many people uneasy. Belden's face was so serious that it looked like it was about to crack at the next moment. Tardin was bewildered, as if he was meeting Nalji for the first time. Heir lowered his head in deep thought. Samuel showed an expression that was even more surprised than when he learned that Zacriel was a traitor. Bruley, who could not speak, shook his head while he trembled. Cannon started mumbling incomprehensible words again. Not to mention Barney Jr. Thales guessed from the vanguard's trembling hand as he held his sword. It took him a lot of willpower to suppress the urge to stab his former comrade. "Why do you have to return to the capital? Why do you have to dig up the past?" Nalji's tone was tired and sorrowful. He sounded like a sinner who was being tortured before his execution. "Why do you insist on forcing Zacriel to a dead end and making things go out of hand?" At this moment Nalji, who had turned into a pacifist, looked terrified. He turned his head and looked around the group with a pleading gaze. In the next second, Barney Jr. seemed to have run out of patience. The tip of his sword went straight for Nalji's left hand. He wanted to seize the key while Nalji was unprepared, until another sword slashed out from the side and pressed against Barney's throat with a cold gleam. Quickrope cried out in surprise. Almost in an instant, several of the royal guards subconsciously raised their weapons and faced each other in the wind. When Thales came back to his senses, He was shocked to find that the situation had become a little abnormal. The tip of Barney Jr.'s sword was pointed at Nalji's left hand, and his throat was pressed against Samuel's sword. Belden and Tardin responded faithfully. They used their axes and swords to block Samuel, who had suddenly turned against them. Cannon seemed to be terrified. He raised his weapon, but he did not know why. Bruley squeaked anxiously. Heir stood by the side and held his dart tightly in his hand. Thales was dazed by the sudden split of the guards, and he could not quite grasp the situation at that moment. He could only exchange a glance with the equally confused Quick Rope. What is the meaning of this, Samuel? Barney Jr. stared at the key in Nalji's hand. He felt the coldness in his throat, and his face was pale. Are you finally going to show your true colors? Samuel's expression was cold. He held his sword against the incredulous Barney Jr., completely disregarding the fact that his vitals were shrouded by 3 weapons. He glanced at Nalji, whose eyes were lifeless. Let him finish. Tardin held his sword and saber against Samuel's vitals at the back of his waist. He seemed to find it hard to understand. Wait, Samuel, do you realize that we are running for our lives? Samuel snorted coldly. He tilted the sword in his hand slightly, forcing Barney Jr. to move to the side. Do you think I care about running for my life? After 18 years on the run? His emotionless and disregard for life and death made the other guards look at each other at a loss. The veins on Barney Jr.'s neck almost popped out of his flesh. Quick Rope looked at the wall behind him, which was supposed to be the exit, but it was empty. He scratched his hair in pain and whispered to Thales, "You constellations are so troublesome." Thales frowned as he watched the royal guards fight amongst themselves again. Yes. Unless, that's not a simple troublesome matter. Once he finished speaking, Samuel did not even look at the angry vanguard. Instead, he turned to the person who seized the only chance of survival in the field. Tell us, Nalji. Aside from that song and what Zakriel said, what else do you know about the Bloody Year? Even though the situation was not good, this topic still stirred up many people's interest. No one put down the weapons in their hands, but Barney Jr., Samuel, Belden, and Tardin all turned their gazes to Nalji at that moment. It's the other way around, Samuel. As he watched the brothers turn against each other, Nalji chuckled strangely, as if he had been relieved of something. What you should ask is, what else do you not know about that year? Things we don't know? Questions appeared on Barney Jr. and Samuel's faces at the same time. This was probably the only thing they could find in common at that moment. Barney Jr. looked at Belden in puzzlement. But Belden shook his head at Barney Jr., indicating that he did not know. Nalji noticed their interaction, but he laughed nervously. Didn't you notice? Thales watched in astonishment as Nalji's face was dyed with madness and delight, but there was despair and gloom reflected in his eyes. Didn't you notice that when Zakriel wantonly exaggerated his dissatisfaction towards the late king, and expressed his hatred towards the calamities, his acting was really bad? His explanations were very far-fetched, and his words were pale and powerless? Bad acting. His words were pale and powerless. Barney Jr. paused for a moment. Nalji laughed again. He pointed at Samuel, and there were tears in his laughter. Haven't you noticed that Samuel is still filled with misgivings? He is questioning and doubting every single word that our famous watchman says. Thales was filled with doubts. He carefully thought about every word Zakriel said. What does he mean? Is Zakriel lying? He was not the only one who was puzzled. Barney Jr. and Belden looked at each other. They were very puzzled. Then Samuel continued Nalji's words. So his betrayal was not because of those **t reasons, he said. Samuel shook his head gently. Surprise flashed in his eyes. It was because Zakriel had no choice in that matter. He was in a dilemma, and he could only go with the flow, right? Nalji turned his head and cast a tired glance at Samuel. He did not say a word, but his tense face relaxed. Thales noticed that many people's expressions had changed. Samuel was still holding his sword, but all his attention had been shifted to Nalji. He asked skeptically, Nalji. He asked tentatively. And today, when the truth is about to be revealed, he is also in a dilemma. He is in a dilemma, and he would rather bear all of this himself. When he said this, Samuel's expression slowly changed. I still remember that when Zakriel gave the main force of the royal guards the strange order to lure them away from their base and weaken their defense, most of the people behaved. Nalji laughed again. This time he laughed especially happily. Samuel, you son of AB*TCH, you are indeed a member of the flag-bearer division. Samuel's expression changed completely. Barney Jr., who was held in the middle of the field, could no longer stand it. He said loudly, "What are you talking about?" The absent-minded Nalji seemed to have only noticed Barney then. He snorted softly. "Ha ha ha, Barney." He looked at Barney Jr., who was holding a sword of righteous indignation, and shook his head in disdain. "I was thinking, just how stupid and bigoted do you have to be to believe that the noble, virtuous, and cautious Knight of Judgment is the source of all evil and the mastermind behind the scenes? That you will believe that he is the person who betrayed his loyalty and killed the late king because of righteous indignation, delusion, injustice, and anger? Then, you will deceive yourself and search for your so-called justice on him?" Nalji held the key and pounded his chest. He swept his gaze over everyone with a mocking gaze. "Do you really think that he can make dozens of noble, outstanding, smart, and powerful royal guards, including us, obey his orders without hesitation, easily dismantle the defense of Renaissance Palace, and allow the despicable assassination to happen just because he is the watchman?" Many people frowned even more. "Wait, he means..." Thales's expression slowly changed. Samuel wanted to say something, but he stopped. Barney Jr.'s expression did not change, but the meaning in his eyes slowly changed. "Do you really think that the betrayal and assassination that shook the Western Peninsula in Eternal Star City all those years ago?" Nalji panted, and the brand on his face became even more unpleasant. With just Zakriel's power and one order he could complete it? Everyone was stunned. They quietly watched Nalji, who was on the verge of breaking down. Then a few seconds later, "What do you mean?" Barney Jr. recovered from his daze with great difficulty. Nalji took a few deep breaths and paused for a second, as if he was savoring the complicated feelings in this moment. Everyone subconsciously held their breaths. That's right. Under everyone's gazes, Nalji still spoke. His voice was low, and his tone was gloomy. There was a hint of relief in his tone, as if he had accepted his fate. "It's not just Zakriel. In the past, the royal guards knew about the plot beforehand, but pretended to be deaf and dumb, and cooperated with our brothers who carried out the assassination." Nalji lowered his head and whispered, "More than half of them." Obviously, the power of these words was second only to the alchemy ball Thales had just thrown. No one snapped out of their daze for a whole 10 seconds. Everyone just stared at Nalji with their mouths agape. They were shocked. Unknowingly, Barney Jr.'s sword was lowered gently. As its master's heart wavered, the blade of the sword became sheathed. It no longer shone with a cold glare, and its murderous aura filled the air. Almost at the same time, Samuel also lowered his weapon. Belden and Tardin no longer threatened the back of Samuel's waist. But at that moment, no one wanted to care about the unpleasantness that had just occurred. Thales only blinked furiously, and tried hard to sort out the chaotic thoughts in his head at that moment. Wait. More than half of the royal guards. They knew about it beforehand, but pretended to be deaf and dumb? If that's the case, the plot to assassinate 82nd during the Bloody Year was. When he thought of this, Thales suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if he was suffocating. "What?" Barney Jr. asked in a quiet voice in the quiet atmosphere. His tone was light, and his tone was indifferent. He sounded like a little boy hiding under his bed and running away from the monster in his nightmare. But in the end he woke up the monster. Or all the people in the hall. Beforehand. Belden widened his eyes in disbelief. More than half. Samuel spat out the words laboriously. Almost everyone was stunned. As the center of attention in the hall, Nalji snorted again. He raised his head, and there was a clear look in his dark eyes. He looked like a prisoner who had calmly accepted his execution. Perhaps more. His tone could no longer be distinguished whether he was laughing or crying. When Zakriel gave the order, some of the guards might have noticed that something was wrong. But even though they did not participate in it, they did not say anything, and they did not ask about it. But it made no difference. No one answered him. But he did not need to. Nalji closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling incredibly relieved. But just now, when Zakriel claimed that he was the one who did all this, I knew that he was putting on a brave front, putting on a strong front, and overestimating himself. Nalji said absent-mindedly, he wanted to bear everyone's sins with his own body under our witness. He wanted to cover up the shame and scandal. He wanted to be the lonely hero who suffered in sorrow and was silent. Putting on a strong front? Putting on a strong front? Bearing the sins? Lonely hero? Thales blinked and tried his best to free himself from the shocking truth just now. He recalled a certain expressionless man with a long face, and tried to understand Nalji's description of the fierce and murderous night of judgment. But I can't let him do that. Nalji's voice became softer. His hand, which held the key, fell together with his weapon. He looked like a helpless traveler who had slipped into an abyss. I can't do that. I can't. Nalji opened his eyes again and mumbled with a lifeless gaze. I can't anymore. I can't anymore. If that's the case, Zakriel's act of taking all the blame just now was, Thales thought in a daze. On the other side, he could only hear the rising and falling breaths of the guards. So King Kessel was right to throw us into the prison of bones. Everyone turned their heads stiffly. In the suffocating darkness, Samuel's voice traveled into their ears with great difficulty. Because through a certain method, he truly knew that the royal guard's loopholes and dereliction of duty behind the late king's misfortune were not a coincidence. Samuel looked at everyone helplessly. He saw that they were also unable to accept this fact. Because it was a dirty plot that involved more than 100 people, both inside and outside, a collective rebellion. Samuel stated his conclusion in a daze. Chapter 460. A collective rebellion. Thales stared at Nalji, whose breathing was unstable. Royal guards? Rebellion? No one responded to Samuel's heart-wrenching words. Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. Everything stopped in the past and no longer moved forward. It was only when Barney Jr. inhaled and sneered in disdain that everyone snapped out of their shock again. Ridiculous. Barney Jr.'s voice sounded a little disheveled. Nalji, your shameless lies are just like lies? Nalji retorted loudly like an enraged animal, cutting off Barney Jr.'s unnatural question in his throat. Lies. There was a despairing coldness in Nalji's tone, and it made everyone shudder even though it was not cold. He looked around at his fellow guards, who all had different expressions on their faces, and said to Barney Jr. with the ghost of a smile, "Then take a guess, Barney. All these years in the dungeon, the 37 brothers whom you said you would avenge and seek justice for, why did they pass away?" 37. Without any warning, Barney Jr. shuddered. He was not the only one who reacted this way. Samuel, Belden, Tardin, Cannon, and many others had different expressions on their faces. Thales was still immersed in the shocking news of the guards' collective rebellion. He sized up the crowd again with a pale face. Based on what Nalji said, half of the royal guards knew about the king's assassination. Perhaps many of them were not participants, but at least, they were bystanders who did not do anything. Then in the royal guards, most of the participants and insiders who were no longer alive, what was their relationship with the bloody year, the tragedy of the royal family, and the mastermind behind the scenes? In fact, these people who were still alive here, these people who swore the Praetorian oath to be eternally loyal to the minister, Belden, Tardin, Cannon, Bruley, without realizing it, Thales' face turned pale, and he took a step back. Nalji's hoarse and pained voice continued. Do you remember Walker? He died during the internal strife in the first year. I guess he must have found out the truth later on, and brought the matter to light. Quick knife Walker. Barney Jr.'s vision blurred for an instant, and the image of a slick and small man appeared before his eyes. Morian and Bug were innocent until they found out that their companions, who had been with them all the time, might be traitors, and that they had indirectly caused the death of the late king. These facts were unacceptable to them. Nalji's words were weak, but they contained a shocking meaning. It caused the expressions of the guards to change drastically. Samuel even exhaled in pain. Kamal knew about it, but he was too proud. He was so proud that he couldn't be loyal and guilty at the same time. Facing your merciless scolding, he still lived as if nothing had happened. Morian, Bug, and Carmyra. Barney Jr.'s breathing slowly stopped. Belden's aura trembled. Tardan's eyes were filled with fear. There's also Larley, the big guy. I'm not familiar with him, so I don't know if he wanted to kill because he discovered the truth, or if someone else discovered the truth and wanted to kill him. One name after another floated in the air. Nalji's words were filled with misery, and he was sobbing. Gold and Skeleton might not have participated in it, but they always carried a deep sense of guilt, and it was difficult for them to get over it. Until the two bastards decided to throw everything away. Rogo was very determined in the beginning, but I guess the dark life in prison eroded his will. Cox was very calm, but in the end he couldn't face the disappearance of so many people. He couldn't accept the fact that he had implicated them because of his own selfishness. As Nalji spoke, the guards had long since lost their composure and were moved. Samuel's eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion. Nair stood dumbfounded. Bruley clenched his fists in pain, and Cannon covered his forehead as he trembled slightly. In the end, Nalji, whose face was covered in tears, was practically roaring. How many of them died because they couldn't bear the pain of being imprisoned? How many of them died because they were wronged? How many of them actually died because they were filled with guilt and depression? Do you really not know, proud and resolute Quill Barney? As Thales listened to Nalji's words, he felt increasingly depressed. Back then, the 46 royal guards of Constellation who were imprisoned because of shame, guilt, pain, crimes, and the unspeakable truth. How did they spend the past decade or so? Barney Jr. opened his mouth helplessly, but he had no words to say. He could only gasp for air. But Nalji's words became sharper and sharper. Nalji gritted his teeth and said, "And you paranoid maniac, have been complaining about your injustice in front of them day and night for more than 10 years. You've been cursing the damn traitors, and you've been spitting on shameless conspiracies." Barney Jr. seemed to have remembered something. His expression became dazed, puzzled, and surprised. A few seconds later, the emotions on his face turned into the deepest fear and panic. When you made a solemn vow in front of those 37 people that you wouldn't turn back even if you died, threatened to dig out the truth, exposed everything, threatened to make the sinners pay the price, let our brothers avenge their humiliation, and even forced them to support you. Nalji's tears flowed down uncontrollably. Do you really know what your seemingly righteous and loyal accusation and determination meant to them, who were already dispirited and unable to escape from their nightmares? At that moment, Barney Jr.'s body swayed. He stabbed the tip of his sword into the ground so that he would not fall limply. But the vanguard's face was already as pale as a sheet, and he was drenched in cold sweat. No. Barney Jr., who was almost absent-minded, was like a timid and helpless child at that moment. No. You don't King know what you're talking about, Nalji. Barney Jr. staggered a step back and shook his head madly. His emotions were filled with terror. Over the years, I watched them die, I buried them, I gave them a speech. For them, for the sake of clearing their injustice one day, I have been able to drag out my ignoble existence until now. Barney Jr.'s condition had almost hit rock bottom. He talked to himself like a madman, and he was not any less than Zachriel in the past. The guards stared at each other in an almost absent-minded manner. They could read the reluctance and pain in each other's eyes. But Nalji, whose mental state was not much better than Barney Jr.'s, was clearly not prepared to let the vanguard go. Ha ha ha. Are you saying that they are the only reason why you can continue living? Nalji laughed and cried as he mocked Barney Jr. But you don't know. Most of them carry shame, guilt, self-blame, pain, and torture after they are imprisoned. They face their ugliest selves and struggle to survive. Every day feels like a year. And you, cool Barney? Nalji pointed at Barney Jr. with hatred written all over his face. You thought you were encouraging them, saving them, and redressing their grievances. But in fact, you were constantly lashing at their hearts, reminding them, recalling them, and deepening their impression and shame of that night. You used your noble and loyal moral integrity and personality, your righteous slogans, and your determination to make them suffer even in prison. You forced them to have nowhere to go, and they tortured themselves. As he listened to Nalgy's words, Barney Jr. was like an unfortunate traveler who fell into an abyss. He trembled in fear, and even his breathing became uneven. "It's you." Nalgy's vicious accusation was engraved in his heart. "It's you. It's you one after another. Day after day, you used a method that seemed to encourage them, but was actually cursing them. You forced them into a dead end, and in the end you forced them to die to free themselves." Nalgy's words were heart-wrenching. They echoed in the underground prison, and the expressions of all those who heard them changed. "You are the real murderer of those 37 brothers." Quill Barney. Clang. While everyone's minds trembled, the sword and shield in Barney Jr.'s hands fell to the ground at the same time, and they trembled non-stop. "No." Barney Jr. covered his face with his hands in pain, and his entire body trembled. "No. No, it's not me." His voice was timid and fearful. In the face of Barney Jr. in this state, Nalgy laughed loudly. "And you, the young soldier, are still returning to the capital in a righteous and high-spirited manner to uncover the truth and seek justice for them?" His smile slowly faded away. "Stop joking, you son of a b*th Barney. You don't know that when you stood there and accused Zacriel just now, every word you said made me sick." Barney Jr.'s moans became even more pained. Thales watched this incredibly cruel confrontation with complicated emotions. The discomfort and puzzlement in his heart were tormenting him as well. He remembered the brutal and merciless confrontation between the Star Killer and the Raven of Death in the land of barren rocks in the city of faraway prayers. But even then, it could not be compared to the scene before his eyes. The other guards watched this scene in a daze. Even Samuel was speechless. For a time, only Barney Jr.'s pained moans could be heard in the underground prison. He bent down and pressed his hands on his knees. He inhaled and exhaled mouthfuls of air, as if this was the only way he could obtain nourishment to continue living. "But, all of you don't know, do you?" Barney Jr. turned to the others while trembling. He no longer had the calmness and awe-inspiring air of a vanguard. "That's right. It's impossible for all of us not to know about such an important matter. Tell me, he must have made this up." His tone was almost begging. He hoped to get an answer, but the answer was usually not what he wanted. "I suspected it." A deep voice rose, but he lowered his head under everyone's gazes. His face was ashen. The order that day was too strange. It was too rare, but no one stood up to oppose it, so later, when I was in prison, I also suspected it, but he did not continue. Barney Jr.'s gaze was first filled with shock, then despair grew. Belden stared at Heir in disbelief. Another calm, frail, and frighteningly frail voice cut in. "It's true." Everyone turned their gazes to the other person. "It's true. I know what Nalgy said." The speaker answered with a lifeless voice. Barney Jr.'s voice trembled as he looked at the speaker. "Tardin? You?" Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Tardin threw down his sword and spoke in a desolate and deathly manner. "If they told me that this would happen, if I knew that Constance would, then I wouldn't have. As he spoke, tears rolled down his cheeks. "I wouldn't have." Tardin's throat seemed to be blocked. It lowered along with his head, and he no longer responded. Samuel stared at him in shock. "No." This was the dumbfounded Barney Jr. A third trembling voice rang out. "It shouldn't have been like this." Thales turned his head. Cannon was shivering as he leaned against the corner of the wall. "I was the one who delayed them. I recalled the sentries and left the door open. But according to the plan, everything should have been simple and straightforward. It should have ended before they even realized it. Then, I should have died with the assassins. I shouldn't have lived until now." Cannon's eyes were lifeless as he muttered to himself, "I'm sorry." The light in Barney Jr.'s eyes gradually dimmed, as if his last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. Cannon let out a strained laugh. Nalgy was right. Samuel was also right. This is our fault. We can't run away from it. He shook his head nervously and muttered to himself, "We can't let Zacriel be alone. He's already shouldering too much." When Nalgy finished speaking, the dungeon was silent for a long time. Then Barney Jr.'s hoarse and numb voice rose again. "Is there anyone else?" A few seconds later, Bruley sobbed in pain and knelt down. He stuttered in pain. Bruley. Barney stared at him in a daze. Nalji chuckled softly. His eyes were unfocused. This is why he can't speak anymore. Nalji said softly. He doesn't have the courage to face it. The last hint of expression on Barney Jr.'s face disappeared. Tardin, Cannon, Bruley, Nalji. The vanguard stared numbly at the 4 people in front of him, who were behaving differently. Over the past decade or so, 37 people. Why didn't you tell me the truth? His voice echoed in the 4 walls. No one spoke. Thales watched them with a depressed heart. At that moment, it was as if nothing else mattered. The truth? The one who spoke was still Nalji. With a mocking gaze, he looked straight at Barney Jr. Barney, do you know who was the leader of the incident that year? When he said this, almost everyone's expression changed, including Barney's. His almost numb and lifeless face twitched again. Thales suddenly moved. He seemed to have understood something. Nalji bent down and laughed in pain. Barney, you pathetic fool. He really loved you, didn't he? There was deep hatred in Nalji's words. That's why he protected you too well. You didn't know anything. Perhaps he was betting on both sides. He still hoped that after the incident, you could escape with your innocence and ignorance and stay in the palace. And even take over his position? Barney Jr.'s eyes suddenly widened. No, the vanguard mumbled. A great wave of grief and despair came crashing down on him. That's right, he heard Nalji say coldly. That year, the person who led us to gather together, instigated us to let the rebellion in the palace run amok, threw us all into the endless abyss, and then escaped the final judgment alone was not someone else. Nalji gritted his teeth. The emotions in his eyes were indescribable. I hate him. I curse him, he said hatefully. That's right, the vice-captain of the royal guards. Quill Barney the senior. Your damned father. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Barney Jr.'s weapon fell from his hand, and his knees touched the ground. He knelt on the ground in a daze. His breathing was intermittent, and his eyes were empty. From that moment onwards, there was no longer a hint of life on his face. Chapter 461. In the dead silence. Thales stared quietly at the dazed and helpless guard who had nowhere to hide. He stared at this group of men who were in despair and were about to fall apart. A myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. Why? Barney Jr. knelt on the ground, stiff and lifeless. Father. He stared at Nalji in a daze, as if he was looking at a stranger. Why? Why did he do this to me? Aside from Nalji, almost everyone turned their faces away. Only Belden and Heir were left. They were also shocked and speechless. Do you really not know? Nalji asked in return. He sneered and mocked. So you live like a child in Renaissance palace, don't know anything, don't care about anything, and only want to be a loyal and stupid chess piece? No one spoke. Only Quick Rope whispered in Thales' ear. The situation is bad. I think they have forgotten to run for their lives and look for a way to survive. Thales shook his head with a profound expression. He seemed to be deep in thought. It's not that they forgot to run for their lives, they just don't care anymore. Quick Rope was stunned. What about us? But Thales still shook his head with a serious expression and ignored him. Quick Rope was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. Why, father? But Barney Jr. was still expressionless like a puppet. It was as if he was talking to the air. Why did he do this? Nalji stared at Barney Jr. with hatred and snorted softly. Samuel looked at Barney Jr. with a solemn expression, and clenched his fists gently. You really are an anomaly, Barney. Nalji stared at the crumbling Barney Jr. His expression was relaxed after taking revenge, but his voice was still sad. Quill Barney, you are a noble existence who abandoned your family and bloodline like a pair of worn-out shoes. But in fact, if it weren't for him, if you weren't born into the Barney family, one of the 7 Jade Star attendants, you wouldn't even have the chance to enter the guards. Nalji said coldly, just like all of us. A noble existence who abandoned his family and bloodline like a pair of worn-out shoes. Barney Jr.'s lips trembled. When he said this, Belden, Heir, the dejected Tardin and Bruley, and even the trembling Cannon all lowered their heads. Only Samuel continued to stare at Nalji without moving. But Thales sensed something. He subconsciously took a step forward. Why? The young man's sudden words attracted everyone's attention. If you don't want to tell him, then tell me. Tell the last descendant of Jade Star. Thales' words echoed in the dungeon, and even Quickrope was shocked. This sentence stunned Nalji for a moment. He stared at the teenager in front of him, as if he was getting to know him all over again. It was as if he wanted to recognize something from the other party's serious face. Hey, these lunatics are enough of a headache. Quickrope pressed on Thales' shoulder and whispered anxiously, we should focus on finding a way to survive now. What else do you want? But Thales only sucked in a light breath and firmly pushed Quickrope's hand away. Just like you said, find our way out. Quickrope was stunned. Thales looked at Nalji again. His gaze lingered on the key in Nalji's hand. Tell me, why did Barney's father and you, and even Zacriel, do that? Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Or should I say, what else did the King of Eternal Rule, 82nd, do aside from the so-called alliance of the three disasters that Zacriel mentioned? Nalji's gaze gradually became confused. Barney Jr. raised his head in a daze, but he only repeated the same sentence. Why, father? Nalji looked at everyone in a daze, but he found that many people had shifted their gazes away. Only Samuel was staring at him. Finally, he seemed to have figured something out. He chuckled in relief. You are right, Your Highness. The tragedy at that time was far from just the fight between His Majesty and the cunning vassals, not just a game of loyalty and betrayal, and not just the hostility between Constellation and the world. Be it the natural disaster or the rebel army, there was naturally a reason for the chaos in the kingdom at that time. Thales' frown deepened. The Knight of Judgment thought that the late king was bewitched by some legendary monster, and that some people were conspiring to bring chaos to the kingdom, but that was just his wishful thinking. Nalji returned to his state, as if there was no one else around him. It was as if he could see the past. Because Zacriel was just an antique family name that had been in decline for 1,000 years, and did not even have a castle or a fief, he was too naive. He could not sense it. He could not sense our despair. When he said this, Nalji shuddered. On the other side, Tardin sighed softly. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. Despair? Nalji sucked in a breath and recalled the most unbearable years. He smiled bleakly and said, back then, there were countless rumors circulating in Renaissance Palace. Not everyone knew about the taboo between the late king and the calamities, but there was one thing that everyone was very clear about. Many people's breathing became chaotic. Barney Jr. slowly focused his gaze while he knelt on the ground. What is that? Thales listened solemnly. Nalji turned his head and said absent-mindedly, during those years, His Majesty wanted to make a difference. He gave many orders. Make a difference. Many orders. Thales' heart clenched. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the old crows class. So regardless of whether it was the 7 Jade Star attendants, who were directly under the royal family like Belden, Tardin, and Barney, or the so-called 13 distinguished families like Talon and Caribbean, or the 6 great clans who founded the kingdom like Arund and Tabark, we saw and experienced it all. Barney Jr. recovered from the shock and stared at Nalji in a daze. Nalji swept his gaze over each of his royal guards and said airily, with every move His Majesty took, our days became harder, our future became more hopeless, and our future as nobles became even bleaker. Thales was shocked. Tardin's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something, but he did not. But before he could say anything, Thales, who had a premonition a long time ago, hurriedly urged him. What happened? Nalji raised his lifeless eyes and shook his head with the ghost of a smile. His tone was full of grief. I don't know. First of all, because of the land measurement order, my family's fief was reduced rapidly. The farmers on the arable land moved to the city because of the household measurement order. He spoke tirelessly, and his gaze was dreamy. Every word he said was filled with complicated and chaotic emotions. The suzerain's bureaucrats lost their prestige after the cleaning of officials was issued. Because of the tax order, we were forced to live a life of poverty and bankruptcy. We had to disband the army of servants in our territories and castles to reduce our expenses. My mother and sisters had to sell their jewelry to supplement our family's income. The expressions of the prisoners in the royal guards became increasingly worse. Nalji sneered. The irony is that the nouveau riche, who are from the countryside, can use money to obtain a status and life that is equivalent to ours, but it is illegal for us to even raise taxes on our own fief to tide us over difficult times. There's also that damn naming order. It clearly divides our titles and duties. And finally, the relocation order that came with the general edict. Nalji shook his head mockingly and said, "The 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families might be able to withstand twists and turns, losses, and the king's sanctions, but for us, families that are neither good enough nor good enough." He stared at the air in a daze. "It's as if the whole world changed overnight. The happiness and stability you used to take for granted have all turned into disaster and turmoil. Can you imagine? At this time, being born into nobility doesn't sound so good anymore. The happiness and stability we used to take for granted have turned into disaster and turmoil." Thales was stunned. Nalji spoke very slowly, but no one interrupted him. There was a weariness in his tone, as if he had given up on himself. With every word he said, Thales' expression darkened a little. Assassination, foreign enemies, war, conspiracy. In the past he thought that this was everything that the bloody year would reveal, but now it seemed Thales remembered the old crow Hicks, as well as the lesson he had taught himself. Victory and defeat. Enemies and friends. Do not underestimate war itself. It is not as simple as you think. It is not a game where you have to win or lose, where you have to pay the price, where you have to live or die. The bloody year. Aside from victory and defeat, from what angle and to what extent should we evaluate this tragic year filled with war? At this moment, the teenager was suddenly moved. The bloody year was not just a war, a conflict, and it was not just a grudge between the 2 empresses and the calamities. Everything was fused into the big furnace of constellation in the past, and there was no way to escape it. The king, the country, the nobles, the calamities, and politics were all entangled together. They affected each other in this furnace, entangled with each other, and could not be separated. Thales remembered the virtuous king of constellation, who Lampard was very wary of. Mendes III. A strange guess rose in Thales' mind, but he quickly shook it out of his thoughts. I used to find it strange that when the people's hearts were disorganized and chaos was about to come, why did the 6 prominent and powerful guardian dukes, and the 13 distinguished families, who were as powerful as the 13 distinguished families, swallow their anger and accept His Majesty's orders in silence? But after listening to Zakriel's words, I seem to understand. Nalji curled up the corners of his mouth and showed Thales a bitter and hopeless smile. When you see the terrifying calamity that has been passed down from generation to generation in your family standing behind His Majesty, perhaps you do not have much of a choice. Nalji's expression darkened, and it made Thales feel even more uncomfortable. I do not dare, and cannot judge His Majesty. After all, he is the king of constellation. I have to obey whatever he says. Besides, he has such an irresistible power. The more he spoke, the gloomier he became, and the more anguished his tone became. This made Thales subconsciously lower his head. But when I returned to my dilapidated home, I saw my wife selling her dowry, my son starving, my sister who was about to be married, and I saw my father, the suzerain, borrowing money from merchants while he fearlessly defended the last bit of his family's dignity as a noble. Nalji's words were filled with anguish, and it caused many of the prisoners to have strange expressions on their faces. Thales did not speak. Nalji snapped out of his daze and looked at Thales again. His eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. Ever since I could understand things, my father has taught me that the Nalji family has been granted land since the virtuous king's era. We are loyal to the Jadestar family, because we know that our status comes from the power of the royal family. Our children being selected as royal guards is a symbol of our loyalty to the royal family. But, like a drowning man looking at his last straw, Nalji stared at Thales fervently and longingly. The color in his eyes was like that of a person who was about to die. Tell me, Your Highness, shouldn't the king protect the interests and dignity of his vassals? Shouldn't he protect the prosperity and happiness of his vassals? Why is it that the more loyal we are to His Majesty and to the kingdom, the more? Nalji's voice faltered. He became weary, confused, and puzzled. Do I not love my kingdom enough, or does my kingdom not love me enough? At that moment Thales, who was in anguish, opened his mouth to speak. But he couldn't say anything. At that moment, all the guards in the underground prison fell silent. Nalji snorted. His entire body was filled with a sense of relief, as if he had given up on everything. So, when we are lost day after day, and the despair that grows heavier with each passing day, when someone promises us hope, and someone tells us that all of this is just the king's momentary foolishness, that the nobles in the court are bewitched, and that all we need to do is wait in silence. He did not continue speaking. On the other side, Cannon began to sob softly again. Bruley no longer snorted. Tardin was dejected. Belden and Heir, who did not know what was going on, were in a daze. Only Barney Jr. and Samuel mumbled something that only he could understand in a daze, and the other held his weapon with gritted teeth. Tell me, Your Highness. On one side, there is my lovely wife and weak son who are filled with hope, my elderly parents who hold fast to the past, and the glory of my family that I am proud of. On the other side, there is the gentle and kind king, the cruel and merciless king's decree, and the Praetorian oath that is engraved on my life. Nalji's face contorted. His eyes were filled with tears. Who should I be loyal to, and who should I betray? Thales closed his eyes gently. Father. Barney Jr. pressed his head in pain. Father, no you. No, all of this is too unfair. Barney Jr.'s moans echoed in the air. Asterisk thud. Asterisk on the other side, Tardin knelt on the ground. He covered his face, and his shoulders trembled slightly. Nalji laughed in a neurotic manner, and waved the key in his hand. If you are loyal to His Majesty and Constellation, it means that you betray the family you were born in, and the wife and child you love. Tell me, Your Highness, what should I do to not be considered a betrayal? What should I do to be considered loyal? Thales exhaled laboriously. He had nothing to say. Nalji looked at the prince and smiled. It's okay, because I finally understand. Look at us now. He swept his gaze over everyone, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Whether it is Jenny, Luna, or my beloved wife and child, and His Majesty my oath, Nalji stared at the empty air in a daze. Whether it is loyalty or betrayal, we all have nothing. At this moment, Thales felt that the air in the underground prison was stagnant and heavy, and it was unprecedented. It was filled with a thick aura of death. At this moment, a hollow and dry voice that was filled with the same pain and hesitation rose out of nowhere. Enough. The voice echoed in the dark room. Everyone trembled at the same time. In another direction, Zacriel, the Knight of Judgment, supported himself against the wall weakly. He struggled to walk unsteadily as he stood in the shadows outside the storage room. His gaze was unfocused and his voice was intermittent. Nalji, enough, he said in pain. Chapter 462. Even though he was prepared for this, Thales still tensed up when Zacriel appeared. He still chased after him. The Knight of Judgment. At that moment, he was the greatest threat in the dungeon. Zacriel did not seem to be in a good condition. The knight was already in a sorry state. At that moment, his eyes were half closed. He seemed to have suffered a great deal of damage from the flash grenade just now. His footsteps, which were once as steady as an abyss, now needed the support of the wall and the weapon in his hand to stand properly. His right shoulder was wrapped in thick bandages, and there was a patch of blood on it. But even so, no one dared to underestimate him. Zacriel gritted his teeth, held the wall, and stepped into the storage room. He was like a beast that gradually revealed itself in the darkness. No, King. Quick Rope nervously raised his crossbow, but before he could fire, Thales pressed his hand down. Calm down. Thales held Quick Rope's arm tightly and spoke through gritted teeth. Not now. Not only Thales and Quick Rope, but Samuel, Belden, Heir, and the others also had unpleasant expressions. Ha 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 ha. Say no more? Nalji recovered from his daze and smiled sadly. No. Nalji's expression changed. He swept his gaze over everyone. Everyone here has the right to make me shut up. Nalji raised his trembling finger and pointed at the Knight of Judgment. Except you. Zakriel. Zakriel stopped in his tracks. He was already covered in wounds as he stood by the door. He looked at Nalji, who looked as if he had given up everything. His gaze swept past the group of his former colleagues, who were dejected and were unable to get up. The prison was very quiet. Only the pained or rapid breathing of the people could be heard. Zakriel shook his head slightly and looked away. Nalji, you're tired. The Knight of Judgment murmured softly, as if he was coaxing a child. But Nalji did not appreciate it. Yes, I'm tired. Nalji took a few steps back and smiled brokenly. I've had enough of your arrogance, Knight of Judgment. Zakriel frowned. You don't want to tarnish the royal family's reputation, but you can't bear to expose us shameless traitors. Nalji's breathing became more rapid. You always want to find the most comprehensive solution. He narrowed his eyes, and there was despair in his voice. But do you think that you are shouldering all the sins and the pillars that are about to collapse by yourself? That no one's honor has been tarnished and no one's reputation has been damaged? That you are silent and carrying the heavy burden alone is a great sacrifice, and that you are worthy of everyone? Zakriel said nothing. Barney Jr. was still kneeling on the ground in a daze. Belden looked nervous, and Samuel was silent. Nalji began to tremble. A few seconds later, the resentment he had suppressed for who knew how many years erupted from his throat. F***CKU. You damn bastard, arrogant watchman Zakriel. His curses echoed in the storeroom, causing the torch in Samuel's hand to flicker. But no one made a sound, including Zakriel. As he stared at Zakriel and Nalji, who had a mental breakdown, Quickrope gulped and poked Thales nervously. What did I say? I knew it. These lunatics are unreliable. However, Thales only looked at the people in the field with a complicated gaze and did not say a word. Yes. He stared at Barney, who had a mental breakdown, and Nalji, who had lost his soul. But if it weren't for these unreliable lunatics, we would have become part of the prison of bones a long time ago. You thought you were protecting us, protecting those who have passed away. Nalji's eyes were red. He roared at Zakriel, who had a melancholic expression on his face, like a wild beast. But you don't understand. Nalji's voice gradually became softer, but the difficulty and despair in his words became more obvious. You sacrificed yourself for others and took responsibility for your own crimes. You are great, glorious, selfless, a hero. The poor prisoner of the royal guards collapsed and knelt on the ground. His weapon and the key slipped from his hand at the same time. But you, a selfish bastard who calls yourself a saint, threw endless self-blame, guilt, and torture back at us. You made us play the ugliest roles on the stage, and face the painful reality that you could not face. Nalji hit his chest hysterically. Weak. Zakriel lowered his head, and remained silent amid the deafening accusations. It was as if he did not exist in this world. Nalji seemed to be tired of cursing. He collapsed on the ground, and with a hoarse voice he mumbled absent-mindedly. You and Barney Sr., both of you are executioners who kill without spilling blood. This sentence made Barney Jr., who was kneeling on the ground, shudder. Nalji sobbed and said, The only difference is, Barney Sr. made us hate him. You made us hate ourselves. Nalji lowered his head and buried his face between his hands. His shoulders trembled. A few seconds later, Zakriel raised his head in the seemingly endless silence. He extended his hand in Nalji's direction in a daze, but his hand trembled halfway, and he slowly lowered it. The past cannot be changed. But at least, Zakriel averted his gaze, as if he did not dare to look at Nalji again. Instead, he staggered towards Thales. This made many people nervous. Barney, wake up. As Zakriel drew closer, Belden, who was the person with the highest position after Barney Jr., even though he had been stripped of his position a long time ago, anxiously shouted the vanguard's name, hoping that the latter would do something. But Barney Jr.'s gaze was unfocused as he knelt on the ground, as if he did not hear him. Zakriel glanced at Barney Jr. with a deathly still gaze. When he saw the brand on the latter's face, he immediately averted his gaze. He's gone. Zacriel said to himself in silence. The resolute and unshakable vanguard Quill Barney was no longer here. He turned his head around dejectedly and continued to move forward. Damn it! Belden cursed and gave up on waking Barney up. He frowned and looked back. Other than the absent-minded Nalji, Cannon was kneeling on the ground and sobbing in pain. Bruley covered his head and closed his eyes tightly. Tardin was dejected and did not move. The veins on Belden's hands tightened. No. The truth of the past caused everyone, including him, to be in a state of chaos. His colleagues who had gone insane made him at a loss, and Zacriel, who he once looked up to, was a stranger to him. Behind him was the Jadestar bloodline, which he swore to protect, even though they had long since tainted this mission. What should I do? In the face of his disorganized colleagues and Zacriel, who was getting closer and closer to him, Belden, the only one left among the guards, finally made up his mind and raised his weapon after a few seconds of hesitation. Nair, Samuel, help me. He summoned Nair, who was still somewhat normal, and Samuel, who had a grave expression on his face, and tried to organize his final defense. Nair sighed and walked to his side. Samuel hesitated for a moment before he threw down his torch and raised his longsword. Zacriel continued to walk forward, swaying step by step. He ignored Belden and the other two, who retreated as if they were facing a great enemy. Thales slowly furrowed his eyebrows before he slowly relaxed them. I understand, commanding officer. Belden raised his axe and stood in front of Thales. He hissed at Zacriel. You might not be that traitor. At least, you are not the only one. Perhaps you have your own difficulties, and we no longer have the right to criticize you. Belden gritted his teeth. But no matter what happened in the past, you cannot touch this child. As he walked forward, Zacriel's face was completely illuminated by the torch on the ground. The brand on his forehead became even more obvious. Look at them, Belden. The Knight of Judgment stared at Barney and Nalji, who knelt by the side, with a dejected look on his face. He looked as if he was about to break down. He shook his head with a sad expression. Trust me. Bury everything here. This is the best way. Zacriel drew closer. The blade of the axe in his hand reflected a cold light. Thales could not help but bite his lip when he saw Belden, who still stood in front of him despite his poor condition. At that moment, the Knight of Judgment suddenly stopped moving. Belden, who was extremely nervous, exhaled. Zacriel furrowed his eyebrows and slowly turned his head around. Barney Jr., who knelt on the ground absent-mindedly, extended his hand and grabbed the knight's calf weakly. Zacriel, tell me. The pale Barney Jr. raised his head and glared at Zacriel with bloodshot eyes. His voice was half pleading and half questioning. My father. Why did he do this to me? Barney Jr. looked as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. His expression was absent-minded. He stuttered, Vice Captain Quill Barney. What kind of person is he? This sentence caused the expressions of all the prisoners to change at the same time. Even Zacriel was dazed for a moment. The dungeon was silent for a few seconds. He was a good man. Zacriel lowered his gaze and reminisced about his old friend from a long time ago. There was respect in his voice. He was just born in the wrong era. Barney Jr. instantly shuddered. Once he finished speaking, Zacriel took a light step forward and shook off Barney Jr.'s arm. Barney Jr. was immersed in Zacriel's words. He was dragged by Zacriel and slowly fell to the ground, but he did not seem to notice it. Zacriel was getting closer and closer to them. They could even see the brand on his forehead. This made Belden more and more nervous. Quick Rope even pulled Thales back. What do we do now? Quick Rope gritted his teeth and whispered. We can't win against him, but we can't even find the exit. Where can we run to? Yes. What should we do? Where can we run to? Thales met Zacriel's gaze and found that there was only endless darkness in it. Thales could not help but take a deep breath. He suddenly remembered how Zacriel shivered in the cage, and how he muttered hysterically to himself at the world he could not see. I know you are testing me. But please believe me, I have never wavered because of sacrifices. I know that this is what I must do. No matter whether it brings me merits or sins, good deeds or evil deeds, I will accept them calmly and will never run away from them. Thales then remembered how Zacriel dealt with his enemies in a straightforward manner while he was surrounded. I am the Royal Knight and Honorary Lord of Constellation. I am the penal officer of the Royal Guards, the Watchman, the Protector of the Throne, the Keeper of the Royal Treasury. He remembered when the Knight of Judgment claimed that he wanted to kill him. It was an unusual sense of respect and reverence. Please be at ease, Your Highness. After your unfortunate death, I will take full responsibility for your crimes to comfort you for the injustice you have suffered here. Your secret will be buried, and it will not damage your reputation. Finally, Thales remembered how Zacriel smiled at his old friends, and his relieved expression when he admitted to his betrayal. The person who should really bear the crime of colluding with the enemy, but despicably hid the truth for 18 years. That shameful, sad, hypocritical, disgusting, self-righteous, hypocritical man is me, the Knight of Judgment. What kind of person are you? I understand now, quick rope, Thales said softly. Even he himself was surprised by the steadiness in his tone. He was like a prey that had broken free of its shackles in an instant. Quick Rope raised his eyebrows. Understand what? Thales shook his head at Quick Rope and gently unclenched his fist. It is useless to keep running away, because a long time ago, Thales stared at the dejected Barney Jr. and Nalgi, then at Zacriel, who was slowly approaching him. His words had a double meaning. We have nowhere to run. Quick Rope was stunned. His face was full of puzzlement. After he said this, Thales made up his mind. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. He should do this. He had to do this. In the next second, under Quick Rope's shocked gaze, Thales took a step forward in Zacriel's direction. Is this what you want? The teenager's voice echoed in the dungeon. The Knight of Judgment's footsteps froze. Everyone's gazes were focused on the prince. Bury all the filth and pain in the past and underground. Pretend that nothing happened, and tell yourself that this is the best choice. Thales panted and broke free from Quick Rope's grip. He ignored Belden's expression, endured the pain, and continued to speak. If I die here, it will be your responsibility, your past, their torture, and their pain. Will everything that happened in the past end? Thales extended his finger and swept it over every Royal Guard prisoner who was in pain, broke down, or absent-minded. When Zacriel met Thales' firm gaze, he froze in a daze. He opened his mouth to speak, but in the end he only sighed softly. You don't understand, Your Highness. The knight closed his eyes and shook his head. Thales took a deep breath and swept his gaze over everyone. Barney Jr. was still broken down and absent-minded. Nalgi was still twitching softly. Zacriel, who stood before him, was weak and lifeless. His expression was sorrowful. No. But there is one thing I don't understand. Thales turned his head swiftly and gritted his teeth. Who is it? Zacriel's eyebrows twitched. What? Thales spoke in a firm and unquestionable tone, which was rarely seen on him. Who is the person behind you? The person behind me? When he said this, everyone frowned. Zacriel twitched the corners of his lips, as if he did not want to pay attention to it. But what Thales said next greatly exceeded his expectations. I have not known all of you for long, but, Thales slowly turned his gaze around. Nalgi might value his family more, but he could not just watch you bear the responsibility for his crimes. Nalgi's shoulders trembled violently. Thales turned to the other side. Canon Bruley Tardin, you might have known what happened in the past, but you have never been calm about it. That is why you are still tormented by your own conscience, even after being imprisoned for 18 years. Canon's sobs died down, Bruley stopped trembling, and Tardin became dumbfounded. Finally, Thales looked at the absent-minded Barney Jr. I do not know Barney Sr., but I can tell from him that his father is probably just as stubborn and resolute. Once he has a thought, he will carry it through to the end, and he will never waver. Zacriel's eyebrows furrowed even more. Thales exhaled. With the sin of Hell's River, he calmed his increasingly rapid heartbeat. What I see from all of you is not the despicable and inferior nature of traitors, the prince said firmly. Instead, it is a painful predicament where you are caught between a rock and a hard place. Everyone raised their heads and stared at Thales with either shocked or puzzled gazes. Zacriel suddenly took a step forward. But Belden and Heir blocked his path, and it looked like they were going to die together with him. Thales was shocked, but he still braced himself and said the following words. I believe that as royal guards and the king's close vassals, no matter how depraved, evil, and selfish you are, you will never abandon the pride in your hearts and betray your lord for glory with a clear conscience. You are not that kind of people. You do not dare, and you cannot. The prince gritted his teeth and said, unless there is another reason, a more logical reason for you to convince yourselves that this is the right thing to do, and that it is not a betrayal. Zakriel's expression became more and more unpleasant. Thales knew that he had made the right choice. Hence, the prince ignored Quickrope's gaze, puffed out his chest, and continued to speak. As for you, Zakriel, you are a noble knight and a loyal guard. Even if you are about to attack me in the next second, you still treat me with such respect. I believe that the only thing that can tarnish your honor and mission is an even greater honor and mission. When he finished speaking, Zakriel shuddered. Then what kind of mission can make you betray Jadestar without hesitation? Everyone's expression slowly changed. Thales said coldly, unless, the Knight of Judgment could no longer remain calm. He roared, Your Highness. But Thales ignored him. He only raised his face from the floor and spoke laboriously under the dim firelight. Both the Northlanders and Shadow Shield hinted at me, but I was never willing to believe them. Thales clenched his teeth and stabbed Ricky's long sword into the crack between the ancient tiles. So tell me, Zakriel, who is it? Zakriel's expression changed a few times before Thales' eyes. Thales continued to speak. Back then he stood behind you, a group of desperate nobles. He used his noble status to bribe all parties. He used the chance to save your families as bait to encourage you to slacken your defenses. He plotted to assassinate the muddle-headed king, and planned to clean up the mess afterward so that he could ascend to the throne. The prince's gaze was sharp, and his aura was aggressive. He gritted his teeth and said, Which Jadestar was it? Thales' words echoed between the walls. Half of the people were stunned. What did you say? This was from the shocked Barney. The faces of the other half of the people, Nalgi and Cannon, turned pale. Bruley and Tardin turned their heads away. In front of them, Zakriel swayed violently and covered his head in pain. The silence lasted for a few seconds. For a period of time, only Thales' rapid breathing could be heard in the prison. Then a trembling voice rose. I see. This is why you wanted to bury the truth and shoulder all the crimes. Samuel swept his gaze over everyone. His voice trembled slightly, and his face was filled with shock and realization. This is why all of you kept it a secret, and why all of you were in conflict until now. Some of you may have been directly involved, and some only guessed the inside story. But this is the reason why all of you refused to do anything at the same time. A Jadestar of the same legitimate lineage supported all of you? He took a step back and panted. There was a cold sneer in his voice. Calamities and anti-mystic equipment are not reasons. This is the biggest scandal of the Jadestar royal family that cannot be made public. The tip of Samuel's sword trembled slightly. What a joke. Betrayal, loyalty, they are all bullsh*t. The so-called bloody year. The nightmare that tormented me for 18 years, the assassination and rebellion that all the nobles kept a secret, was actually an internal conflict within the Jadestar royal family. Internecine conflict? In the face of Barney's question, Zakriel heaved the longest sigh he had that day. The palm he used to cover his forehead trembled even more violently. Barney Jr. widened his eyes in disbelief. He straightened his body again. Thales did not speak. He only exhaled softly. Quickrope opened his mouth wide. He did not know how to react. Zakriel still had his eyes closed. He did not seem to know how to answer. Belden and Heir looked at each other. Their gazes were filled with sorrow, pain, and a final hint of disbelief. Samuel laughed again. His laughter trembled, and it was very frightening. Ha 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 ha, let me guess. His gaze was complicated and difficult to understand. It was mixed with hatred and disdain for some unknown reason. Is it Crown Prince Midir, who fishes for fame, is unpredictable, but can directly benefit from the death of the late king? Samuel raised his head abruptly and said hatefully. Or is it Horus, the sword of reversing light, who is a hero, has countless achievements, but is ruthless, bloodthirsty, and ambitious? Is it Fatty Bancroft, who appears to be fat and mediocre, but is actually greedy for pleasure and accumulates wealth without limit? Is it Beauty Herman, who has a good appearance and literary talent, but is narrow-minded, sinister, and ruthless? Samuel's choice of words made Thales frown. He had heard about these princes from King Kessel's recollection in the Jadestar family tomb. But, fishes for fame, ruthless, bloodthirsty, accumulates wealth without limit, sinister, and ruthless. These descriptions. Samuel panted and continued to speak. Or is it the Duke of Star Lake, the king's younger brother John, who commands the army, is in the prime of his life, but according to the order, as long as the descendants of the late king's descendants do not die out. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. Previously, Marina of the Disaster Sword's request to him reappeared in his memory. In the extreme silence, Samuel roared angrily. Is it a son killing his father, or a brother killing his brother? No one answered him, including Zachriel, who was already on the verge of collapse. Or, to be even more vicious, the Iron Hand King who mercilessly swept you, me, and all those who knew or did not know about it into the trash heap after the deed was done back then. While he sat on the throne and enjoyed everything, Kessel? Samuel seemed to be greatly agitated by this truth. He looked at the silent crowd, raised his voice and sneered. Chapter 463. Guy walked in the garden in front of Mindy's hall, passing through the pebbled path that was filled with morning light and greenery. He was in a good mood. Of course, according to the schedule, the stubborn old man had left the city today with a full entourage. It was said that he was going to patrol the south for at least a month or two. As Guy thought of this, he felt that even the sky had become much clearer. As for the grounding order the stubborn old man gave him, who the hell cared about that? Well, maybe there were people who did care. When Guy approached the hall door, Nolaner, who was standing guard under the pillar, stared at him with a silly expression that said, "Why are you here?" And that was why he had brought Val along. Before Nolaner could open his mouth to ask, Val cleared his throat, walked forward under Guy's gaze, and started to make things difficult for his younger brother with his loud voice that was unique to Northlanders. As one of the members of the Royal Guards, Nolaner Arund might be able to deal with assassins without hesitation, but he was definitely not good at dealing with troublesome brothers who came from the same mother. Guy knew this very well. Taking advantage of the fact that Nolaner had no time to care about him, Kay smoothly walked into the hall. Perhaps because the stubborn old man had left the city, the security in Mindy's hall was not as strict today. A few cleaning servants came and went in a hurry. The Jadestar private army only stood guard at the periphery. Only the elite and few royal guards guarded a few important positions. Morian stood by the side door of the left hall with his eyes wide open. Rogo stood opposite him in the right hall, dozing off against the wall. And right in front of Guy, Tony stood steadily with his hands behind his back. Behind him were the stairs and the statues of the 3 Constellation Kings on the wall. His Majesty has grounded you. Tony's voice was emotionless. You should not be here. Guy snorted and continued to walk towards the stairs. You should not ask where I am going. But Tony reached out and stopped him. Go back, he said coldly. His tone left no room for negotiation. This is for your own good. Guy glanced at the knife at the back of Tony's waist. Trouble. Guy had always believed that there were 2 types of people in the world. Those he could defeat, and those he had to call for help, like Val and the strong attendant Kana, to defeat. But without a doubt, the famous chief guard of the Royal Guards, Lord Conrad Tony, belonged to the 3rd category. Morian and Rogo, who were standing on both sides, looked at each other, as if they were anticipating what was going to happen next. Guy sighed and took a step back. Well, do you know the most interesting part about what happened next? Tony pursed his lips. Kai smiled brightly and danced to express himself. I wanted to go up, but you wouldn't let me. Then I insisted, so you started fighting. But I struggled, and the commotion was big enough to flip the roof of the hall. Then the messenger came down with the order to stop, to bring me up. Tony frowned and glanced at the steps behind him. Guy crossed his arms and smiled confidently. So why don't we skip all the steps in the middle and get to the end result? Let me go up. Tony's expression became even more unsightly. On the other side, Morian blinked and pointed to the top of his head. Ahem, he has a point. I mean, let him go up. In the right hall, the corners of Rogo's mouth twitched. He looked as if he wanted to laugh but couldn't help it. Guy felt that he had indeed won. Because Tony snorted angrily, but did not do anything. He retreated to the side. That's more like it. Guy proudly raised his nostrils in victory and walked past Tony, ignoring the other man's livid face. In order to provoke him, he even raised his hands and snapped his fingers rhythmically. He tapped his feet, hummed a tune and shook his shoulders. Ignoring the strange gazes from the servants and the royal guards around him, he sashayed up the stairs. Guy arrogantly walked past the portrait of the three kings of Constellation. The bastard king, the wife king and the bad debt king. The last time he called him that, the old stubborn king personally held him down in the Constellation tomb and beat him with a rod 30 times until his pregnant mother heard the news and rushed back from the tea party to save him. He winked at the two maids who were coming down the stairs. They were so frightened that they dodged to the side, turned around, and ran away. It's still a beautiful day, isn't it? Guy thought contentedly as he stared at the back of one of the younger maids and admired her shaking hips. However, he had only taken a few steps when he saw a strong man dressed in black walking down the stairs while being escorted by two attendants. Guy's light footsteps instantly stopped. No, the moment he saw the man in black, Guy wailed in pain in his heart. It's him. The person I don't want to see the most. The most there is no one of. Why is he here? Why isn't he in the place where he should be the most? The dirty military camp, the harsh north, where he continues to drink his people's blood and chop off their heads. Guy clenched his teeth in pain. He lowered his head in a practiced manner and leaned against the side of the stairs to minimize his presence. Then, like a lowly servant, he silently turned around and planned to slip away. He did not expect the man in black to ignore him, but in the end his wish was not fulfilled. Where are you going? Guy froze in his tracks. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from above his head. It sounded like an old organ that had been corroded for many years. When it was played, every string was a murderous weapon. Is this your reaction after a year of separation? The man in black walked down the stairs with a majestic gait. He had an imposing appearance. Morian, Rogo, and Tony all stood solemnly and bowed to the man. It was a treatment that Guy had never enjoyed before. Wait a minute. Kia glanced down at Morian and suddenly understood. They knew he was here. They did it on purpose. Hiding, running away, turning a blind eye, just like how you run away from your identity and duty. This man had eyes as sharp as a blade, a firm and resolute face, a broad chest, and a body that seemed as if it would never bend. Most importantly, his appearance was like a dose of ice and snow. It chased away all the warmth in the hall and replaced it with heaviness and tension. Guy exhaled in resignation and turned around with a numb scalp. The man in black stood above him and said coldly, "My dear little brother." Cold sweat broke out on Guy's forehead. Panic and fear, which he had not felt for a long time, assaulted him at the same time. Damn it. Guy sighed silently in his heart. He did not want to, not that he did not dare. He looked straight into the man's eyes and only fixed his gaze on the front of the man's chest. I am not afraid of him. You are not afraid of him. Damn it, Guy, you are not afraid of him. Guy repeated it 3 times in his heart. Guy raised his head and forced himself to squeeze out an ugly smile. Hi, Horace. My dear brother, the weather is not good. When did you return to the capital? God knew how much effort Guy had put in to squeeze out this sentence amid his fear and nervousness. Horace frowned slightly. It was as if the temperature around him had started to drop. Indeed, in this world, Guy was one of the people Guy did not want to see the most. It was his tall, strong, courageous, murderous, and mentally unstable second brother who lacked love. Of course, Guy would not usually say the last description to his face. If I had known earlier, I could have prepared. Horace stared at Guy for a while until the coldness in his eyes could almost fill up the entire cellar. Then he snorted and interrupted Guy with an ominous sound. I heard. When the police station was chasing after the fugitive, they coincidentally dragged you out of a club in Red Street Market. Guy's smile instantly froze. Wait. This. Horace continued to stare at Guy expressionlessly. All right, as usual, this guy has no intention of making small talk. But, Guy shook his head laboriously. He twitched as he fiddled with his cheeks. There was an unnatural chuckle in his voice. No. You misunderstood. I just had a poetry discussion with my friends. The atmosphere in Red Street Market is better, so we booked a private room. We drank some wine together and discussed the manner-style poetry during the Red King's era. Horace narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly approached Guy. Coupled with his strong body, he was like a small mountain pressing down on Guy. Friends? Poetry discussion. Guy nodded innocently. You know, the kind of things Herman likes to do. Horace continued to stare at him coldly. But Herman has never held a poetry discussion at 2 a.m, the second prince said coldly. Nor on a super luxurious soft bed in Red Street Market. Midnight. Big bed. Guy had a bad feeling that something bad was about to happen. He also never got stuck in the middle of 3 naked women in a drunken stupor when the police officers arrived. Then he was dragged naked on the street until he cried out the name of the royal family. Horace spoke very slowly, and every word sounded muffled. Guy's expression froze. Damn it. Isn't this supposed to be a secret? Where did he find out about it? The police station? He swore that when Horace said the words naked women, Morian, who was below them, glanced at them while holding back his laughter. Even though the fact that Guy was grounded was public, the truth behind it. The stubborn old man has given strict orders. Other than those involved, shouldn't this matter be covered up? Guy twisted his neck unnaturally and looked elsewhere. Where did you hear about it? Horace's eyes were filled with contempt. My wife, and she heard about it from Madame Hebron. Madame Hebron? Wait a minute. So it means... Guy seemed to have figured something out. A huge haze of impending doom flashed across his mind. Oh no. The noblewomen in the capital's circle of gossipy noblewomen. Don't expect me to be their mouthpiece ever again. Except for Madame Élysée. After all, her moans are too moving. But Horace's voice interrupted Guy's thoughts, which had already drifted to the Far East. After you were caught lying naked on a bed with a cheap whore, the widow of a meritorious minister, and a viscountess whose husband did not know about it, and your identity was known by half the people on the street. His second brother did not hide the disgust in his tone. The dignity of the royal family, the loyalty of the nobles, the stability of the rule. Do you know how much effort father had to put in to clean up your mess? Just because you could not control your lower body? Guy raised his eyebrows. He did not think much of it. I kind of know. The whipping marks in Renaissance Palace are still fresh in my mind. There are also a lot of gifts to comfort the vassals, especially to the husband who was known to the entire king to be cuckolded. But Guy is certain that the coward who likes to listen to his wife's screams used this in exchange for a promotion. He must be very happy. Is this not enough? Every time we thought that you would know your place and repent, you would impatiently jump out and tell everyone that you are still the most disgusting clown. Guy realized that he was trembling slightly. Our enemies should really thank you. You single-handedly turned our family and surname into the biggest joke in this country. Horace's gaze was like that of a military judge in a military camp. See, this is what they care about. Surname. Family. Really old-fashioned. Is there anything else? Guy sneered in his heart and made up his mind. I'm going to go against him. This arrogant bastard. And he knows how to provoke Horace. Guy looked like he did not care at all. He snorted and said, Joke? I'm not sure. Anyway, that night, Madame Élysée laughed quite happily. I mean, who doesn't like to discuss poetry? Guy was satisfied to see that Horace's expression became darker. That's right. The angrier he is, the happier I am. If this damned muscleman really thinks that he can. Guy spread out his hands and smiled provocatively. Of course, you may not understand. You may prefer to be in a military camp, rubbing shoulders and sweating buckets with tens of thousands of burly men every night. In the next second, the black-clothed Horace suddenly swung his right arm, and his fingers grabbed out like an eagle's claw. Asterisk slap. Asterisk he grabbed Guy's shoulder joint in a death grip. Kia shuddered, hissing at the sudden pain. He subconsciously raised his hand and struggled against Horace's fingers in a flurry. But his brother used some unknown technique. With a flash and a wave of his left hand, Guy's right wrist became numb, and then it drooped down powerlessly. Is this all you can do? Horace's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he approached him. The strength in his hand slowly increased, and Guy was in so much pain that he was sweating all over. You can't even break an egg. How do you get women? Let them *CK you? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Guy's face twitched and his shoulders trembled. He turned his body sideways and tried his best to resist the rough, hook-like hand. He wanted to break free, but he could not. Damn it, damn it. Where did this damn muscle man get his strength from? Cry, scream, just like before. It's a pity that I can't come and save you anymore. There seemed to be a storm in Horace's eyes. Or continue to run away from home like a coward, just like you did 3 years ago? Oh, I forgot. You're a young master with soft skin and tender flesh. You can't even reach Cold Castle. You died penniless on the side of the road. Or was it my troops who brought you back? Guy wanted to kick with his right leg, but Horace, who could predict the future, kicked his ankle in advance, and he returned empty-handed. Behind Horace were 2 fierce-looking attendants to the prince. They were Poke and Surd, who were obviously not good people. They seemed to be used to their master punishing people. They only cast each other a glance before they quietly took a few steps back and looked elsewhere to give their prince some space. Tell me, how many years has it been? Horace's voice was very terrifying. He exerted more force in his hand, and Guy was forced to bend his knees slowly. When will you learn not to be a useless piece of trash, not to be a disgrace to the family, and not to drag us down? Waves of pain shot through Guy's shoulder joint and his collarbone. He almost fainted from the pain. But that was no longer important. When will you stop being an eyesore to us like that rat poop in the pot? Guy sulked and pretended to glare at his older brother in a tough manner. He did not beg for mercy, nor did he scream. He did not lower his head and admit his mistake. He could not admit defeat. He could not show weakness, especially in front of this lunatic. Just like in the past. No. What? When? Guy's face contorted. With his blurry eyes, he stubbornly squeezed out a pained smile. Perhaps never? Horace was obviously not satisfied with his answer. The second prince's arm muscles, which were honed from years in the army, trembled slightly. In the next second, Guy felt the big hand on his shoulder change its position. What followed was a sharp pain that pierced his heart. Guy's face turned pale from the pain. He could not help but tighten his body, hoping to reduce the pain. He had to leave this place. This was a fact that every part of Guy's body reminded its master in an unnatural manner. He had to leave this damned muscular man in front of him. Val was probably still arguing with his brothers at the door. Kana was ordered to go home and reflect on his actions, and Guy's attendants could not be counted on below them. The royal guards must have seen it, but they dutifully stood on their posts and turned a blind eye to it. Guy could not help but regret his terrible attitude towards them just now. At this moment, I did not want to interrupt you, Horace. A crisp and powerful, yet refreshing and pleasant male voice rose from the stairs in front of them. There was a hint of mockery in it. But all of you seem to be blocking the stairs? Horace snorted coldly and rudely. His hand loosened a little because of this shout. Guy breathed a sigh of relief when he did not feel as much pain anymore. But Horace did not even look at him. The second prince's attendants, Poke and Surd, moved to the side and bowed slightly to the newcomer. This man was tall and slender, but not skinny. His skin was fair, but not weak. When he stepped down the stairs and looked up, he gave off a refreshing feeling. Although Guy had seen it countless times, he had to admit that both he and Horace were once again attracted by his face the moment their eyes met. They even forgot their pain for a moment. There was no other reason because this man was really too handsome. The edges and corners of his face seemed to have been personally chiseled by a master. Every inch was just right. It was not sharp or abrupt, but it was not mediocre either. His entire body gave off a natural, elegant, and valiant aura. When he did not smile, he was like a still painting. Every part of him was exquisitely carved. When he smiled, it was like a blossoming light, making people forget about him. And his gaze was like the work of the gods. When it was bright, it was like a whirlpool, captivating one's soul. When it was dim, it emitted melancholy, making people feel sorry for it. When he looked directly at it, it was full of sincerity, and when he looked disdainfully, it was dignified. Look at him acting like a ruffian. Horace's hand was still on the pale guy. He did not even turn his head around. I just don't understand. Why are we brothers and share the same surname? The terrifyingly handsome man cast a glance at Guy. He curled his lips and revealed a smile. It was like a blooming flower, and it dazzled Guy's vision. Yes. Sometimes I wonder about this as well. The handsome newcomer shrugged. Guy began to tremble slightly. Brother. This was his brother. His family. And his damn bloodline. Things he would rather not have. When he thought of this, Guy gritted his teeth, raised his head again and spat. Yes, why? Ask our mother, Li Hua said. Horace's expression turned cold, and he exerted force with his fingers. Guy felt his shoulder starting to hurt again. But at this moment, the beautiful man by the side coughed softly. Forget it, Horace. Your time is much more precious than this guy's. It's not worth wasting your time. The beautiful man pointed above his head. He had a smile that could kill both men and women. Besides, this is his hall. It's his territory. It's not suitable. This sentence was effective. At least, Horace was silent for a while. Guy still tried his best to fight against his elder brother's love, but his struggles were useless. It was like he was scratching an itch for Horace. After a few seconds, the second prince seemed to have figured something out and finally let go. Once he was free, Guy leaned against the wall as if he had deflated. He panted harshly and rubbed his shoulder. He looked at the beautiful newcomer, rolled his eyes, and called out the newcomer's name weakly. Herman. If someone asked Guy what was worse than running into a bastard brother early in the morning, the answer would definitely be running into two bastard brothers. That's right, Herman Jadestar. His youngest brother. Guy glared at Herman angrily. He was sensitive enough to notice that Herman's gaze was as arrogant as ever. It was filled with disdain and contempt. Most importantly, damn it, why is he so handsome? He had to admit that among the brothers, Guy and Herman took after their mother. But when it came to it, Herman was the one who truly inherited and even developed his mother's beauty. Well, it might not be accurate to describe him as beautiful, but in fact, using male adjectives to describe Herman would make him seem too boorish and crude. But if he used female adjectives to praise him, it would be too feminine and not powerful enough. So, Guy found a nickname for him that would not be too boorish and masculine, and would not be mistaken for a female. Sissy. Even though Guy was certain that all the people who had seen Herman with their own eyes would not agree to use this term. But what else could Guy do? There were only so many words in the world, right? He had to choose one. This was definitely not because he was jealous of Herman's looks. Yes, maybe a little, but definitely not much. Even though Guy would never forget that Herman Jadestar was the man who attracted the most attention at any ball. Over the years, the number one spot on the list of people who wanted to have a good time with the ladies in the capital, and perhaps some men as well, Guy thought maliciously, and the number one spot on the list of people who wanted to have a good time with them the most was firmly controlled by this sissy. But this sissy also understood the profound principle of letting go of the reins only to grasp them better, and giving them what they wanted. He pretended to be aloof, and never pretended to be courteous or hinted at, which made the ladies even crazier for him. This extremely hypocritical hypocrite made Guy, who also had the blood of the royal family flowing in his veins, look like a vulgar and despicable street whoremaster who would go to any hole he found. And every time, Herman would stare at him with a disdainful gaze, a mechanical and boring voice joined the conversation. Your Highnesses, is there a problem? As the footsteps drew closer, a long-faced man dressed in the attire of a guard appeared on the stairs above. He looked down at the three princes from above. When he saw this person, Horace narrowed his eyes and sized him up. Guy subconsciously shrank back. The fourth prince, Herman, shrugged and nodded in a fitting manner. His voice was pleasant to the ears, and his smile was brilliant. No, Lord Zachriel. We are just brothers who have not seen each other for a long time to catch up. The Lord nodded, but did not move. He only stared at the three of them with a burning gaze. He seemed to be waiting for something. Horus understood what was going on. He grinned and chuckled. He no longer looked at Guy, who was panting against the wall. He brought his attendants down the stairs and left. Zachriel watched his back as he walked further and further away. It was only then that Guy exhaled, as if the disaster was over. Hermann chuckled and turned to Zachriel, who was above his head. You know, Your Highness, my brother has always admired you. He thinks that you should be serving the kingdom in his military camp, not in the royal guards. The long-faced man was expressionless. I know. Hermann quirked an eyebrow and stared at him for a long time, but he did not say anything else. All right. The fourth prince sighed and nodded. This is probably what he likes about you. Zachriel did not say anything. Hermann turned around and extended his hand to help Kessel, who was leaning against the wall, but the ungrateful Guy flung his hand away. So, you're hanging out with him now? Guy stared at him coldly. You're making friends with your brothers, and this makes you feel good? The beautiful prince frowned. My feelings are not important. What's important is that, without me, you and Horus. Guy stared back at him arrogantly. Come on, sissy, we all know what kind of person you are. Stop pretending. Hermann could not help but laugh. He snorted and shook his head. His handsome and sharp features, which looked like they came out of a painting, shone slightly under the sunlight, and they could not help but stare at him. Do me a favor, Kessel. Hermann started calling him by his full name again. God knows how much he hated this name. Guy turned his head away in disdain. Hyman said with a smile. Next time you want to discuss poetry with someone, buy a hat first and cover it up. When he heard the words discuss poetry, Guy already felt that something was wrong, but he was still stunned for a second. Hat? Buy a hat? Cover what? He asked stupidly. Hermann was like a loving older brother. When Guy could not react, he stroked his younger brother's head in a doting manner. He smiled brightly. Don't you understand, little fool? Block the hole in your head. Huh? Why do you have to cover the hole in your head? Kyle touched his forehead and suddenly realized something. Cover your father. However, Hyman had already walked away with his handsome face that could topple all living beings. Following behind the ice-cold and sharp Horus, who seemed to be waiting for someone to swallow them up, Hyman had already left. Only Guy was left behind, stomping his feet in anger. Hermann Jadestar, you're the one who has a hole in your head. Your whole family has a hole in their heads. Cough, cough, cough. Something seems wrong. In short, is it great to be handsome? Can you do whatever you want just because you're handsome? Guy cursed and turned around. He straightened the folds of his clothes and cursed this terrible morning. But a chill ran down his spine, and he slowly raised his gaze. He saw the chief penal officer of the royal guards, Zachriel, still standing at the corner of the stairs above him. He stared at him indifferently and did not move. Somewhat. Person. It was as if he was reminding him of something. Guy shuddered and understood what he meant. Yes. Guy glanced at Zachriel and thought gloomily. How could he forget? When the whip marks on his back were still throbbing with pain, how could he forget the person who carried out executions with whips under the king's orders? Guy cast a sideways glance at the chief penal officer above him, braced himself, and waved his hand. I know I'm grounded, but I'm only here today too. But the long-faced penal officer did not wait for him to finish. He turned around indifferently and disappeared from Guy's sight. Guy could only turn around resentfully when he was halfway through his expression. He could only place his hands by his waist in resignation. How nice. At least he didn't ask about naked women. Guy threw a bully look that said, "What are you looking at?" At the King of Wives, who had a scary expression on his face. He continued walking up. When he reached the second floor, he was immediately stunned. The French window on the second floor was open. 2 large drawing boards and countless paints were placed in front of the window. A plump man dressed in luxurious clothes sat between the drawing boards. His back was facing Guy, and he held a few paintbrushes between his hands. He was concentrating on capturing the courtyard of Mindy's hall at dawn on the canvas. But Guy opened his mouth subconsciously. Fatty, Fatty. The man's back stiffened slightly. Guy looked at the drawing board in horror and measured the distance between it and the stairs. You've been here all this time? You heard everything? The plump man turned his butt around on the chair and revealed an ordinary face. His small eyes were squeezed into his chubby cheeks, and they blinked impatiently. No, I didn't hear everything. The plump man dragged his voice out, and he looked like a profiteer. I only know that you read poems with 3 or 13 old, mature women naked. Guy's body swayed, and he wailed silently. No, King didn't hear everything? Don't worry. The man whom he called Fatty seemed to understand Guy's despair. He shook his head, and he seemed to be taking pleasure in Guy's misfortune. I'm not interested in you being tied up and paraded naked through the streets. King said that again. You said I didn't hear everything? Guy was going crazy. He looked at the man who was trying to hold back his laughter, and he felt embarrassed and angry. I wasn't naked. Forget it. I mean, you heard everything, but you just sat here and did nothing? Fatty waved one of his paintbrushes. Guy widened his eyes. Did you see that murderous, muscular man? You just watched him lose his temper at me? Did you see your younger twin brother? Did you see him trying to please Horace and help him to humiliate me? The plump man shook his head nonchalantly. His expression was still relaxed, and he looked quite pleased with himself without the slightest hint of guilt. Guy made an extremely rude mouth gesture, but he did not scold Zacriel. He knew that Zacriel was nearby. He threw his hands to the side as if he had given up on himself and exhaled. You're really something, stupid Fatty. That's your mess. Why should I get involved? The plump man shrugged. Kai raised his finger and looked at him coldly with a, you're really something look on his face. You know, banker, sometimes I wonder, are you really my brother? Did we really crawl out of the same mother's womb? Or did our mother sneeze when she gave birth to you? The expression of the man whom he called Fatty turned cold. That's right, this is Bancroft, his third brother. It's said that he and Herman are twins. Guy looked at the man's face, which was so fat that it was squeezed together. He frowned subconsciously. Hereditarily, Horace took after his father, while Guy and Herman took after their mother. As for Bancroft, he probably took after a potato that his mother ate when she was pregnant. Ever since Banker started losing his shape when he was 6 years old, he became increasingly certain of this. Banker was the one who did not seek trouble the least in Renaissance Palace. Other than the fact that he liked to draw paintings of souls that people could not recognize, he basically had no major flaws. What Guy meant was, look at his second brother and fourth brother. One was stubborn, and the other was flamboyant. But this did not make Guy like him much. On the contrary, Banker's ignorant and innocent look of it's none of my business when my brothers fight made Guy extremely disgusted. What was worse than being opposed was being ignored. That was why this stupid Fatty always gave Guy the desire to beat him up, even though Guy knew that his fists would only bounce off Banker's bottomless flesh. Speaking of which, how would Banker do that? Would he be able to show it when he was up? Would it sink into his flesh? Banker took a deep breath and glanced at Guy as if he was looking at a trash can. He then let out a long sigh. You just don't understand, do you? Guy frowned. Understand what? Banker gave Kia a long look. The Fatty then shook his head and waved his arm at the pillars and garden in the distance outside the window. In its hundreds of years of history, the design and layout of Mindy's Hall are classics in the art world. The garden is an original work that has been passed down from generation to generation. Every angle is like a landscape painting. Many artists and masters of architecture have yearned to see it, but could not. His tone was filled with admiration. Guy raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of Banker's arm. He only saw a stretch of black and gray stone pillars, and a bunch of red and green flowers. He turned his head rather stupidly. Landscape painting. So, after Banker finished admiring the scenery, he immediately put on a stern face. But when you stand here, little Kessel. Leyland's eyes widened. Banker grabbed the paintbrush and added some color to the canvas. He said with a look of disgust, With a disgusted expression, he said, "It's like an extra stain on the canvas. This is why you are ostracized everywhere, and why everyone hates you. Now you'd better get lost." As Banker spoke, he pulled the drawing board away, twisted his seat, and turned it in another direction. He left Guy with a fat, protruding butt that squeezed his pants tight. Guy's smile froze. He instinctively wanted to touch Banker's painting. "Don't touch my stuff." Banker did not even turn his head. "Otherwise, I can't guarantee that when I tour the South next season, the beautiful ladies and madams of Blade Edge Hill will not know about your naked-ass poetry recital." Guy's foot that was about to kick out froze in midair. He moved his lips, but in the end he could only turn around mechanically. "Very well," Guy said angrily. "Just hold on to your paintings that you can't sell, and hold on to those little people on your paper for the rest of your life. Damn fatty, who doesn't have a sexual life. Be single for the rest of your life." The damn fatty did not even turn his head. He only waved his right hand and stuck out a fleshy middle finger between the 4 paintbrushes. Guy walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor angrily. But he kept thinking about that sentence. "This is why everyone hates you. Everyone hates you." Guy clenched his fists. He was wrong. Kia said gloomily to himself. Banker was wrong. Not everyone. Once upon a time his mother liked him. She would laugh heartily at his pranks and praise his creativity when the old stubborn man was angry, regardless of whether they were appropriate or not, regardless of the consequences. Until she, not everyone. Guy stopped and looked up at the room in front of him. The most important main room in Mindy's hall. He gulped, cleared his throat, and tidied up his clothes. But before Guy could knock on the door, it opened. A prince's attendant who was born in a low-ranking noble family bowed and smiled at him, indicating that he could enter. "His Highness is waiting for you." Guy felt warmth in his heart. "Not everyone," he said to himself slowly. "Not everyone." He politely and appropriately responded to the friendly attendant with the most respectful etiquette Prince Kessel had in his life. He even remembered that the attendant's name seemed to be Casso. Guy took a deep breath, and with the most cheerful and happy mood, he walked into the room with the lightest and most relaxed footsteps. He knew that the owner of the room did not like noise. But the other party had never been angry at his outrageous behavior. Because not everyone hated him. Chapter 464. Guy walked into the elegantly decorated room, and just as he expected, he found the owner of the room behind a desk filled with countless papers and documents. The man was dressed in an inconspicuous but fitting attire. He sat quietly, gently, and peacefully behind the desk. Amid the rustling sounds of flipping pages and writing, he quietly read a scroll. Guy rushed to the wide desk, found an empty spot on the table, threw his butt back, and sat on it in an extremely inelegant manner. He blinked and giggled when he saw the owner of the room put down his pen with a sigh. He cast him a glance, shook his head in resignation, and lowered his head to continue reading. Guy quirked an eyebrow in response. He did not have to be apprehensive here. He did not have to worry here. Because the person sitting there, it was his most amiable and kind eldest brother Wang. Guy turned his head around, and was surprised to find a bottle of wine and a few glasses on the side of the desk. It seemed to be a famous wine from Sarah Dukedom. "I remember that you don't like to drink." Guy grabbed the bottle of wine rudely and asked directly. They did not need to exchange pleasantries or greet each other, much less exchange meaningless pleasantries. Because a long, long time ago, this was his refuge, Windbreak Harbor. It was his final and true home, in Eternal Star City. It was especially so after his mother passed away. But Horace and Herman like it. Eldest brother Wang did not raise his head, but his voice was as pleasant as ever. Even though it was not as pleasant as Herman's melodious voice, it had a different kind of gentle power to it. It made people unknowingly calm down and calm down. "You are the same." Guy grabbed the bottle of wine, filled a glass and shrugged. "Then thank you for your hospitality." Eldest brother Wang snorted, flipped a page, and grabbed another scroll. Guy took a sip of wine. While he complained about his elder brother's taste in wine, he also reacted to the other two names. "So, is today some kind of special festival?" A day of fresh air in the prison? Guy walked to the window and took a look, but he did not see the two despicable figures who worked together with each other. They had probably already left. Muscleman, sissy, stupid fatty. Why, once the stubborn old man left, all the strange creatures in the capital came to your place. Eldest brother Wang chuckled. His laughter trembled in the air, and it was gentle but rather infectious. Don't scold yourself like that. Guy understood the sarcasm in his brother's words a second later. He scratched his head in realization. Oh, if it was Hyman or Horace who had mocked him, Guy would definitely not hesitate to retort back. But this was eldest brother Wang's words. It was just a small joke. They are different. They were different too. Why are they looking for you? His brother scribbled something and switched to the next page. I'm looking for them. You know, when father goes on an inspection tour, he reports directly to me. Guy came to a realization. Oh, no wonder Horace has such a sour face. Damn it. Although he said so, he was very happy in his heart. But then Kia realized that he had used a foul word. He hurriedly covered his mouth and mouthed to brother Wang apologetically. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. As usual, her brother did not get angry. His gaze was still fixed on the paper. He only curled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a slight smile. It was just like the look on Kai's face when he deliberately tore his brother's book when he was young. Gentle, peaceful, tolerant, bright. Guy guessed that no matter how much trouble he caused or how much trouble he caused, even if he killed the king of Extet, eldest brother Wang would probably only shake his head gently, smile faintly, and tell him, I'm here. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Rest early. And he always has a way. He always has a way. When he thought of this, Guy realized that his red wine glass was empty. While he was refilling the wine, he glanced at the document in his brother's hand. It looked like a letter from a foreign noble. He knew that it was a matter of state, but his brother did not seem to mind. What's that? Eldest brother Wang rubbed the space between his brows. The land tax dispute between Wind Return Castle and Malin Forest. Guy blinked. Is it serious? This involves the conflict between the traditional laws of Blade Edge Hill and the Sucator Act during the era of the virtuous king. I plan to let Banker mediate next season. On the surface, this is an imbalance between the taxes paid by the old and new nobles, but in reality, as eldest brother Wang spoke, he suddenly raised his head and revealed a gentle face. His brows were gentle, making him look very amiable. His gaze was peaceful, as if it would never dim. Why are you interested? Guy raised his hands in surrender. His head shook violently like a rattle drum. I don't understand these anyway, unless there's a part related to me? Sometimes, he felt that he was very lucky. He never had to deal with these headache-inducing government affairs, and he had an omnipotent eldest brother Wang to shield him from trouble. What was even more fortunate was that eldest brother Wang was the crown prince, the heir and the future master of Constellation. Just think, if someone else inherited the throne, such as a lunatic like Horace or an idiot like Herman. Oh, sunset. Guy swore that he would rather rebel and be disgraced than see that happen. Well, except maybe Uncle John. Yes, I think there is. Eldest brother Wang frowned and thought about it in a serious manner. He revealed a worried expression. In the next 5 years, the young ladies from Wind Return Castle will be more anxious to get married than before. In an instant, Guy's expression changed drastically. My God, it seems like the problem is really serious. Eldest brother Wang looked at him, and could not help but shake his head and laugh. In that second, the corners of his elder brother's lips curled into a beautiful arc. His eyes were full of smiles, as if it contained the optimism of the entire world. Herman was known as a beauty and could make people go crazy. Guy thought that it must be because eldest brother Wang did not want to compete with him. Because when eldest brother Wang smiled, he looked better than anyone else. He was gentler, brighter, and more charming. Guy also smiled naturally. It was the kind of silly smile that he would despise if he was outside. He would only smile like this in this place. Eldest brother Wang put down the work in his hands and picked up the scented tea beside him. I remember that you are still grounded to reflect on your actions. Guy immediately became nervous. He hated being grounded. Yes, but he hated stubborn old men even more. He hated the people who grounded him. Hence, during this period of time, if anyone asked about being grounded, no matter how displeased Guy was, he had to show a rebellious expression that he did not care. But eldest brother Wang, in front of eldest brother Wang, the usually eloquent and unreasonable Guy stuttered. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, in fact, I came here today to talk about this. Although it's only been a short night, I feel that my self-reflection has achieved profound, beneficial, and rewarding results. Oh no, I seem to have forgotten all the script I prepared last night. If I knew this would happen, I would not have teased that maid last night. I didn't even have time to memorize the script. Kia felt his little brother throbbing. But Guy did not need to continue speaking, because eldest brother Wang revealed a gaze that seemed to see through everything. He turned his head to look at him with the ghost of a smile. This made Guy instantly shut up. Eldest brother Wang sneered. Horace's sneer was a sign that he was in a bad mood, and was about to start scolding. Herman's sneer was filled with disdain. Banker's sneer was filled with an infuriating stupidity. But this action appeared clear and natural on eldest brother Wang. There was nothing unpleasant about it. So Guy could only shut up and surrender. As expected, eldest brother Wang crossed his fingers and said with a stern expression, "So you want to explain to me the truth behind why you are grounded by your father?" Guy was about to explain, but he heard his elder brother add another sentence. "I mean, other than taking off your clothes to discuss poetry with beautiful ladies?" Eldest brother Wang's expression was very serious when he said this, but his left eyebrow was twitching slightly. Oh my God! Listening to his elder brother's teasing gaze, Guy felt like he was going crazy. He really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. This is great! He roared crazily in his mind. Is there anyone in a remote corner of Errol who doesn't know this secret? He asked. Who else? Who else? Come out! Come out, let me tell you. Just as Guy was immersed in his Kessel's little world of self-respect, a commotion suddenly came from outside the window, attracting the attention of both of them. They heard a scream. It seemed to be from a maid. Your Highness, Your Highness. Wait a minute. Guy's body trembled. Embarrassed, he immediately found a chance to change the topic. He rushed to the window and pointed outside in an exaggerated manner. It can't be. You brought Connie out of the palace? Eldest brother Wang shrugged. It was obvious that he understood his intention, but he did not say anything. Kessel stuck his head out of the window and saw a girl dressed in strange clothes, as if she was wrapped between two pieces of cardboard, running happily on the rooftop of the side building of Mindy's Hall. She nimbly shuttled through the arms that tried to stop her, completely ignoring the ashen expressions of the attendants and guards behind her. The girl was about 11 or 12 years old. She had a delicate face, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. She was barefooted and covered in dust as she ran. Her entire body was brimming with joy and madness, a stark contrast to the despair and fear of the others. Don't worry. This is the latest version that I've modified based on the ancient books. Connie number 6 Flying Wing. There won't be any problems. Just watch how I fly against the wind and against the light. The girl shuttled through the crowd agilely while shouting in a high-spirited manner. Her joyful voice was sharp and high-pitched, and everyone in Mindy's Hall could hear her clearly from the manor to the courtyard. She attracted more and more guards. Quite a number of them were royal guards who were panic-stricken and did not know the girl well. The girl ran madly and shuttled through the two pieces of cardboard. She was getting closer and closer to the edge of the roof. Your Highness, please don't. Amidst the maidservant's heart-wrenching wails and the guard's incredulous cries, the girl leaped towards the sun and jumped off the roof. Ah! She shouted excitedly and flapped her arms. Her long hair fluttered, and the edges of her skirt fluttered slightly. I'm going to fly. In the next second, the girl drew a beautiful parabola in the air, and then she fell. She fell into a thicket. After a series of rustling sounds from branches, Kai, who was watching with his mouth agape, finally heard that terrifying muffled sound. Thud. Kai shuddered violently and retracted his head. His facial features scrunched up together. It looked like, it hurts. The maidservant's hysterical screams rang through Mindy's Hall again. Ah! Someone help! Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, fell again. Hence another large group of people rushed downstairs in a hustle and bustle. The sound of their footsteps was rather loud and pleasant, comparable to that of a drum band. After watching all this, Kai, who was still in a state of shock, retracted his head from the window with great difficulty. With great difficulty, he straightened his lips and revealed an ugly smile. Are you really not going to do anything about it? At some point in time, Wang Changxing regained his posture, as if he was dealing with government affairs. He calmly flipped through a warrant without any surprise or joy. He hummed in acknowledgement. Do what? Kai pointed under the window and revealed an ugly smile. He saw Morian and Rogo rushing over to the scene. About how to stop our little troublemaker sister from destroying Mindy's hall? Wang Changxing snorted and revealed a gaze that reminded him of when he was a child who was pranked by him. Don't be afraid. Ida will take good care of her. Don't be afraid. When he heard this, Kai was dazed for a moment. He missed the past a little. But what did my brother say? Ida. At that moment, move aside. As if to prove her brother's words, another short and slender figure made a fuss and flew out of the window. She cried with a heart-wrenching, earth-shattering voice. No, 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 no. Little Connie, please be all right. Asterisk thud. Asterisk there was another dull thud. A few guards were sent flying, including Morian. Kai's cheeks twitched again. Little Connie, good Connie, wake up, wake up. All right, as long as you wake up, I will never call you bad Connie again. The terrifying voice that the brothers Kai and Kai had heard since they were young, and it was said that Kai's father and grandfather had heard since they were young as well. It was said that Kai's voice was tragic and heroic, and it boisterously rang through the clouds as usual. Don't die. I only went to the kitchen to get a drumstick. Why did you? Sob. I'm sorry. If you're still alive, please wake up, wake up. Kai leaned against the window and watched as the cloaked figure shook something violently. The corners of his lips began to twitch subconsciously. The royal guards and maids around him wanted to go forward in fear, but they were thrown away by the cloaked figure. A few seconds later, a soft and squeaky voice unique to a girl screamed. Then it grew louder and louder. Ahem, Ida, you seem to be pressing down on my boobs. The voice sounded incredibly aggrieved. The royal guards around him looked as if they were scalded by boiling water. They turned around and returned to their posts as if nothing had happened. Kai sighed. Just as he expected. The loud and terrifying voice that had been crying just a second ago rose again. There was an exceptional sense of surprise in it. Sabha? This is great. Little Connie, you're still alive. Sob, you're talking nonsense. Sob, how can you have such an evil thing like boobs? The soft girl's voice sounded weak. I'm serious. The books say that this will cause stunted growth. Kai looked at the scene outside the window, then at his brother who remained calm behind the desk. He pressed his forehead weakly. That's right. Ida is here too. She will definitely take good care of Constance. As if. Kai hissed silently in his heart. He suspected that half of his little sister's abnormal activity was caused by that silly cloaked dwarf. Kai left the window helplessly and walked back. He picked up his wine glass again. But that terrifying voice, Ida wailed again. Sob, little Connie, I will never leave you again. By the way, do you want a drumstick? It's warm. Here, open your mouth. I'll tell you a little secret that I overheard just now. Don't tell anyone. That. Ida. My boobs. Do you know why your little brother is grounded? It's because he crawled into bed with 30 naked women. Pfft. Kai spat out the wine on the carpet and coughed violently. *CK me. I shouldn't have come today. Kia quickly pulled down the window of the room, shutting out Aida's earth-shattering voice. He and his brother looked at each other in dismay. There were only tears in his heart. After a long period of silence, Wang Changxing finally exhaled and broke the silence. You know Connie. As if he did not see Kai's pathetic state, Wang Changxing sighed to himself. She is very lonely. Lonely. She yearns for attention and recognition. Kai, who was coughing nonstop and immersed in Kessel's self-respecting little world, was stunned when he heard that. He looked up and met his elder brother's gaze. At that moment, Wang Changxing's gaze was different from usual. It was not only gentle, tolerant and comforting. There was also something else in it. His elder brother said faintly, "That's why she is eager to do something. And we all understand that feeling. We should also understand." Kai was silent. He opened his mouth to say something, but his elder brother's gaze was fixed on him, as if he had seen through everything. So Kai lowered his head. After a while, the commotion outside the window finally stopped. Kai straightened his breathing and let out a long sigh. "It's all thanks to that stubborn old man." He snorted softly and crossed his arms. His tone was full of deliberate venom. "For more than 10 years, it's as if he doesn't have this daughter." Wang Changxing was silent for a while. "Don't blame our father." After a long while, the usually gentle elder brother suddenly said this. This was unusual. Normally, Kai would not argue with him, because Wang Changxing was usually not wrong. Even if he was wrong for a reason. But today, especially after being stared at by the elder brother with that strange gaze, Kai suddenly felt as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. "Father." He turned his back to his elder brother and said sarcastically, "Then what kind of father would hate his own child?" Wang Changxing hummed in acknowledgement. This time, his words were a little more serious, with a rare lament. "That's not hate. Father was too shocked by mother's death. You know, when he sees Constance, he will think of mother and the pain she suffered before her death." Kai's expression dimmed. "Mother? Is that so?" Wang Changxing sighed. His deep love for mother became a torment and burden when he faced Connie. The deeper the love, the heavier the torment and burden. Father stayed away from Constance for her own good, because he was afraid that when he thought of love, he would become someone who would not even recognize himself. When he said the last few words, even his elder brother seemed to be in a daze. Kai clenched his teeth and shook his head. "Love. Nothing is more ridiculous than this." He knew that if mother saw how he treated Connie, she would definitely fight him to the death. Just like how she protected us, protected all her other children. Wang Changxing did not answer immediately. The room was quiet. Even the sound of turning pages and writing was not heard. "Yes," Kai heard his elder brother speak very slowly. "She will." Kai suddenly thought, not only Connie, if mother saw her beloved sons end up in this state, hating each other and being wary of each other, what would she think? Every time he thought of this, Kai's heart clenched. Eldest brother Wang heaved a deep sigh before he resumed his gentle and cordial tone. "So, the responsibility of caring for her sister can only be borne by her older brothers for now." Wang Changxing patted the back of his neck, as if he was relaxing his muscles and bones. Kai also patted his head, pulling himself out of the abnormal state he was in just now. Forget about those naked women. Forget about it. Forget about it. By the way, I found you a job." Wang Changxing's words gave Guy a shock, and he immediately forgot about the naked woman. He turned his head abruptly, and the expression on his face was extremely interesting. "W work?" Kai almost thought he heard wrong, but his elder brother only nodded kindly. "After all, father told me before he left that any form is fine. What you need is to reflect. You don't want him to fly into a rage when he comes back, do you? Or do you really want to be grounded?" Kai's eyebrows twitched. "The stubborn old man told me that? Was there such a sentence in the original words? Make that trash behave. Or tell him to get out of my sight? What a joke. As the Prince of Constellation, does he still need to work?" Alright, Horus leads a group of soldiers, Banker is an honorary director of the National Research Association, and even Herman carries the title of a special envoy of the royal family. Counting them, he is indeed the only one who is a little, When he thought of this, Kai's expression immediately changed. He said seriously, "Oh, work. You know, I also have this plan." Kai scratched his forehead in pain, looking for an excuse. "In fact, I am preparing to leave the city and go to Star Lake Castle in a few days. John told me that he needs help there." But Wang Chongqing only shook his head gently. There was a nostalgic look on his face. The anniversary of John's wife's death has arrived. His words choked Kai's excuse in his throat. Now is not a good time to disturb our uncle. The fifth prince was silent for a few seconds. In the end, Kai scratched his head in annoyance and looked at his elder brother innocently. He said pitifully, "Wait, are you serious? You're not going to let me deceive you, are you?" His elder brother smiled. He was still as gentle and amiable as ever, making it impossible for anyone to have any rebellious thoughts. "Don't worry, the job I found for you is in Eternal Star City." Wang Chongqing accurately pulled out a stack of papers from the pile of documents and threw them to him from afar. "Western City Police Station. Go and help maintain the order in Western District, Lower City District, and Western City Gate. This or grounding. Choose one." Kia smacked himself on the forehead. There is no hole. At least I did not touch it." But Kai rubbed his face in pain. His entire body drooped like a wronged puppy. "Oh no. Whenever I hear police officer, or words related to it, I get annoyed." But soon his gaze focused. "Wait, Western District? Isn't that the district where Red Street Market is?" A brilliant light shone in Kai's eyes. Wang Chongqing nodded with an amused smile. His gaze was sincere. "Don't worry, that is a prosperous, adorable, beautiful and colorful place. You can go there to reflect on your actions, and at least you won't really be grounded." Of course. Kai's expression instantly changed. He became serious and focused, just like when he was facing a girl's dress. That's right. What you said makes sense. Ahem, I don't like being grounded, and this is also a chance. As a police officer or other civil servant, I can properly patrol and understand our city, and serve the kingdom. Especially Red Street Market. Wang Chongqing smiled again. His smile was very gentle. It made him feel very at ease. Kai pretended to be serious as he flipped through the information in his hands. He thought about how he could first make sure that Red Street Market was within the scope of his work, then change his attitude without losing face, and seize this position with benefits. I informed a police officer's advisor there. Coincidentally, she needs an assistant, Wang Chongqing said softly. She also promised me that she would take good care of you. Kai thought about the matter of Red Street Market and nodded absent-mindedly. That's very thoughtful. Police officer, advisor, assistant, promise, take good care of me. Wait a minute. A thought flashed in Kai's mind. He directly ignored the other words that made him unhappy and only left the more important parts. Her? Kai looked up abruptly and his eyes lit up. You mean a lady? Eldest brother Wang nodded warmly, smiling. Miss, to be exact. Unmarried, and her family have little power over her. Elder brother Wang knocked on the table with his fingers. His expression was complicated, with a hint that Guy couldn't understand. It didn't matter. Apart from eating, drinking, and playing, Guy usually didn't know much about anything that elder brother Wang knew. And his elder brother would definitely not harm him. Most importantly, Miss. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we get married. Kai really wanted to say that. But he had to be reserved. Yes, reserved. Guy suppressed his excitement and told himself that he couldn't show his table manners too obviously. After all, elder brother Wang was a decent person. Therefore, it had to be done step by step. Is it beautiful? Is it beautiful? Isn't it beautiful? Kai's eyes twinkled. Eldest brother Wang smiled again. His eldest brother put his hand on his chin and pretended to recall something. He frowned slightly and then nodded slightly. Very beautiful. In that instant, Kai's eyes almost shone with the light of faith. Her brother was a man of his word and had never lied to her. That's right. Elder brother Wang's lips curled up. He continued to chuckle and added weight to his words. She's also smart and considerate. Oh my God. That's great. My respected, handsome, great crown prince. You are really my brother. If we weren't separated by a table, I would have kissed you. Kai's resistance and annoyance from a minute ago seemed to have disappeared. He felt as if he was immersed in the most wonderful hot spring. When do I start working? Can I go now? He blinked his sparkling eyes. Elder brother Wang smiled again, and his smile became even cuter. He tore off a note and wrote an address and a name. Western City Police Station. Look for Officer Jines Bachkovic directly. Don't bring any attendants. Of course, of course. Kai was no longer pounding garlic. He was nodding like an avalanche. How can I let that boorish Val and that idiot Kana benefit from such a good thing? By the way, as elder brother Wang wrote, there was a nostalgic tone in his voice. That lady is extraordinarily charming. Don't fall in love with her. You will suffer. Hehe. Fall in love with her? Kai took the note impatiently. He spun on the spot in a well-practiced dance before he faced Meteor. You worry too much. I'm a veteran who has been with many women. Kai flashed a confident smile. He extended his finger and pointed at Meteor while he walked backwards out of the door. You know I won't. Elder brother Wang still had that reassuring smile. He waved his hand, not knowing whether he should laugh or cry. Hurry up and go. Kai's figure disappeared. But a few seconds later, his palm reappeared by the door. Hey Meteor. Kai, who had returned, stood outside the door. He stuck his head out and grabbed the door frame so that his elder brother, who had his head buried in the table, could raise his head again. Kai patted the door frame gently and said hesitantly, Thank you. Meteor raised his eyebrows while he sat at the study table. He put on a resigned expression and shrugged. This is my father's order. But Kai shook his head. No, I mean, Kai grabbed the door frame and fidgeted. He seemed to be a little embarrassed. Thank you. But in the end, he still took a deep breath and shook the note in his hand. He subconsciously pointed in all directions. Everything. Thank you. Thank you. Elder brother. Thank you for tolerating me when everyone hated me. Bear with me. Take care of me. Care for me. Understand me. Meteor Jadestar. Thank you. Thank you for becoming my elder brother the moment I was born. Until eternity. After he finished speaking, even though most of it was in his heart, Kai lowered his head in embarrassment and rubbed his nose. He was not used to doing this. He did not even dare to look into Meteor's eyes. It was not just because he was afraid, it was also because, but the eldest brother smiled again. This time Meteor's smile was very soft. It could be said to be very faint, but there were clear emotions in his eyes. Oh, the Crown Prince of Constellation nodded and leaned against the back of the chair. He smiled with a peace of mind. Of course. Kai smiled and pursed his lips. He knew that it was the same as before. His elder brother understood. He made a face, knocked on the door frame, and disappeared before Meteor's eyes. As he watched his youngest brother leave with a smile on his face, Meteor could not help but curl up the corners of his lips. Also, stop discussing poetry, the Crown Prince said in a gentle and firm voice. In the next second, the sound of a human body hitting wood came from the corridor outside the door, followed by Kai's painful hiss. Meteor chuckled and shook his head. In the distance, Connie and Aida's chatter could be heard faintly. Young people. The Crown Prince raised his head and looked at the warm, lively sun outside the window. He took a breath of fresh air. Just like the morning in Mindy's hall. Beautiful, bright, carefree. Just like this. Until eternity. After enjoying the relaxing and wonderful morning, Meteor came back to his senses. He lowered his head and sighed, returning to reality. Chapter 465. 6 years ago, Thales, who had yet to become a prince, was told by Gilbert in Mindy's hall. The history of Constellation has never lacked blood. Blood? Is this the real blood? Thales stared at the agitated Samuel. The man reminded him of the Duke of the Northern Territories' almost hopeless roars in Renaissance Palace a long time ago. The same hatred. The same pain. The same desolation. Similarly, he would stake everything on a single throw. The atmosphere in the storage room reached its peak. Even Belden, who stood in front of Thales, put down his weapon in a daze. Samuel's panting was filled with anger that had not subsided for a long time. Nalji bit his lower lip tightly. Barney Jr. was like a lost traveler who fell into the fog. He raised his head in confusion. As for Zacriel, he only pressed his hand against his forehead and lowered his head. He did not say a word. Even Quick Rope, who tried his best to act as if it had nothing to do with him, inadvertently revealed a contemplative and surprised expression that a low-ranking mercenary would not have. He looked at Thales. "What do you want to do?" But Thales ignored him. He only stared at the center of attention in the room. Finally, after the extreme clamor and the extreme silence, the voice that had disappeared for a while reappeared shakily. "What are they talking about, Zacriel?" Thales, who felt complicated and could not put his feelings into words, turned his gaze. Barney Jr., who was kneeling on the ground, widened his eyes, which looked as if they had been ravaged by a storm. "Father? Jadestar?" Zacriel did not speak. The knight shuddered and turned his head slightly. At that moment, he hid his expression so that his colleagues could not see it. This was not what he wanted. No, never. But from Zacriel's silence, Barney Jr. had already sensed something. "They are loyal to another Jadestar? The other? Highness?" Barney Jr. repeated in a daze. He ignored the disappointment on Nalji's face and the indignation in Samuel's eyes. "Answer me." The man's unusual silence agitated Barney Jr. His tone became more and more anxious. Nalji snorted. Barney Jr. turned to him for help. "Go and ask your father. Ask our respected vice-captain," Nalji said softly. The sarcasm and reproach in his voice still lingered. "He is the instigator who appeared in secret, followed orders from his superiors, and made promises to his subordinates. Too bad he didn't tell you." Barney Jr.'s unfocused gaze became focused again. On the other side, Heir sighed as if he had accepted his fate. "Enough." Finally, Zacriel's dull and mechanical voice rose into the air. He released the hand that was pressing down on his forehead, exposing his face to the light of the fire again. His pupils were dim, and they reflected the burning torches on the ground in a lifeless manner. Apathetic. Just like a dead person. "Why can't you just let go?" The Knight of Judgment asked absent-mindedly. "Let go of everything in the past. Keep everything in its original state, no increase, no decrease, no more, no less." In the end, there was still a slight fluctuation in his calm and hollow voice. "Let them end here." "Why not?" His words caused the expressions of many of his colleagues to change. Nalji's shoulders trembled. He looked at Barney Jr. and flashed a sarcastic, bitter smile. "Yes, why not?" Asterisk rumble. Asterisk Barney Jr. got up from the ground abruptly. His senses, which had been ravaged by the alchemy ball, made him stagger for a second before he managed to regain his footing. "Because, Zacriel, because if it's true," at that moment, the disheveled Barney Jr.'s numb eyes shone with a rare hint of excitement. "If the bloody year is really a lie, then it means," he looked at his other colleagues eagerly and longingly. The sobbing Canon, the whimpering Bruley, the desolate Tardin, and Belden and Heir, who exchanged glances. They seemed to want to get some support. But his colleagues did not respond. Only Samuel sneered in disdain. Thales sighed softly. He cleared his throat and spoke in the unbearable silence and darkness. "That means, Barney, that the people who swore loyalty to the Jadestar royal family in the past, including your father, might not have committed treason." The prince's words echoed in the dungeon, and the light in Barney Jr.'s eyes grew brighter. Thales sensed the fatigue and pain all over his body. He tried his best to make his voice sound calm and amiable, so that he could slightly comfort the pitiful man in front of him, who was covered in wounds. At least, it was not so absolute and thorough. The prince's voice caused the guards to react differently. Some lowered their heads and did not speak, some opened their mouths, and some closed their eyes and sighed. But Thales ignored them. He only spoke slowly, and there was a desolation and sorrow that the teenager usually did not have. "They are still loyal to the Jadestar royal family, and they only listen to orders. In the internal strife of the royal family, they choose a side, choose their own masters, and fight to the death." Thales buried these words in his heart. Barney Jr.'s expression relaxed a little, as if he had obtained some sort of release. The guards fell silent, regardless of whether they knew about it or not, regardless of their ranks. The dungeon sank into silence again. But Quick Rope, who was watching from the side, felt that the silence this time was not so unbearable. Is it? Barney Jr. nodded faintly and repeated blindly. They're just. On the other side, Zacriel released a long sigh. Don't blame them, Barney. There was sadness hidden in the Night of Judgment's eyes. Especially your father. In that chaotic era, families, oaths, righteousness, loyalty, traditions, royal power, family, the kingdom, His Majesty, His Highness. They just don't know that among so many people. Zacriel paused for a moment, as if he was organizing his words. What should they be loyal to? After he finished speaking, the Knight of Judgment closed his eyes in desolation and unclenched his fists. Barney Jr. stared at the floor tiles in a daze. He was filled with conflict and realization, and he seemed to be unable to speak anymore. But at this moment, Nalji let out a disdainful sneer again. Hehehe. Everyone looked up. You're too optimistic, Zacriel. Nalji shook his head. His eyes shone with gloom. You've left out a part. For us, the worst part. Barney Jr. was stunned. Thales's expression tensed. What? There was a suffocating pain in Nalji's voice. If this is the truth of the bloody year, it means that we... Nalji paused as if he could not continue speaking. Zacriel did not speak, but his numb facial muscles began to tremble. Samuel seemed to understand as well. He took over the conversation. I understand now. Samuel's resentment disappeared without a trace. What followed was gloominess. If the bloody year was a bloody internal strife in the family, and blood relatives killed each other, Barney, even if I did everything I could to escape from my imprisonment, and tirelessly sought help and revenge, even if you worked hard to atone for your crimes by sending this Jade Star Prince back to the capital. A few seconds later, Barney figured something out. His face, which originally had some color in it, froze again. The relaxed look on his face disappeared, and what followed was fear that could not be dispelled. The reactions of the guards varied. Some looked relieved, some shook their heads numbly, and some furrowed their eyebrows. Even if we found out who the mastermind of the coup was and who the spy was, even if we proved that we and the rest of our colleagues were innocent and loyal, even if we... When he said this, Samuel choked a little. He lowered his head and spoke in a desolate tone. There is no meaning to it anymore. Barney Jr.'s body swayed violently, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. For the stability of the reign, for the reputation of the royal family, and even more so for the authority of Renaissance Palace, whether it is King Kessel or his successor, or all of Constellation, they will never allow the ugly truth of the bloody year to be revealed, let alone make it known to the world. Samuel glanced at Thales from afar. There were too many things contained in that glance. Hatred, indignation, desolation, despair. It made Thales feel even heavier. On the contrary, the people we swore allegiance to will do everything in their power to bury the truth, conceal it, and distort justice. Because the people's impression of the noble and wise Jade Star family cannot be the ones responsible for the bloody year. The true culprit of that year will always be the rumored mysterious mortal enemy of the Jade Star royal family. It will only hide behind the curtains and never show itself. Barney Jr. listened to Samuel's words in a daze, as if he was a walking corpse. As for us, our comrades who died in battle will never receive justice. The 37 people who died in battle will never receive justice. The survivors can only bear the stigma of injustice for the rest of their lives. As the royal guards of Constellation, we can only be traitors who colluded with the enemy. Zacriel shuddered violently, as if he had been struck by lightning. His comrades' faces were pale. Their gazes were miserable, as if they were receiving their final judgment. Samuel's words became more urgent, and he became increasingly callous and merciless. We can only be sinners who failed in our duties, and incompetent cowards. We will never reverse the verdict, and we will not rest until we die. Aside from Samuel's voice, the dungeon was terrifyingly silent. Samuel panted for a while before he slowly regained his composure. However, the desolation and despair in his voice could not be any greater. No matter how innocent and pitiful those who do not know the truth are, no matter how loyal lone officials like Barney are, no matter how wronged people like me are, no matter how indignant they are, No matter how miserable and desolate a chess piece like your father is, and how helpless he is. No matter how unfair it is to us. Barney Jr.'s hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Because Samuel's gaze was infatuated. Because as the royal guards, we are destined to be sacrifices and scapegoats under the 9-pointed star emblem. Thales listened quietly. He remembered the numb and frozen expression on Kessel V's face, when he stood in front of the stone jars belonging to the Jadestar family in the Jadestar family tomb. Single quote, "I do not know how much you know about us, and I do not know what kind of imagination you have regarding the name Jadestar." Thales sucked in a deep breath. He only felt that the air in his lungs had become colder and denser. Zachriel turned his head away, as if he could not bear to listen anymore. No one could see his expression. Samuel looked up. This is why Zachriel would rather keep his mouth shut and say that he was a scapegoat, why Nalji did not want to seek justice, and only wanted to leave quietly, and why today, when the prison was broken and the matter came to a head, everyone pretended to be deaf, dumb, and numb, Samuel said mournfully. Because they knew that it was meaningless. Barney Jr. looked at his other comrades in disbelief. Many of them lowered their heads in shame when they met his gaze. Zachriel still did not speak. Barney, for the past 18 years, the things that kept us alive, whether it was clearing our names of injustice, restoring justice, or even the laughable so-called revenge, were all fabricated. All the struggles we did, all the hopes we embraced, all the wishes we placed on ourselves, all the answers we sought. Justice, justice, truth, innocence, freedom. Samuel's words were accompanied by panting. They were intermittent, and there was pain in his words that could not be resolved. All of it was in vain. Barney Jr. turned his head around mechanically. The expression in his eyes became more and more stiff and numb. Samuel sucked in a deep breath and stared at the dark, bottomless corridor. He smiled brokenly and ended his speech. In the corner of history, we, the former royal guards, are destined to be buried in dust and never see the light of day. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the few words were light, but they seemed to contain a great force that Barney Jr., who had just stood up, fell to the ground again. Nair exhaled softly. Belden did not move. Tardin, Bruley, and Cannon seemed to have sunk into an eternity of stiffness and silence. Silence returned to the underground prison. Nalji stared at a torch beside him with the ghost of a smile on his face. He turned his face away in an unaccustomed manner as the light from the torch shone on him. He made a muffled sound in his throat. "Do you know what I am most jealous of and hate about you, Barney?" Nalji said in a low voice. "For 18 years, even though you foolishly lived in a lie, but at least, you still lived in the hope you weaved for yourself. In this bottomless underground prison shrouded in darkness, you lived in the only place where light shone." As a soft, muffled sound rose, the torch on the ground was extinguished. Nalji's figure was once again engulfed in the terrifying darkness. Thales closed his eyes gently, and did not look at Barney Jr.'s pale face. Constellation's history has never lacked bloodshed. In the past, Thales' understanding of the word bloodshed was still superficial. The scenes he could think of that word were the child beggars in the abandoned houses in Lower City District, and the fights between the gangs in the underground world. As his identity changed, his journey became arduous and his knowledge broadened, whether he wanted it or not. Thales gradually felt the pulse of the bloody year from a different angle. The dead silence in the Jadestar family tomb. The Duke of Northern Territory's desperate roar in Renaissance Palace. The wordless mourning at Raymond Pass. The nostalgia in the eyes of the veteran Genid for the old days. The cheerful yet somber gaze of the Fortress Flower. Willow's absent-minded look when he talked about his dead sister. The lonely figure of the kingdom's wrath under the setting sun. The cold and lonely ghost Prince Tower. And Marina's pale and trembling face when she confessed her feelings. Too many people were trapped in it, and could not extricate themselves. Thales thought that he was beginning to understand the cruel side of the bloody year. Until now. Until the members of the Royal Guards, whom he met again in the Prison of Bones, and the cruel and merciless suspicion and confrontation between them. This was the true bloody year. It was an eternal nightmare that engulfed everything, and it was as if he could never wake up from it. Ha 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 ha. Barney Jr.'s forlorn laughter broke Thale's heavy thoughts. Unexpectedly, Barney Jr.'s face was no longer gloomy and sad. Only a smile remained. Ha 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 ha. A numb, still, fake and cold smile. Just like a clown in a circus. Just like the smiling faces they painted on with paint. A smiling face that made people feel slightly uneasy. No one knew what was hidden under the curve of that smile. Thales felt a stab of pain in his heart when he saw it. I see, Barney Jr. said loudly and desolately as he laughed. Alan Walker, Bobby Morian, Larray King, Skeleton, Rogo. He mumbled the names that Thales found unfamiliar in a neurotic manner. He did not even spare a glance at the people beside him. He only extended his arms towards the dark ceiling and laughed madly. 18 years of imprisonment, so much bloodshed, so much persistence. So it was all meaningless. Barney Jr. laughed so hard that the brand on his face curled up a little. What exactly did we fight for? What did we live for? What did we die for? No one could answer him. Nalji stared at him coldly. Samuel snorted softly through his nose. Zacriel seemed to have turned into a statue. He remained silent during Nalji's accusation, Samuel's confession, and Barney Jr.'s questioning. Tardin and the others looked dispirited. They lost hope. Thales shook his head and gave a negative answer to Quick Rope's questioning gaze. Barney Jr.'s laughter slowly became sluggish and difficult to understand. He fell to the ground again. For what? Belden stared at his former chief vanguard with a dumbfounded expression. Barney, he spoke in a troubled manner, as if he wanted to comfort Barney Jr., who seemed to have completely lost his composure. But when the words reached his mouth, he found it hard to speak. But in the next moment, Barney Jr.'s actions caused his heart to tremble violently. Clatter. Barney Jr., who had had his fill of laughing, stopped smiling and grabbed the longsword he dropped on the ground. Everyone was shocked. Even Zacriel looked up. Barney Jr.'s eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body was trembling. He placed the blade on his palm. He stared at the blade, which had gone through several battles, and had a curl and a chipped edge. Then he turned the blade towards his neck. Chapter 466. Barney. Belden was the first to cry out involuntarily. What do you want to do? While everyone was in disbelief, Barney Jr. laughed bitterly. He looked at everyone as if he had been freed and resigned to his fate. What do I want to do? Nothing. Barney Jr.'s gaze slowly calmed down, and he looked even more ominous. My father, you and all of you. Barney Jr. snorted and shook his head slowly. Samuel was right. Everything we did was meaningless. Samuel lowered his head in anguish. Nalji was also right. We already belong here. We can't leave. Nalji snorted coldly. Even Zacriel was right. Some things should never be mentioned. Zacriel's expression was complicated. In this prison, the only person who is wrong and stupid has always been me. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Barney Jr. laughed coldly and said loudly, I should be buried in the ground for all eternity. Once he finished speaking, his arm moved. Thales sucked in a sharp breath. However, before everyone could cry out in surprise, a figure pounced on him and seized Barney Jr.'s sword-wielding wrist. No. Under Thales' astonished gaze, Heir, the former second logistics officer, grabbed Barney Jr.'s chest and wrestled with him while his arm trembled. No, Barney, no. Heir pursed his lips and shook his head fiercely. He struggled to speak through gritted teeth. Barney Jr. pushed against Heir, who refused to budge an inch. Let go, Heir. I don't want to hurt you. Belden gritted his teeth and took the chance to sneak behind Barney Jr. I am the logistics officer of the guards, you know. Heir seemed to be trying to be humorous, but his gaze was almost pleading. Non-combat casualties are my responsibility. Many people reacted to his words. Barney Jr. was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. Logistics officer. What? You don't even care about what little dignity I have left. In the next second, Barney Jr.'s expression changed, and he shouted angrily, Are you going to take it all away? With hell's senses, Thales saw Barney Jr.'s power of eradication surge. Heir's hand was instantly released, and his opponent turned around and threw him away. Dong. Heir crashed into Belden, who intended to seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and snatch the sword. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and grunted in pain. But the moment Barney Jr. grabbed his sword again, a third figure pounced on him and pressed down on his arm. This time, Barney Jr. stared at the person who stopped him in surprise. "It's not that simple, Barney." Nalji sneered before Barney Jr.'s eyes. He seized Barney Jr.'s right arm from an ingenious angle. "After such a long period of torture, you want to escape just like that? Like your coward father?" Nalji said hatefully, "No way." Barney Jr. furrowed his eyebrows at first, then his anger surged. "You." But Nalji interrupted him. "At least not in front of me." In the next second, against everyone's expectations, Nalji raised Barney Jr.'s arm with a cold smile. He faced the edge of the sword himself. Chi. There was a ripping sound. It was the sound of steel tearing through flesh. A sound that Thales had heard countless times. "No." Thales cried out in surprise with his eyes wide open. "No. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be." He was not the only one who reacted this way. Most of the royal guards cried out in surprise. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the longsword fell to the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk with a languid smile that he had not shown for a long time. Nalji slowly let go of Barney Jr.'s arm. Endless blood gushed out from his neck. It reflected the light from the fire, and it looked like lava in a volcano. The blood made the stunned Barney Jr.'s face turn scarlet. It was as if he wanted to vent all the grievances and resentment he had felt for the past 18 years. Nalji. Cannon, who was in the same cell as Nalji, rushed forward with a roar and grabbed Barney's body. Bruley pounced on him right after. Both of them were panicking. Cannon held Nalji, who was bleeding profusely from his neck. He pressed his palm against the terrifying wound in vain, and he began to mutter in fear. Help me, Bruley. No, this is an artery. I can't stop the bleeding, I can't." As he stared at Nalji on the ground, Barney Jr. first froze on the spot like an ice sculpture. He then raised his bright red hands and wiped his cheeks, which were also covered in blood. His face was filled with disbelief. "What is this? What is this?" Barney Jr. started to tremble. Nalji flashed a pale smile, as if he had succeeded. He seemed to want to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he could only gurgle as blood gushed out of his mouth. In the end, with his life that was about to disappear, he shook his head slowly at the stunned Barney Jr. The sudden accident frightened everyone. Quick Rope, who was frightened, pulled Thales back with him. F***CK, is this your plan? You want to turn them into dangerous lunatics? Thales widened his eyes and stared at the scene in front of him. He stared at the blood that was slowly spreading on the ground. He remembered a long time ago, when he was in an abandoned house. The blood on Quide's neck was also the same. It was bright red, surging, and did not seem real at all. It was like bright paint. It was all over his head and face. Or maybe they have been crazy for a long time, and you just dug out their madness. This. Quick Rope stared at Nalji in disbelief, who only wanted to die. Thales trembled. No. This isn't what I want. But they want to commit suicide? Thales thought in a daze. No. Maybe, Mr. Wu. She took you for a ride that day. Maybe she went to. At that moment, the terrifying red blood seemed to have surpassed the ground. It rose like a tidal wave and surged towards him. It swallowed him whole. In the dark dungeon, Samuel, Tardin, and even Zakriel were shocked. They stood dumbfounded on the spot, not knowing how to react. Then another panicked shout attracted their attention. Nay, what's wrong with you? Belden cried out in terror. Everyone turned their gazes. Heir, who was thrown over by Barney Jr. earlier, was lying in Belden's arms and coughing in pain. His chest was covered in bright red, and the color deepened as he coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Ahem. It's not him. Heir forced a smile and shook his head. It's just that. I was slightly injured when I fought against those mercenaries just now. Belden hugged him tightly and watched in anguish as the blood in Heir's mouth flowed deeper and deeper, and the amount of blood that flowed out of his mouth decreased. This This. No. Belden's expression slowly became one of despair. Don't worry. It's internal bleeding caused by a heavy blow. Heir shook his head in anguish. There was a man who used a sledgehammer. I couldn't dodge it. At that time, I felt that something was wrong. Tardin walked forward in disbelief and knelt down beside Heir. Thal's mind was blank. He could only stare at the two lives that were about to disappear before his eyes. No, Heir Nalji. Why? Barney Jr. looked at Nalji, who was lying in a pool of blood on the other side, then at Heir. His face was contorted, and he could not help but retreat. His words were filled with sobs. Why? Heir smiled bitterly and coughed up another mouthful of blood. You know, after all, we are not like before. Not like before. Before. Barney Jr. groaned in pain. He bent down and held his head in his hands. Ha. Now. On the other side, Nalji, whose life was continuously draining away, tried his best to speak. With a languid smile, he could only mutter a few words. We're even now. Barney Jr. trembled and knelt on the ground. No, you can't do this to me. You can't. Under the sorrowful and terrified gazes of all the guards, Barney Jr. roared and grabbed the longsword on the ground again. You can't. However, in the next second, Barney Jr. staggered. He tried his best to regain his footing and tried to find the thing that affected his balance just now. But Barney Jr. did not manage to react. He only stared at his hands in a daze. The longsword had mysteriously disappeared. How? Where's the sword? Where's my tool to free myself? Asterisk clang. Asterisk the dull sound of metal clashing against metal rose. The longsword fell on the ground in a strange manner, attracting everyone's attention. On the other side, Thales panted nonstop. He withdrew his right hand with a pale face. The intense pain in his body spread again. No, never. Never. His body went limp. Quick rope held him tightly so that he did not fall. But in the next moment, before everyone noticed that something was off, a figure who had not moved for a long time rushed forward. Asterisk thud. Asterisk there was a loud explosion. The attacking figure punched the side of Barney Jr.'s face with a right hook. He then tripped Barney Jr. with his knee and tripped him on the ground. The figure knelt down abruptly. He pressed his arms against Barney Jr.'s shoulders and pinned him to the ground. No. The attacker hissed. When he saw the person in front of him clearly, Barney Jr.'s pupils shrank. He roared in indignation. Zacriel. Barney Jr. roared and broke free from the grip on his shoulders. He straightened his upper body desperately, grabbed the back of Zacriel's neck, and delivered a fierce elbow strike. But the Knight of Judgment did not dodge. He only raised his left arm, and took the elbow strike head-on. The clear sound of bones cracking rose from Zacriel's left arm. The Knight of Judgment shuddered slightly. In the next second, the bloodless Zacriel seized the opportunity to grab Barney Jr.'s right arm. He exerted force with both hands. Asterisk crack. Asterisk there was another clear sound. With his broken right arm, Barney Jr. lay on the ground again with a cry of pain. Barney Jr. held his useless right arm and hissed in pain. He could no longer pick up his sword. Zacriel held his badly injured left arm. He swayed for a moment, then fell backwards with a pale face. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In just a few seconds, the battle was over. Even Samuel, who had picked up his weapon at the first moment, could only stare at the scene in front of him in a daze. Why? Barney Jr. pounded the ground with the back of his head in pain and asked in agony. Why? Why did you do this to me? Why? While Barney Jr. screamed in pain, Nalji lay on the ground with little life left in him. He flashed his signature languid smile. Heir, who kept coughing up blood, breathed in pain. He wanted to straighten out the blood that choked his lungs. At that moment, asterisk slap. Asterisk a crisp slap to the face. It sealed Barney Jr.'s screams in his mouth. It also attracted everyone's panicked, pained, sad, and helpless attention. Barney Jr.'s teeth chattered. He raised his head like a dying patient. 11 times. No. It was Zacriel. With wounds all over his body, he lay beside Barney Jr. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. 11 times. No more. His words trembled, and his tone was sorrowful. Barney Jr. seemed to have sobered up a little. He stared blankly at Zacriel, who was convulsing. What 11 times? Zacriel inhaled laboriously and exhaled even more laboriously. Then he slowly raised his head. He exposed his face to the light of the fire. Asterisk drip. Asterisk a tear rolled down from his wrinkled eye socket. It was silent, but it could not be ignored. Zacriel knelt on the ground and raised his empty hands. His face was covered in tears. Enough, he said in a daze. At that moment, the dying Thales, who was tortured by the aftereffects of mystic energy, was stunned. Zacriel, the Knight of Judgment. Strong. Steady. Determined. Callous. Unparalleled. Unstoppable. Unshakable. That was his impression of Zacriel. But now, he had never seen Zacriel like this. A weeping Knight of Judgment. Everyone fell silent. They stared at their watchman in disbelief. 11 times. Zacriel sobbed and trembled like a child who had done something wrong. He was filled with remorse and pain. Year 86 of the calendar of eradication, John I passed away on his journey. The 3 stars under him fought for the throne. An internal strife lasted for years. His tear-filled eyes stared into the air. From then on, the royal guards served their masters. Their comrades fought against each other with swords. Nalji's breathing quickened uncontrollably. Nayer's coughing grew softer and softer. No one knows that in the Watchman's records, the royal guards of Constellation have already experienced 11 divisions and internal strife in the past 600 years. Zacriel closed his eyes in pain again. His hands trembled as if he was holding a huge rock weighing 10,000 kilograms, but at the same time, it felt as if he was holding nothing at all. The royal guards, 11 times in total. Fratricide. Thale's gaze froze. I beg you, enough. Zacriel turned his head around. With a sobbing tone, he begged everyone in front of him like a broken patient. Don't, I'm bleeding. The dungeon was getting darker and darker. There was only one torch left, and it was still burning, as if it didn't have much time left. It was waiting for the darkness that would eventually come. Samuel stared at him in a daze, Belden stared at him in shock, Tardin stared at him in grief, and Bruley stared at him in grief. Barney Jr. stared at him with an incredibly conflicted look. Thales struggled. He supported Quick Rope and used all his strength to stand up. Compared to my predecessors, I am the worst, the weakest, the most useless, the worst and the most unbearable watchman in the history of the Royal Guards. Zacriel's confession continued. His tone was filled with remorse and self-blame that could not be dispelled for the rest of his life. I can't protect you. I can't lead you. I can't protect you. I can't even make my own choices. I can only watch everything happen, powerless and helpless. With tears in his eyes, he swept his gaze over his wounded teammates in a daze. In the end, his gaze stopped in the air, and he stared at the non-existent people. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I'm sorry, Captain. I'm sorry, everyone. The lonely and desolate Knight of Judgment swayed a little. His injuries were not light to begin with, and he seemed to have used up all his strength to support his knees. He slid weakly to the ground. I can't do anything. Zacriel's tear-filled gaze was fixed on Thales. It was as if he was looking at another person. He was sad and in despair. Anything. Chapter 467. Asterisk thump. Asterisk another heartbeat sounded like a heavy hammer. Pain. Excruciating pain. Thales struggled to stand with Quick Rope's support. He was drenched in cold sweat. No. Asterisk thump. Asterisk another heartbeat. After he forcefully snatched Barney's sword, the terrifying aftereffects attacked him again. Every breath he took and even every heartbeat was accompanied by an excruciating pain. Each time was worse than the last. It was as if the ferryman was summoning him to crush him inch by inch from head to toe. But that was no longer important. He could not fall. At least not now. Thales glanced at the 9 men in front of him, who were covered in wounds and had despair in their eyes. The former royal guards. Asterisk thump. Asterisk after the next heartbeat. The nearly exhausted sin of Hell's River surged again, as if it had been saved from a desperate situation. It filled his limbs and surged towards his heart, which could not bear the heavy burden, and his body, which was on the verge of collapse. An unfamiliar yet familiar fluctuation attacked him, and the scene of him fighting against the Star Killer on the night of Dragon's Blood appeared again. The sin of Hell's River began to consume a large amount of energy to speed up the regeneration and recovery of the damaged tissues in his body. It was accompanied by an infinitely magnified pain. Thales began to tremble uncontrollably, but unlike before, when he listened to Zachriel's confession, Barney Jr.'s sobs, the sound of Nalji gulping down blood, and Heir's increasingly chaotic breathing, Thales suddenly realized that he could ignore the pain that had once made him wish he was dead. Zachriel's words rang in his ears like it was a lifetime ago, but they were incredibly clear. The royal guards served their masters, and comrades fought each other with swords. A total of 11 times, they fought against each other. Thump. The Night of Judgment stared blankly into the darkness in Thales' increasingly dim vision. I can only watch as everything happens, powerless and helpless. I'm sorry, Zachriel said emptily. I can't do anything. Thales subconsciously tightened his grip on Quickrope's arm and closed his eyes. The sin of Hell's River was like a beast that had found its prey. It continued to roar in his body. But at that moment, Thales seemed to have returned to that night in the abandoned house. He lay powerlessly on the dilapidated floor. He heard Quiet's maniacal laughter. Kellett, Ned, Ursula, and the deceased child beggars floated in the air, looking at him expressionlessly. He watched as Quiet walked past Thales and walked towards the weak and trembling Coria. And he could only watch helplessly as everything happened. Nothing could be done. Thales clenched his fists. Can't do anything? No. There seemed to be a voice whispering in his heart. No. Thump. As if he was ordering his body. Thales trembled and let go of Quickrope. He stood up straight in pain. The chaos and blood in Dragon Cloud City that night flashed across his mind. Do anything. No, do it. He suddenly understood. What he learned from Taurus teachings was not just the use of mystic energy, the mystic's contactor, or the thing's stage. It was something more important. Thales' eyes flew open. No. The youth's calm and resolute voice attracted everyone's attention. Quickrope stared in surprise at the Prince of Constellation, who had relied on him to stand steadily just a second ago. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat as he walked forward. This has nothing to do with what we can or cannot do. Thales staggered over Barney's sword and picked up the extinguished torch from the ground. He swung it in the air so that it could burn fully again. The light illuminated the dark storage room. Zachriel looked at him blankly. Barney Jr. was still lying on the ground, sobbing silently. Nalji, who was hovering at the edge of death, gradually lost focus. Heir's coughs became soft and silent. Instead, it depends on whether we have made the right choice when the time comes. Thales inhaled with all his might and forced himself to lock the after-effects of mystic energy and the pain from the sin of Hell's River's treatment outside of his consciousness. He held the torch and walked towards the dark pool of blood in front of him. No matter what you plan to do now, it's too late. Samuel snorted softly. His tone was filled with endless sorrow and mockery. This is the truth. Thales shook his head and continued walking forward. Blood from Nalji's neck stained the soles of his shoes. It was just like that night when he stepped into the pool of blood in the abandoned house. Everyone's gazes were focused on the prince. Thales gasped as he stepped into the pool of blood. In the next second, the pain in his body suddenly increased. The teenager slipped. He could no longer support his weak body, and knelt on one knee in front of Nalji and Cannon. Thales! Quickrope cried out in surprise, but he was stopped by the prince, who raised his hand resolutely. Now at least. Thales panted and took a few steps forward on his knees to get closer to Nalji. He met the man's almost dry gaze. We can still do one last thing. One last thing? Quickrope was stunned for a moment. I'd learn Nalji of the defense division, right? Thales endured the waves of pain and looked at the man in front of him, whose life was slipping away. With Cannon's support, Nalji glanced at Thales with a blank expression. Blood from his neck gushed out continuously through the gaps between Cannon's trembling fingers. Then Nalji shifted his gaze away while trembling. He avoided Cannon's gaze and looked weak, as if he did not dare to face the teenager with the surname Jade Star. I know what you've done. Nalji shuddered slightly. The light from the fire illuminated Nalji's face, which was about to leave. His face was sallow and dry, and it was wrinkled with despair and pain. Thales gritted his teeth and squeezed out a calm smile as he watched Nalji's neck bleed profusely. He tried his best to make his words sound calmer. You participated in the conspiracy and civil strife. During the chaotic era, you wavered between your family and the royal power. In the end, you chose to deny the late king and pledge your loyalty to another Jade Star. You chose the future he represented. You were stained with a blood debt that cannot be washed clean, including that of your fellow guards. Nalji began to tremble while he lay in Cannon's arms. His eyes, which were already dark and gloomy, swept over Thales. They were filled with regret and pain. Thales watched him calmly. The sorrow in his heart momentarily overshadowed the pain in his body. You paid the price for this. You were tortured by your conscience. You wore the brand of sin on your face amid guilt, indignation, and resentment. You struggled for half your life. The teenager sighed. You wasted your time. Nalji opened his mouth in pain, but he could only make gurgling sounds as blood flowed from his throat. His gaze as he stared at Thales became more and more desperate. The guards stared at the prince with different gazes. Some of them were desperate, some were miserable, some were indifferent, and some were empty. But Thales ignored them. He only smelled the stench of blood that filled his nostrils. He stared at Nalji, who lay in a pool of blood, as though he wanted to stare at his only remaining soul. But I also know. Thales forced out a weak smile. I know that you refused to plead guilty and were imprisoned because of your own selfishness, but because you wanted to carry out your choice and cover up the Jade Star royal family's scandal. That might have been a sad but respectable choice. When he finished speaking, the guard's expressions changed slightly. Cannon, who was still holding Nalji, even raised his head in surprise. Nalji's dirt-covered face struggled for a moment. He looked at Thales in disbelief and clenched his fingers into a fist. In the next second, Thales sighed. But those are not important anymore. The teenager stared at Nalji seriously. His bruised and disheveled face was calm and indifferent in the firelight. Because 18 years later, at the moment when you were about to escape from prison, when freedom and relief were within your reach, you chose to give up on hypocrisy and luck. You faced the nightmare, the pain, and the ugliness head-on. You faced your past self. Zacriel, who was listening quietly, swayed a little. Barney Jr. also calmed down. As he listened to Thales' words, Nalji's breathing, which had worsened due to his bleeding, started to become chaotic. Perhaps what I'm saying now is insignificant, and I came too late. The weak Thales extended his left hand while trembling. He gently caressed the ugly brand of sin on Nalji's face. It was carved with the letters of the ancient empire. His touch seemed to have some sort of magic that made Nalji gradually calm down. Thales clenched his teeth gently. But at least, I want you to know. Even if the world does not know, even if the kingdom refuses to admit it, even if it will never be cleared up, at least I know in my heart. Thales took a deep breath and smiled. I don't think you are a bad person, Nalji. At that moment, Nalji's pupils shrank abruptly. The way he looked at the prince changed, just like his expression. You are not a selfish, simple, and evil traitor. The teenager's voice was very soft, and it could only cause the dust to tremble. But it traveled in the dungeon, and it was incredibly clear. It traveled into everyone's ears. On the contrary, you are a respectable person. You made your own choice, and then you bore the consequences without any complaints or regrets. You carried out your own principles. Nalji's breathing began to speed up, and it drowned out the sound of blood flowing out of his neck. He looked at Thales. His lips opened and closed, and he let out intermittent grunts. But his slightly agitated words were buried in the surging blood. Thales smiled. I know, Nalji. I understand. The prince pressed gently against Nalji's forehead and closed the distance between them. Nalji's grunts continued, but they became weaker and weaker. So at this moment, during the last breath of your life, Thales realized that his voice was trembling, and it was even more than the trembling Nalji had when he was dying. Thales Nalji. Thales breathed in a daze. Nalji's haggard face began to blur in front of him. In the name of the second prince, Thales Jadestar, the legitimate descendant of the Jadestar family, the only heir to the 9-pointed star crown. The teenager heard himself speak in a trembling voice. I forgive you. At that moment, the dungeon was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the teenager who held the injured man and spoke softly. I forgive you for all the sins and wrongs you have committed, may have committed, and did not commit. The prince's voice faded away. At that moment, it was as if nothing had happened. The dungeon was as quiet as ever. But a few tenths of a second later, Nalji's chest began to rise and fall violently, as if he was struggling to get up. Ugh! Finally, like a dam that had been holding up for a long time, Nalji collapsed at the last moment. His eyes had lost focus, but he still stretched out his powerless left hand while trembling violently. He scratched the air in vain. His lips twisted and twitched. He let out violent sobs and whimpers at Thales, as if he wanted to say an endless number of things. Ugh! Nalji's violent reaction caught Cannon off guard while he pressed down on Nalji's wound. He could only try his best to control Nalji, so that his helpless situation would not worsen. Thales put down the torch and ignored the blood all over his body. He held Nalji's empty and helpless palm tightly, and bent down to hug the man who was about to die. No matter who you betrayed, no matter who you were loyal to, no matter what your heart is, no matter what your body is, no matter how you treated yourself in the past and today. He pressed his cheek against Nalji's forehead, so that Nalji's struggles gradually calmed down as he spoke. I hope that you will no longer be trapped in sin, conflict, torture, and guilt. Be free from now on. Thales panted and fought back the stinging sensation in his nose. I hope that your past will vanish into thin air, and that your nightmare will end now. Rest in peace from now on. No one made a sound. At that moment, the only sound in the dungeon was Nalji's slowly calming and weakening breathing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After an unknown amount of time, Nalji's struggles finally calmed down. Thales exhaled, patted the frozen cannon, and let go of Nalji. He lowered his head in a daze. At some point in time, the person in his arms had already closed his eyes. He no longer moved. He's gone, Thales said to himself bitterly. After 18 years of torture, he's gone. But Thales immediately moved. An endless amount of crystalline tears slid down Nalji's lifeless face. Tears gushed out of his eyes, and they surpassed the blood flowing from his neck. Thales felt his heart ache. Thank you, Your Highness. Cannon sobbed while still holding his comrade's body. Thank you, Your Highness. Nalji. Nalji. Thales raised his head and stared at him in a daze. Nalji's tear-stained face was contorted into an arc. He seemed to be suffering from intense pain. But Thales knew. It was not pain. It was something that Nalji had not shown for 18 years, a smile. Thales froze for a moment in his bewilderment. Then he staggered to his feet and raised the torch again. It was only then that he realized that at some point in time, everyone in the dungeon was staring at him. They were either surprised, excited, worried, or sad. It was as if the teenager was the main character on the stage at that moment. Even Zakriel stared at Thales in a daze. He did not move. Quick Rope was silent. There was a hint of meaning in his gaze as he stared at Thales. Thales took a deep breath and moved his gaze away from Nalji. He walked to the other side. He did not know whether the aftereffects of his mystic energy had let him go, or whether the sin of Hell's River had finally recovered. The pain in his body began to become numb, and it was not worth mentioning in his current state. With weak steps, Thales approached Belden, who was still holding Nair. Nair coughed in pain. As he stared at Thales, his eyes reflected the light from the fire and brightened. Your Highness, we. As he watched Nalji, who was no longer breathing, Belden suppressed the emotions in his chest. He was just about to speak when Thales raised his right hand and stopped him. Wait. The teenager shook his head. Belden immediately closed his lips. He did not show any objection. It was as if this was his duty. Perhaps they were affected by what happened just now. But no one wanted to interrupt Thales. Just like before, Thales knelt on one knee in front of Heir. He stared at the man who was still smiling at that moment and coughed continuously. A large amount of internal bleeding after a blunt blow. As a logistics officer, I know this very well, Heir said with difficulty. His face was pale, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Belden, who was beside him, could not bear to watch. He closed his eyes. Thales stared at him with grief. Heir, second logistics officer, the teenager said seriously. Heir subconsciously pushed Belden, who was holding him, and puffed out his chest. He seemed to want to be more appropriate. The prince spoke softly. I don't know what you have experienced over the past 18 years, but I know that what happened to you was not fair. Heir stared at the prince calmly. His heavily injured body gradually became numb. Thales suppressed the resentment in his chest. It has been 18 years. You have suffered injustice and pain, and you have borne the consequences that are not commensurate with what you have done. I know that you have nowhere to complain about the injustice you have suffered, that you cannot speak of your pain, and that the justice and innocence you deserve may never come. As he listened to the prince's words, Heir's gaze gradually became unfocused, and grief filled his eyes. But Thales held his palm. Heir's palm was very cold, as if his blood had never flowed through it. But you logistics officer, please do not worry. Thales' tone fluctuated slightly. Because at least I will remember your innocence and righteousness. Heir's cold palm began to tremble. I will remember that there was a person who, no matter how much pain and injustice he suffered, whether it was in the past or now, whether he was alive or dead, believed and cherished his comrades from the beginning until the end, and never wavered. Heir's vision was already very blurry, but he tried his best to smile at the prince. This made Thales feel rather gratified, and it made his heavy heart slightly ease after he experienced Nalji's death. Thales took a deep breath and suppressed the sadness at the bottom of his heart. Heir. As Thales spoke, he pressed his forehead against Heir's. May Hell's River have a smooth journey, Thales said softly. May you rest in peace. Heir's body trembled slightly, even though he did not have much vitality left. The dungeon was still very quiet. But at that moment, no, your highness. Thales let go of Heir and stared in surprise at Heir, whose face was covered in tears, but he still spoke up to refute him. We swore an oath. Heir shuddered. His lifeless eyes stared at the empty ceiling, but there was a tearful smile on his face as he spoke laboriously. As the Emperor's Praetorian Guards, our souls will not enter heaven, nor will they descend to hell. Instead, they will be forged in the mighty empire. Souls? Thales was slightly stunned. Heir's smile became even brighter as tears fell from his eyes. Thales felt a pang in his heart. Just like my brothers in the past. Heir could no longer see the scene in front of him clearly, but he still used what little strength he had left to turn in everyone's direction while trembling. Heir, second logistics officer of the Royal Guards. Thud. He laboriously clenched his right fist and punched his chest. He did not care about the heavy burden and pain this action brought to him. Thales looked at him in surprise. He suddenly realized that the guards around him, be it Zacriel, Barney Jr., Belden or Samuel, had subconsciously puffed out their chests and put on stern expressions. It was as if they were attending the most solemn occasion. Everyone. Heir widened his eyes, which only served to reflect the darkness, and spoke hoarsely. My sword is broken. My mission is complete. He seemed to be forcing his weak lungs to breathe as he tried his best to squeeze these words out of his mouth. His words were articulate, and his tone was firm. Every word caused the guards to tremble. Heir sucked in a deep breath. I have fulfilled my duty. I have fulfilled my duty. Halfway through his sentence, Heir's breathing stopped, and he panted a few times. But Heir recovered and quickly continued. I will rest by the Emperor's side. The dying Heir's words came to a halt, and he released his fist from his chest. No. Heir shook his head. He trembled as he touched Thales' disheveled face. Thales lowered his head slightly and placed his cheek on Heir's palm. Heir touched the prince's face and cast a profound glance in Thales' direction. In the next second, Heir put on his palest and most gentle smile. He said firmly, I will rest by the Emperor's side. My sword is broken. My mission is complete. I have fulfilled my duty. I will rest by the Emperor's side. The prisoners listened to his last words in a daze. They were either touched or sighed. Heir stared at the air and tried his best to hold his breath, as if he was waiting for something. Finally, as rustling sounds rose, the ashen-faced Barney Jr. looked as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. He hugged his aching right arm, pressed it against his chest, and leaned against the wall. Second Logistics Officer, Cecil Heir, you have fulfilled your duty. Barney Jr. suppressed the change in his voice as he spoke in a hoarse voice. You will rest by the Emperor's side. Finally, Thales saw Heir's pale smile relax, as if he had let go of a burden. Thales raised his head and saw all the guards pressing their hands against their chests at the same time. They spoke solemnly, sorrowfully, or agitatedly in unison as they recited the royal guard's funeral oration. Only the inheritance shall continue. Witness eternity. The moment he finished speaking, in the next moment Heir's hand, which was supporting the teenager's face, loosened. It fell abruptly and powerlessly, and Thales caught it. Thales lowered his head and saw that Heir's pupils had completely lost their luster. He's gone. One more time, Thales whispered to himself. Belden whimpered painfully in his throat, and Cannon sobbed softly. Barney Jr. shut his eyes and spoke in a trembling voice. 38th. He paused for a moment and glanced at Nalgy's body across from him. In the end, Barney Jr. still lowered his head and shook it in despair. 39th. Zacriel pressed his face into his hands again. His shoulders trembled. After sending off their two brothers, the guards were exceptionally quiet at that moment. The silence lasted for a few seconds before Thales gently let go of Heir's body. It's not over yet, he said to himself as he dragged his weak body along. Not yet. Thales turned his head and swept his gaze over the figures. Chief Penal Officer Lieutenant Belden. Second Flag Bearer, Colin Samuel. Belden bit his lip tightly. Samuel had a complicated expression on his face. The prince swayed and stood up with the torch in his hand. His figure was very clear in the firelight. I understand all of you, and I understand all of you. Thales spoke in a hoarse voice. But I don't have my father's power, and I don't have his status. I can't absolve you, clear your names, or plead for you. As he spoke, he swept his gaze over Barney Jr., who was completely disheartened and silent. I also know my father's personality. Even if I return to Eternal Star City, I will still have no power or influence. What I say is worthless, and even meaningless. Belden's expression was solemn. Samuel shook his head and sneered. I can't erase your brand, clear your name, change your circumstances, or mend your wounds. Thales sucked in a deep breath. But at the very least, I can, and can only speak to you as Thales Jadestar. He lowered his head and said quietly, I'm sorry. Belden and Samuel moved at the same time. Just like Heir, I know of your grievances, I know of your pasts, and I know of your innocence. Thales tried his best to make his tone sound calm and sincere. I also know of your persistence, and I will remember it for the rest of my life, no matter what others are like. At that moment, Belden tried his best to squeeze out a miserable smile, and shook his head. Samuel's eyes sparkled, and he stared at the prince with an indescribable gaze. Just like Heir, your names have long since been cleared from my heart. Thales tried his best to get rid of the sadness in his heart, and curled up the corners of his lips. You are excellent royal guards. Thank you. Belden's voice froze, and he could not speak. Your Highness. Samuel turned his head away and sank into the darkness. His expression could not be seen. Thales forced himself to smile, and with his weak body, he turned to the other three people again. The cavalry scout of the Vanguard Division, Jonah Cannon. The guard of the Defense Division, Sol Bruley. And you, Gutty Tardin, who comes from a noble family. When his name was called, Cannon shuddered while he held Nalgy's body. He did not dare to raise his head. The huge Bruley whimpered in pain. Tardin even turned his head away in shame. You were involved in the conspiracy and chaos that year. You even participated in it. You participated in the blood war that year, and caused the royal family to suffer an unexpected disaster. The kingdom suffered a great disaster, and your sins cannot be erased. The three of them became even more dejected. Cannon buried his face in Nalji's body, and he sobbed nonstop. Bruley knelt on the ground with a dazed look on his face. Tardin bit down on his lip, and he seemed to be prepared. Thales looked at the three people. The emotions in his heart were incredibly complicated, and they were difficult to describe. But in the end he still took a deep breath and shook his head. But, Thales put on a faint smile. I forgive all of you. There was a deathly silence. Belden widened his eyes. Even Samuel furrowed his eyebrows. The three people involved, be it Tardin, Bruley, or Cannon, were completely stunned at that moment. Your Highness, Tardin said subconsciously. Thales did not let him continue. Instead he looked at Nalji and Heir's bodies and said faintly, just like Nalji, you made your own choices among the many paths you took. And today things remain the same, but people have changed. It is no longer important to look back on the rights and wrongs of the past. When Thales finished speaking, Tardin shuddered a little. The prince spoke calmly without a hint of resentment or disdain in his tone. More importantly, you have already paid the price, be it the death of your brothers and sisters, the punishment of your conscience, or the guilt and nightmares that will accompany you for eternity. The three of them still stared at Thales in disbelief. And I have also seen what kind of people you are. No matter what choice you made in the past, today, you did not let Zachriel bear the sin alone. Instead, you faced your past, stood up, and admitted what happened in the past. Quite a number of people looked at Zachriel, but the heavily injured Knight of Judgment still did not say a word. Thales sighed. And today you saved my life. Even though you know the truth, unlike Barney, you know very well that this will not allow you to be pardoned. As he spoke, Thales felt the pain in his body disappear completely. He did not know whether it was because time was up or because the power of eradication took effect. Only weakness, absent-mindedness, emptiness, and an unprecedented sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Thales looked up and tried his best to smile. His voice was hoarse. So I forgive all of you. I forgive all of you. I forgive all of you. I forgive all of you from the torture of the past. And I forgive all of you from eternal guilt. I hope that all of you will be reborn at this moment. This is my choice. The voice in Thales' heart whispered. Compared to power and status, this is what I should truly cherish, care about, and hold on to. This is my true anchor. Silence. The silence lasted for a few seconds. Only sparks and breathing could be heard. Finally, Cannon was the first among the three of them to break down. He placed his hands on the pool of blood on the ground and cried bitterly. Cannon's reaction seemed to have opened up something. Then, Tardin knelt on the ground and covered his face in pain and regret. Your Highness. I. He sobbed uncontrollably. Bruley's lips quivered, but he did not make a sound. He only shut his eyes deeply and lowered his body and head as low as possible in Thales' direction. Samuel sighed. Belden put down Heir's body and stared at Thales. Thales smiled at them. I'm sorry, I can only say these words in my own name. After all, I am not the king. This is all I can do. He added dejectedly. Belden shook his head and met the prince's smile with his most grateful and restrained one. No, what you did was far more than that. More than that. Once he finished speaking, Thales sucked in a breath and looked at Barney Jr. on the other side. Quick Rope, who stood by the side, watched everything in a daze. Two bodies lay peacefully on the ground in the dark dungeon. Zachriel knelt on the ground in a daze and stared at Thales. Barney Jr. leaned against the wall indifferently, and did not move. The other 5 prisoners were in a sorry state. They were either agitated, sad, weeping with their hands on their heads, or sighing while kneeling on the ground. Only the teenager who held the torch stood among the crowd with a relieved smile on his face. His thin and weak figure, under the illumination of the fire, seemed tall and strong. What is he doing? Samuel, who stood by the side, mumbled to himself in a daze. Belden heard what he said. He did nothing. The penal officer watched Thales walk towards Barney Jr. He spoke softly, and at the same time, there was anguish and hope in his voice. He just raised the torch. Then, Belden stared at Thales from afar and said quietly in his heart, "Light up the darkness around us." In the next moment, Belden could no longer control himself. The warrior, who was tough and fierce on the battlefield, turned his head around abruptly. He covered the tears that gushed out of his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 468. Thales did not feel good. Very bad. The rising and falling soreness in his body, the cold that caused his joints to tremble, the hunger that seemed to burn through his stomach, the pain and numbness from his old and new wounds, and the dizziness and fatigue that caused him to use up all his energy. All sorts of negative feelings assaulted him like a flood. The royal guard's sobs and gasps seemed to echo faintly in his ears. It was so stimulating that Thales' vision began to fluctuate. The sin of Hell's river, which had always been restless and unruly, was now lying dormant like a seriously ill beast, refusing to give him any more help. Thales knew that this might be the side effect of the sin of Hell's river's recovery ability, or the side effect of abusing mystic energy, or even the alchemy ball exploding. He had already tortured this young body too much. But he had no choice. No. Under Quick Rope's worried voice and Belden's nervous gaze, the teenager used all his strength to stand firm. But he could not fall down. In his daze, Thales, whose body and mind were equally heavy, waved his hand and rejected the other's help. Not yet. He bit down hard on the tip of his tongue a few times, causing himself to shiver. It was as if he could absorb enough strength from the almost numb pain and focus his mind in a different kind of silence. Thales turned around laboriously with the torch in his hand. He looked at the man who sat against the wall with a desolate and dejected look on his face while he held his injured arm. Following Thales' gaze, the others also turned to the pitiful man who did not say a word and only stared blankly at the two corpses. Belden's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the man, as if he was expecting something. Cannon and Tardan's expressions were filled with shame, as if they did not dare face the man. Samuel's gaze contained an indescribable meaning, but the closer Thales got to the torch in his hand, the more the man shrank back. He even turned his head to avoid it, as if he was filled with fear towards the light. Quill Barney, Chief Vanguard. Thales' tired sigh rose. "I know that you have been through a lot today." The indifferent figure seemed to have felt something and subconsciously shrank back. Thales stopped moving. In the teenager's blurry vision, Barney Jr.'s figure gradually became clear. Not long ago, it was this man who extended his rough, callous palm to him. But at this moment, the vigor in his eyes was long gone. Instead, it was replaced by darkness. It was filled with despair, self-blame, pain, and perplexity. "No, Your Highness." Barney Jr.'s head was pressed against his shoulder and the wall. Half of his face was immersed in the darkness and could not be seen clearly. "No." His words were filled with hatred, which made the brand on his face even more obvious. "Don't use those emotional tricks on me. Don't comfort me and don't forgive me." Barney Jr. did not continue. He hugged his injured arm and curled up in the corner, hiding from the light. He was like a trapped beast that had lost its vitality. It was a dead end. Only the walking dead remained. What took him away? What took this man away from her? The warrior who resolutely and fiercely brandished his sword and shield and charged into the enemy's formation? The Lemiter who had never changed his expression even when he was in a desperate situation, drenched in blood? Thales inhaled softly and threw away the torch in his hand. The dim and blurry light and shadow flickered. Without the stimulation from the torch, Barney Jr. finally turned his head slightly. Of course not. The teenager had a gentle smile on his face. "And I am not prepared to do that." Thales stared at Barney Jr., and his tone became steady. "Because you did nothing wrong." The trembling Barney Jr. was stunned for a while. The underground prison became quiet. Then Thales continued to speak. "Since 18 years ago, as the loyal vanguard of the Royal Guards, Barney, your path has always been clear, straight, one-way, and unique. You live in the purest world. You only need to be yourself and protect your companions. You never need to choose between two difficult choices." Barney Jr.'s gaze slowly froze, but he did not move. The teenager turned to the other people in the underground prison. His tone was deep, and he seemed to sigh. Unlike them, Zachriel stared at the two corpses on the ground. His gaze was unreadable. Samuel lowered his head deeply, as if he was indignant. Unlike Nalji, who was filled with remorse and guilt, he yearned for peace in his heart, but could not find it. Canon Bruley and Tardin each had a troubled look on their faces. Unlike Heir, who felt like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat when he learned the truth, he was tormented by hesitation and could not speak. Thales stared at Barney Jr.'s expressionless face. In the end he sighed. Unlike your father. Father. The moment that word left his mouth, Thales saw Barney Jr. shudder violently. The prince sighed in his heart. So you think that your father should have told you the truth back then, right? Thales watched Barney Jr.'s struggling and changing expression. He said softly, the problem is, if he had been honest with you, what would you have done? What would you have chosen? If he had told me the truth. The outline of Barney Jr.'s face contorted under the firelight on the ground. But in the end, the vanguard still turned his head around stubbornly and indignantly. He faced the wall and avoided the light. He did not say a word. He only exposed the ugliest brand to the firelight. Thales calmly watched Barney Jr.'s reaction. He continued, I guess. Would you listen to his difficulties, stand with him, and be like him, fight to the death in front of the palace gate without returning, and be buried with your choices and sins? Would you bear the blood debt of regicide and sleep eternally? Barney Jr. still turned his head away without saying a word, but the brand on the side of his face twitched inexplicably. Thales' tone became heavier. Or would you be loyal to the late king and stand against him? Would you be disappointed, sad, puzzled, angry, and pained when you met him with weapons? And would you destroy your own family in the name of justice? Would you carry your father's name and live a nightmare? The outline of Barney Jr.'s face twitched. Visible veins popped up on his fists. Thales chuckled softly. Or would you lose yourself in confusion and hesitation, refuse to accept reality, and run away alone to escape everything that is about to happen? Just like you are now? Would you live your days in chaos with the guilt of a coward? The teenager's gaze shifted to the sword Zachriel had snatched from Barney's hand. Or even die and be done with it? Die and be done with it. The vanguard shuddered while he hugged his injured arm and avoided everything. He seemed to be unwilling to give up. He only uttered a few vague words. It doesn't matter anymore. But Thales did not let him continue. I think this is his worry and his fear. The prince's voice became downcast. He knows you and understands you. That is why he is afraid. He is afraid that when you know the truth, when you know his choice, you will not have any other path to take. Thales looked disheveled, and he looked exhausted. Only his eyes were bright and spirited. I think this is also the tacit understanding and agreement between your father and your brothers who kept you in the dark for many years. Barney Jr.'s breathing stopped for a few seconds. He was stunned. He ignored the serious injury on his shoulder and arm. He turned his head around again, and looked at Tardin and the others. But they all lowered their heads and avoided his gaze. Thales ignored Barney's confused and pained expression. Instead, he stared into the distance, which did not exist, and sighed softly. Your father did not intentionally betray and deceive you, Vanguard Barney. He did not place bets on both sides and curry favor with you in the middle, as Nalji said. There was regret and sorrow in the teenager's voice. The truth is he loved you. He wanted to protect you. Thales paused for a moment, and Barney's breathing became increasingly erratic. I don't know how to express it. The prince's voice was steady, but there was a profound meaning to it. There was an indescribable emotion in it. So he made the choice for you. No one knew that at that moment. Thales clenched his fists tightly. The choice you made. Barney Jr.'s thoughts stopped for a moment. The vanguard was in a daze. In his distant memories, the familiar figure that often visited his nightmares for the past 18 years appeared again. That sturdy, tough, stubborn figure that he thought would never fall. Thales turned his head and swept his gaze over Samuel, who had a complicated expression on his face, Belden, who had hope in his eyes, Tardin and the other two, who had an indecipherable expression on their faces, and Zacriel, who had gone through a huge change and was in a daze. The prince took a deep breath to relieve his dizziness. For example, will you be like what you were doing just now? Thales turned around, stretched out his hand with great difficulty, and picked up the long sword on the ground. Just like what your father envisioned, worried, and feared. Will you become that cowardly veteran, Quill Barney, who lost his life, sank into despair, and only wished for death after he learned the truth? Barney Jr.'s gaze was fixed on the longsword in Thales' hand. His whimpers gradually became softer, and his trembling stopped. Thales sighed softly. Will you? The prince lowered his head. His voice was low, and there was sadness in his voice. If you do that, then it will only mean one thing. That your father is right. Barney Jr. shuddered violently. Because regardless of whether you admit it or not, you have confirmed your father's worries and confirmed his judgment. You will not be able to withstand everything he faces. Thales took a step forward. He endured his dizziness, inhaled, and spoke. You have acknowledged your father's idea, agreed to the choice he made for you, and followed the path he paved for you. The vanguard gritted his teeth. His expression became more pained, and his face became more contorted. His gaze moved back and forth between the prince, who was determined and could not be refuted, and the long sword on the ground, which was covered in blood. You used your actions to prove that your father should never have told you the truth, that he should never have shared his choice with you, and that you who are weak should never have known this secret. Thales' words were tough, and his gaze was fierce. Belden and the others behind him looked at each other at a loss for words. But Thales continued speaking, and his tone became stronger. Because of you, Vanguard Quill Barney, because you cannot endure that kind of pain, and you cannot bear the consequences. You do not have the right to make your own choice. Barney Jr. clenched his fists subconsciously, and his breathing quickened. The vanguard and the prince stared at each other in silence. One of them struggled and hesitated, while the other was firm and cold. Unexpectedly, in the next second, the prince's tone became softer, and he became tired again. But are you? Thales sucked in a deep breath, turned the long sword upside down, and handed the hilt to Barney Jr. while trembling. Are you? Barney Jr. froze. Your grandmother sent you a letter. She wants you to go back. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Very well, then I will not go back. His gaze, which was fixed on the sword, changed back and forth between confusion, pain, and indignation. Then, Thales gently lowered the hilt that no one took from him. The underground prison became quiet again. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. It felt as if a century had passed. Finally, Barney Jr. opened his mouth and took a deep breath in the dull underground prison. He tried his best to calm down. But what if? Barney Jr.'s next sentence was filled with sarcasm and disappointment. What if I am the one? The one who cannot bear the truth after it was shattered? Barney Jr.'s voice was nasal, dull, and hoarse. What if I am that kind of coward and do not have the right to choose for myself? But Thales smiled. He gently threw the long sword away, and let it whine on the ground. You said it before, Barney. The prince's voice was gentle and hoarse, as if he was afraid of waking up a person who was asleep. Those brothers that you cherish, they are the reason why you have been struggling in the darkness and persisting until now, aren't they? When they heard this, the breathing of the guards became disorderly. Barney Jr.'s body trembled slightly under the firelight. The man followed Thales' gaze and swept his gaze past the two corpses of his comrades in a dazed and numb manner. The prince looked at Nalji and Heir's bodies, which were gradually turning cold, with sorrow. Thales sighed softly. But I feel that it is the exact opposite. Barney Jr.'s fingers tightened slightly, and his breathing became more erratic. Thales raised his gaze and glanced at the underground storage room in the prison of bones. It was covered in dust and a mess. The guards noticed that the prince's expression became unfocused and perplexed. Nalji said that in this dark, bottomless dungeon, everyone has been tortured. But there is one and only one person. He lives in the only place where light shines. Barney Jr.'s gaze froze for a moment. All the royal guards were stunned. Thales' voice was very soft and careful. In there he has what they have lost, and what they desire the most. The disheveled teenager with a bruised and swollen face lowered his head, and flashed a relaxed and light smile at Barney. Barney Jr. was stunned. Compared to the others who have a tacit understanding or have their own secrets, you are able to maintain the purest persistence, the purest loyalty, and the purest sincerity. Belden lowered his eyes in a daze, Tardin lowered his head in pain, Samuel placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and Cannon and Bruley did not say a word. Thales spoke in his brightest and most regretful voice. This is what they have lost a long time ago. This is what they envy the most, are jealous of the most, look up to the most, desire the most, but are unable to touch the most, and the most precious thing. This is what your father saved for you at the cost of his own downfall. And it is what your brothers and sisters paid the price of eternal guilt. It is what makes them feel ashamed of their inferiority, what they yearn for the most, and what they dare not look at directly. His enunciation was clear, and his voice lingered for a long time. Barney Jr. did not speak anymore. He just stood there in a daze. The remaining royal guards had different expressions on their faces. Some were confused, some were indignant. Thales glanced at Nalji and Heir, who had their eyes closed on the ground, and smiled. The truth is, Quill Barney, before I came here, you were the light in the dark for your brothers and sisters. You were bright, hot, painful, and piercing to the eyes. You represented the brightest and most beautiful side of you that they could not accept, did not dare to think about, and did not dare to destroy. Every word Thales said made Barney Jr.'s chest heave. The others lowered their heads and sighed. Even Zacriel was no exception. Do you admit it or not, Quill Barney Jr.? Thales bent down with great difficulty. His palm stopped above the blood-stained, broken sword for a second before he slowly moved it horizontally. He picked up the torch beside him. You are the only existence that they still hope to remain loyal to in this despairing world where betrayal is everywhere. You are the only coordinate that they can see when they are immersed in self-blame and guilt, and when they doubt themselves in a meaningless future. You are the only light that they can see when they raise their heads and are covered in wounds while they struggle in the darkness that reeks of blood. You are the only existence that they can respect, love, envy, and be jealous of. You are the only existence that they can look up to without reservation or apprehension. You are the last bit of comfort that they have when they look back at the past in the bitter, cold, and lightless lives. Thales could be heard sighing. For 18 years, you were the reason that kept them alive. And after all that happened are you. But Barney Jr. interrupted the prince. It's fake. He was a little embarrassed and angry, but his limbs and expression showed that he was at a loss. It's fake. It's all an illusion. It's something they created through despicable and betrayal. Barney Jr. shook his head absent-mindedly and clenched his fists, as if he could clear his mind by doing so. It never existed. He growled in a hoarse and weak voice. It doesn't matter whether it's my father or the others. Back then they didn't give me a choice at all. No. Barney Jr. was a little agitated. His words made most of the guards avert their gazes in shame. They did not dare to look him in the eye. At this moment, Thales suddenly took a step forward. He raised the torch in his hand high. The light from the torch approached him and flickered continuously, causing Barney Jr. to subconsciously raise his hand to avoid it. No, they didn't give you a choice, the teenager said airily. But your life was given to you. Thales spoke very slowly, and the agitated Barney Jr. subconsciously calmed down as well. Thales sighed softly again. However, compared to the others, your choice came later, but it was more crucial and important than theirs. At this moment, right here, 18 years later. Thales turned around and looked at everyone, including Zacriel, who was also immersed in darkness. Yes, Barney, when the truth comes to light, when all pretenses are torn apart, and when a brutal confrontation occurs, Thales said faintly, you will understand that everything you've experienced before is for today, and what kind of choice you will make. Thales turned his head around and stared resolutely at Barney, who was dodging his attacks. And this choice is, he said softly, when you face all the darkness in this world, when you are angry because of betrayal, resentment because of deception, pain because of hatred, Despair because of failure, when everything you have fought for has left you? What kind of person will you choose to become? No one spoke. Another indescribable silence ensued. But Barney Jr.'s gaze was no longer ethereal. He just stared at the prince with a complicated expression. His meaning was difficult to understand. He sneered through his nose, desolate and helpless. That's easy for you to say. Barney Jr. gritted his teeth and leaned his chest forward, as though he was resisting something with all his might. Because you weren't there. He gritted his teeth fiercely. If it was you, if you had experienced all this, betrayal, deception, hatred, failure. Barney Jr. raised his voice and said to the prince resentfully, "What kind of choice can you make? What kind of choice can you make? What kind of person can you become?" But he was quickly interrupted. "It's simple." Thales sighed. "The teacher who taught me swordsmanship in Constellation told me on the first day." The next moment, Thales moved his arm. Barney Jr. was startled, but he reacted quickly and caught the thing Thales threw at him. It was a torch. It was the torch Thales picked up from the ground. The flame burned stubbornly in front of Barney Jr.'s eyes. It illuminated his entire body, from the bleeding, scars, holes, to the marks and brands. It chased away the darkness. "She said to me, 'Raise your shield.'" Thales was calm, but his words left no room for doubt. "There are only two situations in which you can put it down." At that moment, Barney Jr. shuddered as he held the torch. The flame flickered violently in his hand and swayed back and forth. But in the end it did not fall. No matter how F** ket up this world is Barney, no matter what kind of facts they try to use to convince you, deceive you, tempt you to open up to hatred, to fight hatred with an eye for an eye, to surrender to anger, to bow down to despair, to become a captive and slave under their rules. Quick Rope, who had been watching quietly from the side, was the first to sense Thales' emotions change. No matter what reality does to you, no matter how others attack you, hurt you, or torture you, no matter how limited and painful the choices life gives you are, no matter how many times the damn world betrays you, hurts you or forces you. Under the light of the fire, Prince Thales, who had been adventuring with Quick Rope over the past few days, showed a rare and complicated emotion. Pain, sorrow, numbness, and vulnerability. These were the things Quick Rope thought he would never have a chance with the optimistic, humorous, strong, and resourceful Thales. After a few seconds of pause, Thales took a deep breath. There is only one thing that matters. Before Barney Jr.'s dazed expression, Thales flashed a faint smile, but it was hard to tell if it was more of resignation or melancholy. They can't change you. They can't make you put down your shield. In the silent, dreary, and dim dungeon, Barney Jr. stared at Thales with a dumbfounded expression. A scene from a long time ago suddenly flashed before his eyes. It was when he had just joined the Royal Guards. At that time he was young, complacent, proud, and confident. On that day he swung the wooden sword in his hand at the country girl, who was in a sorry state after falling on the sand, and whose face was filled with pain. She was a vain girl who he once thought had climbed up the royal family's high branch and obtained the crown prince's favor, which was why His Highness jokingly shoved her into his hands to learn some martial arts. "Believe me, my lady, I hate this mission as much as you hate me right now." He still remembered how he endured the judgmental gazes of his colleagues in the training field. He said to the training target, appointed by the crown prince in contempt and disdain, "Now, Honorable Lady Gines, raise your shield." He still remembered the girl's gaze when she gritted her teeth and got up from the ground. There are only two situations where you can put it down. He remembered the sweat on her face, which was mixed with dust and blood. He also remembered that no matter how badly the girl was beaten up by him, she still held the shield tightly in her hands and never let go. You die or the enemy dies. Barney Jr.'s vision became blurry. You don't need comfort or forgiveness, Vanguard. Thales raised his voice. You only need to face yourself. A few seconds later, Barney Jr. seemed to be unable to withstand the prince's bright and hopeful gaze. He subconsciously lowered his head and avoided Thales' gaze. At that moment, his heart was in a mess, and he did not know what to do. Is that possible? Barney Jr. turned his head and looked at the two corpses on the ground. There was doubt and sorrow in his eyes, and his tone became a little hesitant. Thales looked at Barney Jr., who was gritting his teeth and holding the torch. He smiled faintly. Of course, because that is what I did. Thales slowly turned around, leaving the vanguard with a swaying back, who was struggling to move forward. From the first day, under everyone's gaze, the teenager took a step forward, smiled and raised his head. Until the last day. Chapter 469. The remaining torches grew weaker, and the prison grew darker. However, he felt that the dungeon was experiencing an unprecedented peace and brightness. Even though Barney Jr. was still in a daze behind him, Thales knew that he no longer needed to worry about the former vanguard's condition. And the only problem he had left was, Thales shook his head. He endured the pain and walked towards the last figure. It was the long-faced man who had been kneeling on the ground. His body was covered in wounds, and there was despair on his face, as if he had lost his soul. The Knight of Judgment's silhouette slowly appeared in his dim vision. His left arm, which had been badly injured by Barney, hung stiffly and powerlessly on his shoulder like a snake shedding its skin. So you're the only one left, Thales said softly. The moment he finished speaking, the Knight of Judgment seemed to still be immersed in his own world. He did not react to Thales' words and let him approach him slowly. But the moment Thales was 10 steps away from him, Zacriel sprang up like a cheetah who had suddenly been startled awake. He instinctively picked up the chipped axe beside him. Your Highness! Belden cried out in surprise. He instinctively stood up and moved forward. The others also reacted to the situation. Samuel frowned and pressed his hand on his weapon. Tardin, Bruley Cannon, and the others stood up nervously and surrounded Zacriel. Even Barney Jr. snapped out of his daze and raised his torch. But at that moment, Thales suddenly raised his hand behind him. Wait! The prince's voice was hoarse and weak, but everyone subconsciously stopped moving. In the extreme silence, Thales quietly observed the long-faced man in front of him. Zacriel did not move. He only breathed in a daze and in a daze. The weapon in his hand was pointed at Thales from a distance. It was as if it was instinctive. The air froze again. Quickrope asked with an awkward expression from behind. Hey W. Thales? Belden cast a glance at Zacriel, who looked dazed but still instinctively vigilant. He spoke hesitantly. Your Highness, you'd better. Before he could finish speaking, Tardin interrupted nervously. You can't go any further. It's dangerous, said the slightly neurotic Canon. Everyone reacted differently, but they all stared warily at Zacriel, who seemed to have just woken up from his ravings. But Thales laughed. Thank you, Belden, and all of you, Tardin Canon. The teenager endured the discomfort in his body. But I need you to wait for me a little longer. Thales turned around and flashed a tired smile. He raised his index finger. In a while. He turned around, took a deep breath, and continued walking towards Zacriel. Belden's expression changed when he saw that they were getting closer to each other. Your Highness, for your... But an arm stretched out from the side and held Belden back when he wanted to move. He did. Barney Jr. had stood up at some point of time. He spoke coldly to the stunned Belden and Tardin. Let us wait. He seemed to still hold a grudge against Thales. When he said this, he seemed to intentionally lower his head, and did not look in the prince's direction. Barney Jr.'s rhythmic and forceful tone snapped Zacriel out of his daze. His gaze gradually became clear, and he focused on Thales. Belden stared blankly at the vanguard, then at Thales. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. But in the end, he did not say or do anything. She just stood where she was and watched worriedly as the prince walked forward step by step, just like the others. Then, Thales was only 3 steps away from Zacriel. Zacriel panted in a daze. He stared at his former comrades, who wanted to rush up to him immediately, but forced themselves to hold back their footsteps. Something's different. That was what he thought. Zacriel looked around him. He saw that Barney, who was used to giving orders, looked unhappy, but he did not say anything. Belden, who had always been calm, So much so that he was a little stiff, also let Zachriel do as he pleased. Even Samuel, who did not like to listen to orders, pursed his lips and said nothing. As for the rest, be it Tardin or Cannon, these comrades he was once very familiar with, they stood quietly behind Thales. Aside from giving Zachriel a warning look, they practically watched from the sidelines and allowed the prince to walk step by step towards him, who was covered in blood. These people. Zachriel turned his head stiffly. His mind was in a mess, and his mind was in a daze. But he subconsciously tightened his grip on his weapon. You. Zachriel looked away from his tired and gloomy gaze. He stared at Thales in puzzlement, as if he was getting to know the teenager again. What did you do to them? He asked absent-mindedly. It was as if he was asking the teenager, but also as if he was asking himself. Thales sucked in a deep breath and forced a smile. Nothing. The teenager said slowly. Just some things you want to do but can't do. Zachriel was stunned for a moment. He felt dizzy. Things I want to do, but can't do. A few seconds later, the heavily injured Knight of Judgment shook his head forcefully. Is that so? He snorted softly and lowered his gloomy gaze. He seemed to have understood something. The Knight of Judgment let his empty left arm swing. He gritted his teeth and raised the weapon in his right hand. You know, before I came here, I was Constellation's permanent hostage in Exdet. I ran all the way back from Dragon Cloud City. The teenager's voice rose into the air. Zachriel's axe blade froze. Dragon Cloud City. Zachriel's dazed mind stirred slightly, as if he was stabbed by something. Thin and chaotic memories once again filled his overburdened mind. Is that so? The Jadestar royal family's hostage in Dragon Cloud City. Zachriel tightened his grip on the axe blade. So, in the years after that tragedy, the kingdom has... I met a lot of people on the way. Thales' tone was very calm, as if he was talking about family matters. One of them especially touched me deeply. He said that after more than 10 years of disguise, when he looked at the mirror again, he no longer recognized the person in it. Zachriel's axe blade trembled slightly. Thales averted his gaze from the crossbow of time in Quickrope's hand and sighed. He has forgotten why he put on that mask in the first place. He let the mask capture him, occupy him, and control him. Thales stared at the man in front of him seriously, just like a warrior who forgot his duty to protect and became a slave to victory. Just like a king who forgot his duty to rule and succumbed to the vanity of achievements. The Knight of Judgment's body began to sway slightly. Thales stared straight into Zachriel's eyes. He had seen this gaze before. More than once. In Vine Manor, when the Phantom Wind follower dragged his crippled body and struggled in pain. In Renaissance Palace, when Valorund shook his head desolately and revealed the conspiracy. In the Hall of Heroes, when Administrator Merc picked up his daughter's body absent-mindedly. In the Land of Barren Rocks, when the dying Raven of Death laughed madly and admitted everything. They were equally gloomy, equally despairing, and equally numb. Those were the gazes of a person who had lost the thing he treasured the most. And the Zachriel in front of him. What is the thing he treasured the most? When he thought of this, Thales' chest sank, and he sighed softly. But Zachriel, when and why did you put on this mask? Zachriel froze. He stood where he was, and there was a complicated look on his face. The silence lasted for a few seconds. I am very sorry, Your Highness. After a long while, he squeezed out these words with great difficulty. But we have to end this. The moment Zachriel finished speaking, the weapon in his hand swayed slightly, as if he had once again confirmed his determination. Thales raised his eyebrows. I know. You still want to kill me. The teenager's tone was light, but it made the royal guards behind him tense up again. And none of us can stop you. Zachriel frowned and did not speak. But he seemed to have a talent. His silence alone was enough to make the atmosphere around him turn cold and solid. However, the prince immediately broke into a smile. I have to admit, when you were still the heinous traitor who hunted me down, I could at least feel at ease when I faced you. But now, Thales sighed. The stories you told me, you discovered the truth, so you were dissatisfied with the late king, so you planned the rebellion in the palace alone, and framed everyone. You were the traitor and the culprit for 18 years. He sneered and shook his head. At least half of it was fake. The Knight of Judgment's cheeks twitched slightly. Thales looked straight at him. That was the mask you wore for others to see. Zachriel pursed his lips tightly. His face was stiff and gloomy. You made it up to hide the truth, to protect both the dead and the living. So that your royal guards would no longer have internal strife and division, so that the survivors would no longer have to suffer, and so that your old friends who sleep underground would no longer be unable to rest in peace. For this, you are willing to be the sinner and traitor, who created something out of nothing, and bear the resentment that should not be directed at you. Is it better for them to hate you than for them to hate each other? The Knight of Judgment closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Barney Jr. stared at Zachriel. His gaze was a mixture of hatred, resentment, confusion, and helplessness. The others sighed one after another. Only Samuel shook his head in disdain. Thales curled up the corners of his lips and continued. It was only when I saw what you did that I finally understood that this is the real Zachriel. Zachriel's eyebrows twitched violently. But Thales continued. 18 years ago, as the watchman who protected the legacy, you could not bear to choose a side. You could only watch as your comrades turned against each other, killed each other, and blood flowed like rivers. After the tragedy, for the sake of the royal family's reputation and dignity, you could not speak of the truth. You could only watch as the innocent royal guards were imprisoned. But in the face of their misfortune and tragedy, you could not forgive yourself for not doing anything and keeping your mouth shut. You voluntarily isolated yourself from the outside world, and buried yourself deep underground as punishment for yourself. Thales stared at Zachriel with sorrow. Every time he finished speaking, the pain and conflict on the knight's face deepened. His chest rose and fell more violently. The complicated and conflicted looks in the royal guard's eyes also deepened. Their gazes on Zachriel had always been chaotic and ever-changing. Now there was a hint of obscurity and hesitation in them. So Lord Zachriel, Thales said with a sigh, regardless of whether you wore a mask or not, you never forgot your beliefs. Zachriel suddenly opened his eyes. Are you done? His right hand, which held his weapon, trembled as much as his voice. I can't help you, Thales interrupted him. Soon. But before that, Thales exhaled softly. Before you do anything, I want you to know, and I also want them to know. He turned around and looked at the group of former royal guards, who were confused, perplexed, nervous, and puzzled. Zachriel, you are not a traitor, nor are you an evil person. On the contrary, you did not hesitate to shoulder a groundless injustice and bear the stigma that you should not have in order to protect the reputation of the deceased and the reputation of the royal family. You would rather keep your mouth shut and bear all the misunderstandings and hatred behind the tragedy than watch your brothers turn against each other and kill each other. Thales stared at him indifferently. You are even willing to sacrifice their trust, friendship, respect, and admiration for you. These are the things you once cherished, and the only things you have left now, as long as this can protect and save them. The underground prison became quiet again. Only the sound of the people's breathing could be heard. Some were fast, some were slow, and some were not even. At this moment, the royal guards looked at Zachriel with complicated and indecipherable gazes. Zachriel glared at Thales. The red in his eyes could be seen clearly in the firelight. You can't shake me. The Knight of Judgment's voice was very low, and there was a hint of bitterness in his words. Of course. Thales chuckled. Because regardless of whether it was 18 years ago or 18 years later, from the beginning until the end, you have always been that noble knight who does not care about reputation, who is selfless and fearless, and who can be said to be a role model. The watchman who protects the inheritance of the royal guards. Thales sighed softly. You were just unfortunate enough to be swept into the torrent of the times. You lost your way, and you cannot wake up. The torrent of the times. Zachriel trembled even more violently. Terrifying memories surged into him like a tidal wave. Zachriel gritted his teeth and forced himself not to look at the other people's expressions, because he was afraid. Afraid. But just when Zakriel's thoughts were still surging endlessly, "Everyone here." Thales turned his head around and glanced at the people around him. He took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. He seemed to have made up his mind about something. He knew what to do. Everyone looked at the prince in unison. Thales lowered his eyes and said softly, "All of you know why Zakriel wants to kill me. Do you know why Zakriel wants to kill me?" At that moment, Zakriel's erratic thoughts were instantly cut off. What? He was completely stunned. He was not the only one who had such an expression on his face. Everyone in the room was also stunned. From the still awkward Barney Jr., to the worried Belden, to the vigilant Samuel, as well as Tardin, Cannon, and Bruley. Confusion, puzzlement, doubt, and all sorts of other emotions filled everyone's hearts. Only Quick Rope's expression changed drastically when he realized something. Thales calmly adjusted his breathing and raised the corners of his lips. "Because he knows. Because Zakriel knows what I am. What I am." The prince was very calm and at ease, as if this was an extremely ordinary answer. The silence in the underground prison lasted for a few seconds. "Wait." Zakriel's expression slowly melted. He stared at Thales, who looked extremely ordinary, and an indescribable surprise appeared on his face. He wants. I don't understand." Samuel narrowed his eyes as he watched from the side. "What do you mean by what I am?" Soon, while everyone was puzzled, the incredulous Quick Rope was the first to open his mouth wide in shock. He subconsciously extended his arm. "Hey, about that. I mean Thales." But Quick Rope soon noticed his surroundings. Under the suspicious gazes of the people around him, he did not even manage to finish saying Thales' name. He awkwardly withdrew his arm, and his voice also became weaker. Thales' expression was indifferent. He did not care at all. "You." Zakriel stared at Thales in shock and bewilderment. He could no longer suppress his reaction. "You can't. Are you crazy?" Many people did not understand what Zakriel and Tardin were saying. They exchanged puzzled gazes back and forth between Zakriel and Thales. Barney Jr. stared at Zakriel's expression and Thales back. He sensed something different. Something's wrong. What other secrets does the prince have? Thales curled up the corners of his lips slightly. He shook his head and smiled at the Knight of Judgment. "I already understand you, Watchman." Thales smiled. "But you don't understand me. You don't know what I've been through since I came to this world." Thales raised his right hand and slowly opened his palm. He looked at the bloody wound at the center of his palm, which had not healed yet. It was just like what he did before he came to the prison of bones. Zakriel stared at the current Thales. He was so shocked that he could not speak. In front of him, the teenager's expression was very calm, very relaxed, and even very pleasant. Quick Rope frowned as he observed Thales. No. He suddenly realized that this was not one of Thales' schemes or tactics. No. He's really going to. Quick Rope suddenly felt an incomparable sense of panic. Death might make me unhappy, but it no longer terrifies me. There was a rare sense of relief in Thales' tone. And what truly terrifies me is... As Thales spoke, his gaze became perplexed. Asda's arrogant face and Giza's crazed expression flashed before his eyes. Thales in this world, they don't hate us. They are afraid of us. What they are unwilling to forgive and find difficult to accept is not our actions, but our very existence. And, Taurus' mysterious figure. Thales sighed softly. What terrifies me is the fear, anxiety, and anxiety I cannot shake off when I carry that secret. Even my nightmares are filled with its shadow, and I cannot escape from it. I'm terrified of the moment when this secret is discovered. I'm nervous about the fate and the unknown that I'm about to face. I'm nervous about how the world will treat me. I'm terrified that everything I'm familiar with might leave me. Thales slowly raised his head. His gaze slowly focused. Today that moment has arrived. Thales turned around and found Quick Rope staring at him in a daze. The young man smiled back at him, and then let out a long sigh. "Thank you. And that is not that bad." As he stared at Quick Rope's dazed expression, Thales clenched his fists tightly and felt the pain in his palms. On the contrary, the moment I truly face it and face the consequences, I truly understand. Thales turned around and calmly raised his gaze. The only thing that is pestering me, torturing me, punishing me, and refusing to let me go is not that secret, not my impending fate, not the unknown that I cannot grasp, and not anything else. And it is me. What I need is not to trap myself in shackles. Thales clenched his fists and pressed them against the spot on his chest that was once burned by the silver coin. I need to let go of my past self. To be reborn from the ashes. Zacriel was completely dumbfounded. Your Highness? Belden seemed to have realized that something was wrong. His face was filled with worry and puzzlement. He spoke as a reminder and a warning at the same time. In the face of the group's puzzlement, Thales only smiled in relief. That's right, everyone. He closed his eyes and tried not to look at the reactions of the people around him. The prince's voice echoed in the dungeon, accompanied by Zacriel's almost frozen expression, and Quick Rope's uncontrollable breathing. I, Thales Jadestar, am one of the greatest taboos in this world, which has been passed down by word of mouth for generations. I am the same as the culprit who Zacriel believes caused trouble in the kingdom in the past. In the next moment, Thales took a deep breath in the dead silence and opened his eyes. I am a mystic. The teenager used the calmest, most indifferent tone in his life to say the answer that made Zacriel, Quick Rope, Barney, and everyone else suck in a sharp breath. A calamity. I know that I have not finished writing Rebirth. But I promise you that the next chapter will really be the last. End of this chapter. Chapter 470. There were no words that could perfectly describe the current situation in the underground prison. After a few seconds, only the people's heartbeats could be vaguely heard in the air. It was as if even breathing loudly had become a luxury. A few seconds later, the torch in Barney Jr.'s hand was finally extinguished after the last few sparks were burned out in despair. The underground prison sank into endless darkness. The only thing left was the unpleasant smell of smoke. The few living people seemed to have turned into corpses, and they did not move at all. It was as if he had returned to the former black track. Hence, in this silence and darkness, Thales spent the most special few seconds of his life in a daze as he sensed the barely discernible sounds of breathing in front of him and behind him. At that moment, the darkness seemed to have become his shield. It buried his fear, numbed his pain, and blocked all sorts of gazes. Finally, with a few rustling sounds, someone in the guards fumbled around with his trembling hands and lit another torch while the sound of flint was heard. Thales narrowed his eyes and got used to the firelight. He felt as if he had returned to the world. I don't understand. Calamities, mystics. They shouldn't be immortal. 1,000 years ago. Cannon, who was a scout, held the new fire source and shook his head subconsciously. His lips trembled, but he could not form a complete sentence. His gaze never left Thales. Bruley, who was by his side, was completely stunned. But as Cannon reacted, the crowd began to boil like the surface of a hot spring. Your Highness, this joke. Penal Officer Belden could not digest the latest news at all. He stared at Zacriel and spoke incoherently. Watchman, commanding officer. He said that he will. This is another lie, isn't it? Tardan's eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment as he stared at Thales. What the hell? The prince is a calamity? The Jadestar royal family. Damn it, what did they do this time? Thales quietly stared at the wound on his palm and ignored the uproar around him. Strangely, Thales felt that he was incredibly calm at that moment. It was not the calmness he felt when he knocked on the door, which was so indifferent that it scared him. It was also not the calmness he felt when he was in danger due to the sin of Hell's River. Instead, it was the calmness of a chess player staring at a chessboard. My God. Samuel's gaze shifted back and forth between Thales and Zacriel. Zacriel, what you said earlier, about how Queen Fiosa is a calamity and how you are determined to complete your mission. Those weren't all lies, were they? Zacriel did not say a word. He only stared blankly at the composed Thales. His eyes were filled with grief and puzzlement. Samuel gritted his teeth and tried his best to maintain his composure between shock and anger. Impossible, his age. Is he really only 14 years old? If not, what does he have to do with the bloody year? What is that damned mission of yours? Thales observed their reactions from the side, and he understood many things as he inhaled and exhaled. Therefore, the corner of the youth's mouth slowly curled up. That was the feeling. He could even feel that the gazes directed at him from behind were different. There were some other impurities in the trust and respect Thales had built up after much difficulty. Fear? Hate? Doubt? Unknown? Rejection? But that was no longer important, was it? Hey, that fake Wuxia. I'm talking about you, my nephew. You knew all this a long time ago, didn't you? Tardan seemed to have understood something. He turned around and looked at Quick Rope, who lowered his head and hunched his chest, trying his best to eliminate his presence. Wuxia? Nephew? Ha! Quick Rope, who was staring at Thales in shock, shuddered. He hugged his crossbow tightly in embarrassment and forced an innocent smile. Oh, I know that. It's my first time too. Just when the underground prison was about to descend into chaos, a muffled sound exploded out of nowhere. Asterisk thud. Asterisk silence. The sound traveled very far in the empty storage room. Everyone immediately fell silent. It was Barney Jr. He had just thrown away the extinguished torch in his hand, and he attracted everyone's attention. The vanguard's face was ashen. He swept his sternest gaze over everyone before he finally turned to Thales. Thales sucked in a breath, smiled, and turned his head to meet his gaze. My sword slipped from my hand. After a long while, Barney Jr. finally spoke with a conflicted expression. Just now, when he looked at the broken sword lying behind Thales. As Barney Jr. spoke hesitantly, everyone began to recall their previous memories. That wasn't a coincidence. It was you? Thales paused for a few seconds and pursed his lips. Yes. The prince said in a low voice. Barney Jr. opened his mouth and stared at him in disbelief. A few seconds later, he turned to the two corpses on the ground. Why is it me? Barney Jr. stared at the dead Nalji and Heir. His expression became very complicated. Why didn't you save them? Thales paused for a moment. At that moment, the scene of him using mystic energy while he was still a contactor after Taurus teachings flashed before his eyes. It was an absolutely unreasonable indifference. And the blood all over the ground. It was as if the underground prison had entered a strange stage. Everyone was filled with astonishment and questions, but under the strange atmosphere and tacit agreement, no one spoke. They only stared at Thales in unison. I want to, but I can't. Thales sighed and lowered his head. I'm sorry. Barney Jr. was silent for a long time. In the end, he also lowered his head. Is that so? Faint sorrow spread. Barney Jr.'s words seemed to have some sort of magic. Thales suddenly felt that the gazes behind him were no longer so piercing to his eyes. Then Zakriel's voice rose in the air. Why? The Knight of Judgment's dry and sluggish voice attracted everyone's attention. Why? Why did you tell them? Zakriel raised his head in the darkness and stared at Thales. There was a mixture of hesitation, pain, sadness, disappointment, and sorrow on his face. You may not be afraid of death, but at least, you don't have to bear this. Zakriel's gaze suddenly became very sad. You can die amidst their admiration and respect and not. Under the Knight of Judgment's sad question, Thales sighed. But they will hate you. The Knight of Judgment froze for a moment. Them. Thales stared at Zakriel quietly. He looked at the blood and dust all over his body, the obvious fatigue on his face, and the fact that he was enduring the pain with great difficulty. He looked at the conspicuous and ugly brand on his forehead. Zakriel. This powerful, almost invincible warrior. I wonder how heroic he was when he was young. Thales smiled. I know that for a certain reason. You will not tell me my identity even if you die. And you are already prepared to keep your mouth shut after this, and then willingly die in their hands. Thales turned his head and glanced at the royal guards behind him. Many of them were still immersed in shock and doubt. Barney Jr. was stunned. Us. Thales ignored him. Instead, he turned around and sighed at the knight. They respect me. So yes, they will hate you. One more time. Zacriel was stunned. If I don't tell you, then after I die, the misunderstanding that you solved after much difficulty will deepen again. Thales's expression was a little gloomy when he said this. Once again, you will be abandoned by the companions you once valued the most. You will hate them, and you will be seen as a madman and a traitor. You will die with their hatred. Barney Jr. and the others watched the conversation between the two in shock and bewilderment. Zacriel was completely frozen on the spot. After a while he panted and said, I don't understand. Thales snorted softly, as if he had figured something out. Zacriel, in order to serve the kingdom, protect the royal family, protect your companions and protect your beliefs, Thales said sadly with a heavy heart. Over the past 18 years, you have shouldered so many things in the past and paid such a heavy price. Thales raised his head and stared at the air. A dazzling silver figure seemed to appear in front of him. The hero that was forgotten by the world. There was also a voice that seemed to echo in his heart. I have been dead for a long, long time, so long that I don't even remember how long it has been. Thales was a little absent-minded. The silver figure stood in the bottomless darkness and faced countless souls of the deceased alone. The scene of him shining with a light that was both great and small seemed to appear in front of him again. That figure was alone for countless years. He sacrificed himself and shouldered the greatest and most selfless mission to protect the people and things he once loved the most. But no one knew about it, and no one understood it. But he still smiled. He held no grudges, did not ask for help, and remained calm. May the mountains tolerate your footsteps, and may the earth bless your journey. Thales took a deep breath and pulled his spirit out of the empty past. He tried his best to return to the present. He returned to the night of judgment. But you have never been understood. Never. It has been 18 years. From the beginning to the end, you can only bear the burden alone and face the price alone. Thales' heart sank, and his expression became a little gloomy. He was just like that lone hero who no one knew about. Even if he was buried deep underground, he did not hesitate to ignite himself to dispel the darkness in a place where there was no light and hope. Even if he could not get up, he tried his best to reach upwards and help those who fell and drowned to see the light again. Even if the past was gone, he was still stubborn and persistent. He kept to his initial promise to the past. No one knew. No one cared. There was no end. There was no forgiveness. Thank you for bringing her greetings. He looked at Zacriel seriously and watched as his eyes trembled slightly. The worst thing is that in the end, the night of judgment was still misunderstood, hated, detested, and ignored by the people he cared about the most and cherished the most. He was misunderstood as a traitor, a lunatic, and a villain by the people he wanted to protect the most, Thales said in a low voice. As Thales spoke in a low voice, the royal guards behind him reacted one after another, and their expressions varied. But all of them fixed their dazed gazes on Zacriel. Zacriel breathed in a daze. The story of your life is about other people, Zacriel, the kingdom, the royal guards, your brothers and sisters, responsibility, mission. You carry everything on your shoulders. When Thales said this, he paused for a moment. There was fatigue and sorrow in his voice that could not be hidden. But you are not the only one. Zacriel's right hand, which held the weapon, trembled slightly. Thales let out a long sigh and said dejectedly, No one knows what you have done, and no one is grateful to you. You can only sit alone in the countless cold nights and recount the past. The only comfort you have is the belief in your heart. Even the final fall and death. Thales' voice was very soft. Although you do not care about it, Thales said faintly, this makes me a little sad. Zacriel gasped in a daze and stared at the teenager before him in disbelief. Zacriel. Thales paused for a moment before he said slowly, You have already shouldered too much. You should not continue to be misunderstood and hated. A few seconds later, it is meaningless. Zacriel's trembling and hoarse voice traveled into the air. Do you think you have done something smart? Pity me? Influence me? Sway me? The Knight of Judgment lowered his head slightly. His gaze was hidden in the darkness between his eyebrows. He tightened his grip on the handle of his axe and gritted his teeth. You are wrong. Zachriel suppressed his tone, but he could not stop his arms from trembling. He did not know whether it was because of pain or his emotions. Everything you're doing right now is meaningless to me. Thales exhaled and looked at the darkness between Zachriel's eyebrows. But it is meaningful to me. He lowered his head. There was sadness and lament in his voice. To us. Zachriel was stunned again. You. Thales nodded. His smile was a little bitter. My family, Jade Star. A second later, Zachriel's chest began to visibly rise and fall. Thales raised his head again. If my guess is correct, it was the late King Adi who appointed you as the watchman of the royal guards. It was also him who dragged you into his family's internal strife and ruined your entire life. And King Kessel coldly and unfairly imprisoned you, causing you to be reduced to this state. Thales' eyes were gloomy. He sighed and tapped his chest. As for 18 years later, another Jade Star suddenly barged in and broke your peace, bringing back the nightmare you had 18 years ago. Thales tried to look at Zachriel with the most indifferent gaze. The tragedy that befell you, Zachriel, no matter what was right or wrong, whether it was right or wrong, all stemmed from the noblest but coldest bloodline of the kingdom. At that moment, Zachriel still did not speak, but his breathing became chaotic. And the most ironic thing is that even today, you still want to carry out your duty as a royal guard and protect our reputation. Even though due to various reasons, you will not have any complaints against the royal family, it must be very hard. Thales' voice was a little desolate. I think the Jade Star family owes you too much. He saw Zachriel clench his fists tighter. But Thales ignored him. He continued to look at the corpses on the ground. He remembered the scene when the two of them left just now, and his voice was hoarse. You know, as Thales Jade Star, when I face all of you, I can give Nalji and Heir consolation as a farewell before they die. I can forgive Tardin and the others and ease their pain. I can motivate Barney, who has never recovered from his setback, and help him stand up again and face life. Barney Jr., Belden Tardin. The people behind the prince stared at him in a daze. But you, Zachriel. Thales averted his gaze and avoided meeting the knight's gaze, as if he could relax a little by doing so. As a prince with no power, I cannot change the tragedy of the past. I cannot wash away the injustice you suffered. I cannot reopen the old case decided by the king. I cannot give you the justice you deserve, and I cannot even give the people you cherished in the past a reasonable explanation. Thales stared at the two corpses on the ground in indignation. He remembered the countless corpses in the prison, and he said sorrowfully, when I face you, who gave up so much, lost so much, and endured so much, I really do not know what else I can do for you. So if you and I are destined to die here, then I want to leave without any worries in my heart. I want to let go of my own fears, and I want to let go of my guilt towards you. Thales smiled bitterly and in an ugly manner. He looked like a patient in his final moments. I also want you to leave peacefully and peacefully. Zachriel did not move. I don't want the others to continue hating you. I don't want you to remain alone in the darkness and bear the sins that do not belong to you. I want them to understand you, or at least try to understand you. Thales lowered his head and heaved a long sigh again. He felt as if he wanted to exhale all the resentment he felt that day. Compared to this, the prince looked up. This time, there was no anguish or hesitation on the teenager's face. There was only a relaxed and relieved smile on his face, as he faced the swaying night of judgment. My secret is not that important anymore, is it? Quick Rope stared at Thales in a daze while he stood in the crowd. He was not the only one who had this reaction. Zachriel did not answer, and neither did he move. Thales shook his head and hid the sorrow in his heart even more firmly. He forced himself to smile a second time. So it's not just for me. Thales stared straight at Zachriel, then turned his head around and looked at the rest of the people around him. This is also for them. Them? Zachriel replied in a daze. When he said this, the guards around him reacted differently. The prince said calmly and seriously, they should know what kind of person their commander and watchman was in the past and today. Emmanuel Zachriel was never a traitor who betrayed his loyalty for his own selfish gain. Much less a lunatic who lost his rationality after being imprisoned for many years. Tardin sighed and lowered his head. Cannon's face contorted in pain, and Bruley looked dejected. They should know that you are still the Zachriel they believe in, admire, and love. You are still the Knight of Judgment who perseveres in his beliefs, abides by his sacred duty, and loves his brothers. Samuel looked conflicted, while Belden had a sorrowful look on his face. They need to know what you have done for them. They need to know your sacrifices, hard work, and struggles. Even your most unreasonable actions are just to carry out your mission and eliminate the terrifying calamity. Barney Jr. held his injured right arm tightly and bit his lower lip. His gaze as he stared at Zachriel became more complicated. They need to know that they owe you and the Watchman an apology and a word of thanks. At some point in time, Zachriel, who had buried himself in the darkness, had stopped moving. As he listened to all of this, Samuel closed his eyes and turned his head away. Barney Jr., who had just walked out of the darkness, stared at Zachriel. There was endless sorrow hidden in his eyes. The others were not much better. There was another indescribable silence. Thales chuckled softly. His voice was calm and quiet. I'm sorry. This is the last thing I can do for you. He stared at Zachriel seriously. At least, you don't have to endure it alone. Grit your teeth and put on a brave front. At least, I can let them see the real you. Let them understand. Let them see the heavy burden you bear. You have suffered too much injustice and misunderstandings, and I don't want my death to be a part of it. At least, I hope that after today, the darkness you will have to struggle in the future will be less cruel and cold. Thales spoke word by word, but Zachriel only lowered his head and buried his face beyond the light. In the end, the teenager sighed deeply when he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He curled his lips and sneered as he shook his head. So yes, I am a calamity. End of conversation. Zachriel seemed to be stunned. The others did not say a word either. Then Thales sighed and spoke. All right now. The teenager stared at Zachriel in front of him with a look of relief. Let's end this. The silence lasted for almost 10 seconds. Finally, Zachriel slowly raised his axe in the darkness. His hand was very slow, and it even trembled. But he still raised it. Thales quietly closed his eyes. He waited for that moment. And he did not have to wait long. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, a muffled sound of metal clashing against metal rose. You know, if he is who he says he is, Barney Jr.'s weak voice rose. Then your efforts will be in vain. Thales sucked in a deep breath and opened his eyes. Above him, Barney Jr. raised the longsword he once used to commit suicide against Zachriel's axe. The heavily injured vanguard's right arm was broken. He was holding the sword with his uninjured left arm, and it looked like he was having a hard time. Across him, Zachriel had also lost his left arm. By the looks of it, they were evenly matched. Barney Jr. cast a glance at Thales, who was as calm as ever, and sneered. You can't kill him without a legendary anti-mystic equipment? In a corner where no one was paying attention to, Quick Rope, who was drenched in cold sweat, subconsciously tugged at his clothes to cover the bow in his bosom. Zachriel still lowered his head and hid his eyes in the darkness. He gritted his teeth and spoke laboriously. He's not a qualified calamity. There are records in the Secret Intelligence Department that he can still be stopped before the final step leads to a great disaster. Thales curled up the corners of his lips. He sighed and nodded. He might be right. However, Barney Jr. replied bluntly, That's right. I didn't ask you, young prince. Thales' expression froze. Barney Jr. turned to face Zachriel and shook his head. Records in the Secret Intelligence Department? Qualified? So what? Do you need to take a test to be a calamity? Zachriel's axe began to tremble. His tone was already unstable, and at that moment he became unhappy. This is not a joke. Move aside, you already know who he is. But Barney Jr. suddenly shouted. So what? Based on what you said, the late king had sex with another one. Thales watched Barney Jr.'s actions in silence. He gritted his teeth and felt his chest sink slightly. The vanguard shook his arm. The sword and axe, which were intertwined with each other, separated in the air. Zachriel fell silent. After he saw Barney Jr., Belden and Tardin, who had already rearmed themselves at some point in time, walked behind Thales. Cannon and Bruley followed closely behind them. They stared at him with faces filled with relief. The knight's axe trembled slightly. "You don't understand." Zachriel's words were filled with conflicting emotions. "The Empire. The kingdom cannot fall into the same trap." Barney Jr. snorted. He seemed to have returned to being the chief vanguard of the royal guards who found Zachriel an eyesore. "I know that even if you are heavily injured, I still can't stop you." Barney Jr. hissed in pain and raised his sword again laboriously. "Not to mention, I'm not much better." Barney Jr. raised his leg. His eyes were burning with anger. He walked towards Zachriel with difficulty until the two of them were face to face. "But listen to me, Zachriel." In the darkness, Zachriel did not move. He tightened his grip on the axe in his hand. But unexpectedly, when Barney Jr. stood in front of him, his expression suddenly relaxed. He sighed dejectedly. "I'm sorry." At that moment, Zachriel, who had been prepared, was stunned. "Barney, you." Barney Jr. turned his head to look at the ground. He spoke stiffly, as if he was talking to the air. "I have never been convinced by you, but today Zachriel did not speak. He only opened his mouth in slight shock. "I have to say that His Majesty and the old captain have very good judgment." Barney Jr.'s expression was one of disappointment and self-deprecation. He stuttered. "You are indeed better than me as a watchman." Barney Jr. opened his mouth and deliberated for a long time before he finally said that word. "Commanding officer." Zachriel shuddered slightly. "And that?" Barney Jr. stared at the floor tiles under Zachriel's feet, as if he did not dare to raise his head. Barney Jr.'s left hand was holding the hilt of his sword. He hesitated for a long time before he raised it with a trembling hand. "Thank you." In the next second, he clenched his left fist and quickly and hesitantly hammered Zachriel's right shoulder twice. Thud! Thud! Two dull thuds could be heard when the fist touched the shoulder. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. No, it was a little venomous, because it was as if he would die if he touched it a little more. Once he was done, Barney Jr. heaved a long sigh, as if he had completed the most difficult task. He turned around as if he was fleeing from a disaster, and ran back to his original position. The corners of Thales' lips curled up slightly. "All right, the debt has been repaid." Barney Jr.'s bashful and awkward expression disappeared. He looked at Zachriel coldly again. "Let's fight." But Zachriel stayed where he was and did not move. His working face, which was hidden in the darkness, still could not be seen clearly. Then, another figure moved past Barney Jr. and walked towards Zachriel. What was surprising was that this person actually pressed his body against Zachriel's right shoulder, extended his left hand, and gently grabbed Zachriel's back. "This might be the last time we hug, commanding officer." The blade of Zachriel's axe swayed slightly. Belden pressed his body against Zachriel's right shoulder and patted his back gently. He said in a choked voice, "Sunset, I really missed the time when I was under you in the punishment division." At that moment, Zachriel's shoulders trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and exhaled. The knight's breathing grew louder. "You shouldn't have made me the penal officer." Belden laughed brokenly. His voice trembled as he turned his head away. He tried his best not to look at Zachriel. "You know, I'm terrible. I've never done a good job." He patted Zachriel's back forcefully, and the latter swayed even more violently. Belden closed his eyes, turned around, and returned to Barney's side. He did not dare to look at Zachriel. "I'm sorry, commanding officer." Cannon did not move forward. The scout sobbed and lowered his head. "That year, I'm sorry, it's us. We messed up everything. It's our fault." Zachriel exhaled in pain. Sob sob. Bruley, who was beside Cannon, made a muffled sound. Sob. He's probably saying that he regrets it. Tardin sighed and ignored Bruley's protests. He flashed a pale smile for the last time. "But, we're the ones who dragged you and the others into this, commanding officer Zachriel." Tardin stared at the corpses on the ground in a daze. "But at least we can rest at the Emperor's side in peace, just like those 30 or so idiots. We will be reunited." Zachriel's axe trembled even more violently. "Hey, it was Samuel." even though I'm no longer a guard. But I owe you a word of thanks, commanding officer. The disaster sword snorted softly, as if he did not care, but he did not realize that his attitude was exactly the same as Barney Jr.'s. It was all thanks to you that I escaped. For the first time, Zacriel opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Samuel sighed, and his voice became softer. And if I hadn't escaped, you wouldn't have had to suffer the punishment of solitary confinement. In any case, I still owe you an apology. Samuel looked elsewhere, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and said, I'm sorry. I don't have any sense of duty as a guard anymore, but this child can't die, so? Samuel shrugged and did not say anything else. Zacriel did not react, but the veins on his hands twitched slightly. As Samuel's voice faded, the guards sighed in unison as though they had accomplished a great task. But Zacriel remained silent. Now, the corners of Barney Jr.'s lips curled up. He stared at Zacriel and said in a tone of relief, Let's fight to the death. However, wait. A rather discordant sob rose faintly. I am sorry to. Thales turned his head around. He saw Quick Rope wiping his eyes and speaking in a dejected manner. Huh. A second later, under the strange gazes of the people asking, Why are you crying? Quick Rope suddenly reacted and his expression froze. His mournful expression disappeared in an instant. He subconsciously took a step back and smiled awkwardly. The atmosphere. But this time no one scolded him, no one rolled their eyes at him, and no one stopped him. On the contrary, Barney Jr., Tardin, and Belden turned around at the same time. They dragged their weakest bodies and stood beside Thales with the deepest resolution. They raised their weapons at Zacriel. They faced their final battle head-on. I know that I was wrong. I haven't even finished writing Rebirth. And the word count has already exceeded the limit. It's fine. There's still the next chapter. After midnight, it will be published next year. End of chapter. Chapter 471. At that moment, ha 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 ha, a low, desolate, and almost sorrowful laughter rose. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Zacriel raised his head, took a step forward, and walked into the area illuminated by the firelight. However, it was also at this moment that everyone was stunned. The former watchman of the royal guards, the terrifying night of judgment. Zacriel laughed softly and staggered towards them. But this was not a reason for them to be surprised. At some point in time, Zacriel, who was tough and difficult to fight against, had tears streaming down his face. You are very smart, Your Highness. Zacriel's voice was choked and hoarse. His chest trembled nonstop, and he stared at Thales with bloodshot eyes. You are even too smart. He slowly raised his axe. This made the rest of the people instinctively get ready for battle. You knew that you would not be lucky if I targeted you in this gloomy dungeon, so you gave up on using force, stopped running, and stopped using your forbidden power. Instead, you resorted to political tactics. Thales was slightly shocked. Zacriel's voice was very hoarse. It was filled with despair and sorrow, like a wounded person who had lost his last hope. You knew my relationship with these people, so you deliberately let them out and had them confront me. You observed them, gathered information, and looked for opportunities while you lay low and made preparations. He swept his gaze over them one by one. He saw that every guard's gaze was filled with pain and conflicting emotions. From the moment we met until now, you seemed to be fleeing in a pathetic manner and appeared weak. But in truth you had a plan in mind, and you pressed on. From Samuel, Barney, to Nalji, your indirect attacks and incitement made you get closer to the truth of what happened in the past, until you found my weakness and the things I care about. As Zacriel spoke, he looked around him and laughed bitterly with traces of tears on his face. Thales opened his mouth to speak, but found that he could not. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a crisp sound rose. Zacriel's axe fell to the ground. At that moment, under everyone's surprised gazes, Zacriel finally showed signs of fatigue and old age, which was rarely seen on him. Just like before, he was still alone, and he stood against everyone else. 1 against 8. But now, Zachriel raised his gaze. But now, the numerous figures in front of him gradually blurred, and finally focused on the young and disheveled figure at the very front, but inexplicably steady. Zachriel stared at Thales quietly. Through his tears, there was a hint of bitterness and melancholy in his smile. He did not know when it started. It had become a one-on-one battle. Zachriel sighed softly in his heart, and averted his gaze from his former colleague. They were no longer criminals who had lived in prison for a long time, or were on the run. Instead, he became the proudest existence in the world again. Constellations, royal guard at that moment. Zachriel did not know why he could not hold back the tears in his eyes. He also did not know why he could not fill the hole in his heart. He only stared at Thales in a daze. If he wasn't such a taboo existence, that's good. Zachriel's figure swayed in the air, but he did his best to stabilize himself. You interrogated them for the truth sincerely and mercilessly, forcing them to reveal their true nature, and dig out the details that were most valuable to you. The more Zachriel spoke, the more anxious he became. His expression became more solemn and desperate. Then, like a saint who saved the world, you used your special status as a jade star to forgive them and relieve them of their burdens. More importantly, you've become their spiritual pillar. You've completely tied yourself to them. Thales felt bitter in his heart. He could only force himself not to look at the expressions of the people around him. Zachriel sucked in a deep breath and stared at Thales, who had a complicated expression on his face at that moment, in despair. To them, you are no longer just a prince they met for the first time. The Knight of Judgment continued to speak dejectedly. You are Nalji and Nair's mourner, the pardoner of criminals, the comforter of those serving their sentences, the Jade Star Prince they acknowledge, and the noble person who was willing to take the risk to clear up the misunderstanding for me. If I kill you, it will be the same as destroying all of them, both physically and mentally. Zachriel covered his tears and laughed bitterly as he trembled uncontrollably. But all of this seems so logical, and I can't find any fault with it. Haha. Thales sighed. Zachriel. But the Knight of Judgment did not give him the chance to speak. Just now, when I was still an evil person, I could have broken their bones and torn their tendons without hesitation, and then killed you. Zachriel lowered his arm. When he said these words, there was a ruthlessness that made the others nervous. After the fact, I could bear their hatred as an evil person. I could live like that, and I could die like that. I have already lived like that for 18 years. 18 years. Zachriel growled in a low voice. His swaying body seemed to be unable to support itself anymore. He fell backwards and leaned against the wall. There was a sad silence in the dungeon. Zachriel's expression slowly turned gloomy. But the words you said just now, the words you said to defend me, were not for me to hear. You said them to hear. Zachriel raised his head and looked at each of his colleagues. For some reason, those who met his gaze felt an indescribable pain. You cleansed me of my sins. You made them respect me again. More importantly, you turned their feelings into weapons against me. The Knight of Judgment's voice became more anguished. He sounded as if he was pleading. Because you know, from this moment onwards, when I no longer see hatred for traitors on their faces, but regret and respect for their officers. Zachriel leaned against the wall and pointed at his chest, then at his head. His breathing was intermittent. And you know that this is my greatest weakness. Zachriel stared at the axe under his feet in sorrow. He lifted his head and opened his mouth. He let out a pained roar from his throat. You know, when I face them like this, I can no longer do it. Thales stared at the man in a daze. He was speechless. But why? The dying Knight of Judgment sucked in a sharp breath, as if he had regained his energy. If you don't expose all this, if you don't pursue the truth, then perhaps. At that moment, Zachriel looked at the bodies on the ground, at Barney Jr. Endless sorrow appeared on his face. Perhaps Nalji and Nair will still be alive and breathing. As for Barney, the one he hates is still me, not his father, not the late king. Zachriel closed his eyes. Barney Jr. turned his head away, trying his best not to look at him. Cannon sucked in a pained breath and threw down his weapon as well. The atmosphere became rather unbearable. Thales felt a heavy pressure on his chest that he had never felt before. If he did not say anything, he would explode. I'm sorry about Nalji and Heir, but the moment the teenager finished speaking, he was interrupted again. Zachriel held his forehead tightly with one hand. His face contorted in pain. I don't know, I really don't know. The words you said to them, the words you comforted them, the words you said to me when you were willing to reveal your identity, and even the words you revealed yourself as if you were telling the truth from the bottom of your heart. Or was it a lie with ulterior motives? Did you do it to save them? Or to save yourself? Thales was stunned. Sincerity? Hypocrisy? Saving others? Saving himself? Thales was lost in thought for a while. Perhaps, for some reason, the teenager felt an indescribable loneliness. Perhaps a little of both. Zachriel's breathing became more intense. It was as if he was having an attack again. Ha ha ha, lurking in the dark, probing for weaknesses, and finally striking the vitals, killing them with one strike. The Night of Judgment's laughter became faster. The scariest thing is that I already know what you're up to, but I still can't fight back. I don't have Lord Hansen's talent. I can't even tell whether your words are sincere or not. Sincere? Fake. Thales stared at him, conflicted. He opened his mouth a few times, but in the end, he could only say in a desolate manner. A long time ago, I heard something from a one-eyed man. Thales sighed. If it's beneficial to constellation, what's the difference between sincerity and hypocrisy? Zachriel shuddered slightly and froze for a few seconds. But soon his tear-stained face contorted. Beneficial to constellation. Haha, so you're saying that you deliberately pointed out your identity as a hostage in Northland, as one of your tricks? Are you trying to remind me that Exted is currently on the offensive and has the upper hand, and that once you die, the kingdom will be in trouble? Zachriel mumbled to himself almost maniacally. Thales was silent for a while before he spoke. Actually, I didn't think that much. I just felt. Felt? Thales opened his mouth, but found that he could not continue. At that moment. You Jade Stars are all the same, aren't you? Zachriel put down his hand and smiled with tears in his eyes. Thales was stunned. Us. Zachriel chuckled again. Back then he was like this too. He looked at me sincerely and calmly, showed me the truth without hiding it, and admitted his goal without hesitation. He even admitted his hypocrisy, his apology, and the fact that he had no choice but to do what he wanted. This time, the Night of Judgment looked in one direction in a daze and slowly extended his finger. Look, he's sitting there, smiling sincerely and innocently, and he's asking me to choose. Just like now. Thales looked in the direction he was pointing, but he only saw a dark void. He turned his head worriedly and found that the guards around him were looking at the deranged Zachriel with sorrowful expressions. Their gazes were sorrowful. He melted his true feelings and hypocrisy together and carved out a chessboard that others have no choice but to walk on. At that moment, Zachriel looked like a withered old man. He no longer had the grace of a warrior. This made Thales' heart ache. Zachriel's voice gradually became softer, and he spoke in a heartbreaking rhythm. I hate all of you, but I hate that I don't hate all of you even more, and I hate that I can't hate all of you even more. Jade Star, all of you are equally cruel. Cruel. Thales shut his eyes tightly. I'm sorry, he said with great difficulty. In the next moment, the Night of Judgment suddenly roared. Ah! Zachriel knelt on the ground in agony and held his forehead. Your Majesty, Your Highness! Why? His roar was hoarse, but it sounded even more heart-wrenching. Thales wanted to go forward, but he was pulled back by Belden, who was behind him. Barney Jr. shook his head at him. Zachriel's wails lasted for a few seconds before they became weaker. But in the next second, he looked at Thales with a sorrowful expression. Go. This time, Zachriel's words were simple. Go, Your Highness, leave. He held his head and crouched in front of the wall. His tone was almost pleading. Don't ever come back here. Just pretend that you never saw me. Thales stared at the Night of Judgment in a daze. I'm safe. But this is not what I want. He felt sad as he watched Zachriel, who was on the verge of breaking down and had been hysterical just a moment ago. No. Thales sucked in a deep breath. You can come with us and leave the prison of bones. You might not be able to return to the capital openly, but unexpectedly, Zacriel suddenly exploded and roared in the air. Go! Thales jumped in fright until Belden pressed down on his shoulder. Zacriel fell back to the ground dejectedly. His voice became low, and he began to sob. Go before I lose control. I'm begging you. Jadestar. Thales looked at him, and was silent for a few seconds. Then Barney Jr. coughed softly behind him. I understand. Thales sighed, turned around and walked away. It's over. That was what he told himself. But for some reason, there was no joy in his heart. There was only a faint sadness. Wait. Everyone turned their gazes and saw Samuel looking in Zacriel's direction. He said loudly, Zacriel, do you intend to stay in the prison of bones and rot here for the rest of your life? The Knight of Judgment did not answer. Samuel frowned. All right, if you like it here, you can live and die on your own. But before that, you have to tell me. Samuel gritted his teeth. Who was it? Who was the Jadestar who tried to usurp the throne 18 years ago? This sensitive question made everyone tense up again. But Zacriel only chuckled in a daze and shook his head nervously. It's not important anymore. It's not important anymore. Samuel's frown deepened. He was obviously indignant. He took a step forward. But another hand held him down. He's right, Samuel. Barney Jr. exhaled. His tone was filled with disgust towards the past and lies. No matter who did it, the result can no longer be changed. Samuel was silent for a while. In the end, he snorted angrily and flung Barney Jr.'s arm away. He no longer looked at Zacriel. Very well, then now we. Barney Jr. sighed. But just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Thales exhaled deeply. As if he had made up his mind about something, he suddenly turned around and walked back. Without turning back, he walked towards Zacriel again. Barney Jr., who only had one arm left, could not catch him in time. His expression immediately changed. Your Highness. Belden even instinctively wanted to stop Thales. But Thales calmly raised a hand and stopped everyone from moving. I know what I'm doing. The teenager exhaled and slowly walked towards Zacriel, who was trembling non-stop with his hands over his head and mumbling to himself. He then squatted down. Do you know, Knight? Thales revealed a friendly but sad smile. During my journey, there was a period of darkness that made people despair the most. Zacriel stopped trembling. He put down his arm and stared at the teenager in a daze and perplexity. At that time, there was a lonely and selfless hero behind the scenes who gave me the most generous and sincere blessing. In the next moment, Thales did something that caused everyone to turn pale with fright. He extended his hand and gently held Zacriel's head. And now, in the name of Thales Jadestar. Thales said the most sincere words in his calmest and softest voice. I pass on his blessing to you. Blessing? Zacriel seemed to be stunned. He stared at Thales and did not move. Thales leaned forward and leaned against the knight's forehead. May darkness cleanse your soul. And may the torch guide your way. Thales' voice was hoarse, but there was an inexplicable emptiness to it. It made the onlooker's anxiety subconsciously disappear. The lonely watchman Zacriel. Thales closed his eyes and used his forehead to lean against the ugly brand on the man's forehead. May you never lose your way. At the moment of contact, Zacriel trembled slightly. Thales was incredibly calm. After doing all this, he had a feeling that he had become different. But he suddenly heard the people behind him exclaim in unison. But Thales ignored them. He knew that they were worried, but he also knew that he was safe now. This is, however, Quick Rope opened his mouth at an angle that Thales could not see. He stared at the faint silver light that shone from Thales' body. He was so shocked that he took a step back and crashed into Tardin. Barney Jr. stared at the unusual light in shock. He exchanged glances with Belden. He was so shocked that he was at a loss for words. A few seconds later, the puzzled Thales opened his eyes and stood up. At some unknown point in time, the royal guards behind him widened their eyes and stared at him in a daze. This is strange. Thales was puzzled. The teenager cast a puzzled look at the man who seemed to have been petrified. What's wrong? Just now. Quick Rope covered his mouth in an exaggerated manner and spoke incoherently. He pointed at Thales and shook his arm non-stop. Oh God, bright moon, harvest, shepherd of the seas, desert god. Could this be the legendary imperial family, the golden, shining, sparkling? In the next second, Tardin covered his mouth from behind him. It's nothing, your highness. Tardin said respectfully. He's just a little agitated. Under Tardin's merciless grip, Quick Rope, who was about to cry, immediately nodded obediently. Thales shook his head baffled. But he knew that it was not the time to pursue the matter. With his body covered in pain, he turned his head wearily and saw Zacriel, who was covered in wounds, sitting in a daze. He stared at Thales in disbelief and did not say a word. But at least, Thales thought quietly, the crisis is resolved. Thales stared at him for a while before he finally sighed. The prince strode towards the others. Barney Jr. and Belden made way for him in tacit agreement, then Samuel, Tardin, Cannon, and Bruley. Quick Rope stood where he was in a daze, and Tardin pulled him away. Thales staggered through the path. They made way for him respectfully. He suddenly had the illusion that he was walking in Renaissance Palace. He smiled in a self-deprecating manner. He did not know why, but he felt that these people's attitudes were different. They were more respectful than when they first met, but less cordial than when they forgave and comforted them. Thales did not think too much about it. He walked through the path the people made for him, and went to Nalji and Heir's bodies. What are you going to do with their bodies? Barney Jr. paused for a moment. His expression was sorrowful. One day, he said softly and carefully, we will come back and retrieve everyone's remains. We will come back and retrieve everyone's remains. Thales nodded. These people's bloody year. It ends here. The teenager sighed. He endured the pain in his waist, and bent down to pick up the green crystal key on the ground. The key to the prison of bones. Thales grimaced in pain and rubbed his waist, which was probably a muscle strain. He looked at the people in front of him. Are you ready to get out of prison? Everyone looked at Barney Jr. Barney Jr. was silent for a while before he averted his gaze from the bodies on the ground. He quietly picked up the longsword and walked to Belden's side, allowing the latter to support his body. Cannon tidied up Nalji and Heir's remains one last time. He sobbed, gritted his teeth and nodded. Bree kissed the forehead of the deceased and stood up. Tardin released Quick Rope and tidied up his sword. Quick Rope flashed his white teeth, hugged the crossbow of time, and gave Thales an exaggerated, "You're awesome" gesture. Samuel quietly pulled out the silver longsword left behind by Thales from the ground, and walked behind the group. The group of wounded soldiers silently assembled. Barney Jr. looked around and snorted softly. He nodded at Thales. Anytime. Thales lifted the corners of his lips, and his gaze suddenly froze. Oh, one last thing. While all of you are still here. The prince turned around and rubbed the key in his hand. He looked at each of the unkempt and wounded royal guards, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Theron Jorana. Does this name ring a bell? Everyone was taken aback. Thales swept his gaze over everyone's expressions. He didn't notice anything unusual. The youth frowned and asked, What I mean is 18 years ago, and especially before the bloody year. The others looked at each other at a loss, and all of them looked stunned. Finally, Belden asked in puzzlement, Theron Jorana? Who is that? Thales looked at their expressions and could only sigh in disappointment. My mother. He shook his head and finally gave up on the idea of looking for witnesses from many years ago. It is said that she is. The group looked at each other in shock. It's okay, I was just trying to ask. But since you don't know. Thales did not hesitate. He walked straight to Samuel and raised the key in his hand. With the most complicated and strange emotions, he sized up the ancient but lonely, dark dungeon for the last time. Come, find your secret exit. We have stayed enough in this stupid dungeon. Samuel extended his hand, but he did not take the key immediately. Are you sure you want to go out? Thales was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Samuel shook his head. I don't know what you're capable of, but if the calamity is outside and it is leaked through us, Samuel's gaze turned cold. Whether you are a prince or not, there are plenty of people who want you dead. Samuel. Belden cast a glance at Zachriel, who sat in a shadowy corner, and said sternly, "Don't forget, His Highness saved your life, and all our lives." Samuel snorted softly. Thales looked at him, then at the people around him. In their eyes he did not just see respect for the prince, but also fear and reverence towards the unknown. Of course, there was only one heartless person who was an exception. Thales smiled. "Yes, if my identity is exposed, many people will want my life," the prince said calmly. "But you don't want it. That's enough." At that moment, Samuel was stunned. His gaze lingered on Thales for a long time. A few pairs of eyes moved slightly. Thales snorted softly and shook the key in his hand. "And we really should go." Samuel stared at the key in Thales' hand, then at him. He was a little absent-minded. "Yes. It's time to go." Samuel nodded coldly, but he pulled his hand back and ignored the key. Under Thales' puzzled gaze, Samuel took 10 steps forward and walked to an inconspicuous corner. He first used his longsword to pry open a floor tile. Then he bent down and stretched out his hand to pull something inside. "Samuel? A key?" Just when everyone was puzzled, a change occurred. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the ground trembled slightly, and the dust that fell from above made Thales and the others' expressions change. "What is this?" Before Barney Jr. could finish speaking, Thales, who had covered his mouth and nose, discovered the key. As the dust continued to fall, a dark hole suddenly appeared in front of them, where the ceiling was connected to the wall. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk while everyone was in shock and bewilderment, the tremors continued, and the area of the hole above them continued to expand. It looked as if the bricks on the wall that were connected to the ceiling were retreating piece by piece, slowly revealing the wide, rectangular hole. What was even more amazing was that the bricks seemed to have agreed to it. They retreated from the top to the bottom at different distances. When they retreated to the bottom, they formed a stone staircase that led upwards. It was the width of 8 to 9 people, and it led to the dark, unknown hole. Cold wind continuously surged in through the expanding hole, causing Thales to shiver. More than 10 seconds passed. When the tremors completely disappeared and the hole above them was completely revealed, everyone was already dumbfounded. "This is..." Thales stared at the stone staircase that seemed to move backwards on its own, and went upwards step by step. "I know, it's very shocking, right?" Samuel stood by the newly formed stone staircase and sighed. "The miracles of the wizards. When I first saw it, I was just like all of you." Thales took a deep breath and snapped out of his daze. He tried to convince himself that he did not need to be so shocked. The teenager took a step forward. "All right then, we'll..." Thales' grip tightened. "Wait." In an instant, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. "Samuel." Thales stared blankly at Samuel, who stood by the stone staircase. "You opened the exit without looking for it? You know where it is?" The prince's question attracted most people's attention. Samuel snorted softly. "I've always known." Thales was stunned. He tried his best to regulate his breathing and raised the crystalline green key in his hand with trembling hands. "Then why don't you need the key?" Thales' question made everyone feel that something was wrong. Barney Jr.'s expression changed. Samuel snorted softly and turned around to face them. His back was facing the hole and the stone staircase. "Because this exit was opened an hour ago," Samuel said expressionlessly. "Before the key fell into your hands." Thales felt dizzy. He tried hard to make sense of the strange logic in this place. The door that serves as the exit was opened a long time ago? Before it fell into my hands? Wait a minute, where did I get this key that is said to open the prison of bones? When he thought of this, Thales could not help but turn pale. Samuel stared at the darkness in the hole and frowned slightly. They seem to be a little late. They need some reminders. Samuel held the silver longsword in his hand and tapped it against the stone bricks a few times. The blade immediately let out a clear clang, and it spread through the empty darkness behind the hole. Asterisk ding, ding ding. Asterisk at that moment, Barney Jr. and Belden's expressions changed at the same time. "Samuel?" Samuel turned his head and snorted softly. He did not say anything. But soon, there was an unusual change in the field. Asterisk thud. Asterisk footsteps. Asterisk mysterious footsteps came from the darkness at the hole. They traveled into Thale's ears. They came from behind Samuel. Barney Jr. instinctively took a step forward and formed the truth formation with Belden. They protected the surprised and bewildered Thales behind them while they faced Samuel, who did not look quite right. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk multiple footsteps could be heard. More and more footsteps could be heard. They grew from weak to strong, from soft to loud, and from far to near. They could be heard faintly, but they became clear. Everyone became nervous. Samuel, what did you do? Barney Jr. stared at his former colleague in disbelief. But Samuel only stared at him coldly. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk finally. A pair of sand boots appeared at the top of the stone stairs. With a leisurely rhythm, they walked out of the darkness and went down. Well done, Samuel. A voice so unfamiliar that Thales had almost forgotten it, but immediately remembered it the moment he heard it came from above his boots. I waited for so long, I almost thought you were dead. The voice was calm, but cold and indifferent. Samuel snorted coldly and did not answer. Barney Jr. and the others looked at each other in puzzlement. They did not get an answer. But they noticed that Prince Thales' expression suddenly became unpleasant. He was incredibly shocked. Impossible. So all of our troubles. The pair of sand boots slowly walked down the stone stairs, and their owner's figure was gradually revealed. The calm voice continued to rise. Shadow Shield, Northlanders, the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, your prisoner friends, and that damn mask. You've almost killed each other, right? Samuel nodded. He did not care about the others' puzzled and disappointed gazes. Of course, everyone here is basically injured. They are no longer a threat. Samuel swept his gaze over his fellow guards and said coldly, of course. But Sonny didn't survive. The owner of the desert boots froze for a moment. Oh, what a pity. But we will remember him. Barney Jr. held his sword with one arm and raised his guard to the highest. Belden protected Thales' flank with all his might, while the others solemnly rearranged their formation. But Thales was completely frozen on the spot. Impossible. The owner of the sand boots finally stepped down the stone stairs and revealed himself in the firelight. No. Thales stared blankly at the newcomer. I saw it with my own eyes. You were clearly pierced through. The person in sand boots sighed slowly. He did not seem to be in a good mood. Yes, I know. He was like a librarian who had explained the library rules to people countless times, but still encountered violations every day. His words were filled with laziness and impatience. You saw it with your own eyes, I died. While the guards were in shock and bewilderment, Thales glared at the person who should not be here. Impossible. So why don't you take a guess, Prince Thales? The person spread his arms in a relaxed manner. With the same polite smile as before, he revealed his undamaged neck and chin to Thales. Just what kind of existence is there in the world? The person paused for a moment, as if he enjoyed Thales' reaction. Unkillable. He chuckled and continued. Every time you are reborn? The person's laughter seemed to contain magic, and it brought out the deepest fear in Thales' heart. Unkillable. Every time you are reborn. Thales stared at the person on the stone stairs stiffly. He felt as if his thoughts were about to come to a halt. In this world, an existence that cannot be killed. That is. By the way, thank you for keeping everlasting truth safe for me. Under Thales' shocked gaze, which was almost frozen, the person calmly and politely took the silver longsword from Samuel. But I remember that you did not understand the inscription on it. It's Ricky, Thales said to himself in a daze. It's him. The person who should have died under Yodel's sword a long time ago. The leader of Blood Whistle's mercenary group, Disaster Swords Crassus, the ever-calm Ricky stood on the stone stairs and gently revealed the 2 rows of inscriptions on the streamlined blade. Truth is eternal and inextinguishable. As he stared at the stunned Thales, a cold glare shone in Ricky's eyes, as if he had been reborn from the dead. He said in the most soothing tone, "We struggle endlessly." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.